So, you think you'd make a decent medieval archer? Maybe you've seen the movies, cloaks flapping in the wind, bows snapping with elegant precision, arrows flying across the battlefield like whispers from the gods. Maybe you picture yourself, hood drawn low, loosing a perfect shot from a tree branch while a lute plays softly in the background. Yeah, no. Tonight, we're gonna unroll the real life of a medieval archer. And I'll be honest with you, you wouldn't last a day. But that's all right. Most people wouldn't. Now, before we begin, go ahead, dim the lights, fluff your pillow, maybe pour yourself a bit of water, ale, or whatever your modern comforts may be. If you enjoy these long journeys into medieval nonsense and truth, do leave a comment. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. I read every single one. It feels like we're all sitting around the fire together, half asleep, half listening, and fully welcome. So, welcome. Take a deep breath. Now let's step into a world of bruised shoulders, wet leather, early morning drills, bad porridge, and enough tension in your spine to turn you into a coat rack by sundown. You've just woken up in the year 1357, and surprise, you're now an archer in Lord Everwin's levy. Congratulations. Except you're not in a castle. You're in a muddy village called Biddlecroft under Marsh. The tent you slept in is made of rough wool, slumped against 3 poles, and held up by sheer willpower and a peg that may or may not have been stolen from a sheep pen. You're sharing this space with 2 other lads, Godric, who snores like a broken bellows, and Willett, who hasn't washed his feet since Candlemas. Smell is hist. Now, your bow lies beside you. It's not the elegant recurve bow of a movie poster. No, it's a longbow, about your height, made of yew, and heavier than your self-esteem after a long winter. You try to stretch. Your back complains. Your fingers are stiff. Why? Because you've been practicing every day for months. And by practicing, I mean pulling back 100 pounds of tension with nothing but willpower, desperation, and a diet of boiled oats and regret. Meet Tamsin, the camp cook. She once fed a whole squadron of archers using only barley, old onions, and sarcasm. She's got one eye, a limp, and a hatred of waste. You ask her for breakfast. She hands you a ladle of what might be porridge, might be roofing paste. You eat it anyway. There's a weevil floating in it. Protein. You step outside. It's raining sideways. Naturally, you've got to report to training. Because Lord Everwin's nephew, a spotty teen called Sir Osbert, thinks it's character building to drill before sunrise. He wears a feathered helmet and smells like rosewater and fear. He shouts, "Bows up," and you groan quietly. Your bowstring is damp. Your shoulders are sore. You haven't, in all honesty, recovered from yesterday's training. No one cares. You draw the bow anyway, because you're a medieval archer and you're too proud to admit you've lost feeling in your fingertips. And this is just the morning. The training field is more mud than field. Puddles stretch out like lakes, and there's a goose who seems to have appointed itself as guardian of the archery targets. It hisses every time someone walks too close. No one questions it. It's won more fights than Osbert. You line up with the others. 12 archers, none of whom look rested, dry, or pleased to be alive. Godric sneezes into his sleeve. Willett is muttering to himself, something about a dream he had, where his bow came to life and tried to throttle him. You believe him. Longbows have personalities. Sir Osbert struts along the line, tapping bows with a stick he calls the rod of discipline. It's really just a broom handle he painted silver. He stops in front of you. "You've got dirt on your tunic," he says, while his own trousers are soaked up to the thigh. You do not reply. You value your teeth. He nods like he's made a point, and moves on. The command is given. Knock, draw, loose. A dozen arrows fly. Most hit the target. One hits the goose. It flies off squawking. Sir Osbert pretends he didn't flinch. You don't laugh, not because it isn't funny. It is, but because your arms are on fire. Holding that bow for 10 seconds felt like lifting a wagon full of bricks using only shame. Let's talk about the bow itself. This thing is a monster. 6 feet of tension and splinters. Drawing it takes more strength than most people realize. This isn't a casual hobby. This is war training. You're not pulling a string. You're dragging a weapon through space using the raw force of your back, shoulders, and fading dreams. And you're doing it over and over and over again. The string has already taken a strip of skin off your forearm. You learn fast. Wear a bracer or suffer. Your fingers, colliest. Your back, ruined. Your spine, a creaking reminder that you were never meant for this. But it's not all agony. There's Thane, the oldest archer in the group. Maybe 50, maybe fossilized. No one really knows. He only speaks in riddles and complaints. He once told Willett, never trust a man whose bow is cleaner than his boots. You're not sure what it means, but it feels true. Thane shoots without even looking sometimes, and his arrows always land true. People say he once hit a French knight in the eye from 2,000 yards away. Thane says that knight owed him money. You believe both stories. Midday arrives. Training ends. For now, you're soaked, sore, and starving. Back at camp, Tamsin ladles out something that might once have been cabbage, if cabbage had a long and tragic journey. You eat in silence, surrounded by men and women who look like they've aged a decade since breakfast. No one speaks of quitting. Quitting isn't an option. You're not a knight. You don't get shining armor and poetry. You're a tool, valuable, dangerous, expendable. And yet, there's pride here. In the string of your bow, in the dull ache in your arms, in the knowledge that if war came tomorrow, you'd be the one holding the line from 100 yards out, sending arrows into the sky like a quiet kind of fury. Afternoon settles in like a damp blanket. The sun never really rises. It just sort of lurks behind clouds, offering a faint gray glow that lets you know it's not night anymore. You've got a brief window to rest before the next drill. Godric has fallen asleep against a barrel. Willett is cleaning his arrows with a rag that used to be a sock. You sit on a stool that wobbles if you shift too much, watching steam rise from your boots. They're soaked through. Again, you wonder if they'll ever be dry. Probably not. Thane passes by and drops a pouch into your lap. Beeswax, he grunts. Waterproof your string. Or don't. See if I care. He walks off before you can thank him. That's as close to affection as he gets. Let's talk about your gear. It's serviceable. You've got a wool tunic with a neckline that scratches like dried hay. Leather vambraces protect your forearms, or at least they did before one of them cracked during last week's thunderstorm. Your quiver holds 24 arrows. None of them match. Some were carved by a local boy who's never seen battle. One still has a bit of chicken feather stuck under the fletching. You don't ask questions. You just hope they fly straight. Your bow is heavier today, not because it's changed, but because you have. The repetition, the weight, the damp, it grinds you down slowly, like a river wearing away stone. Your right shoulder throbs, your fingers ache, your eyes sting from wind. But still, you practice. There's no alternative. If you want to eat, sleep, and stay warm, you do your job. You draw, you loose, you do it again. Training resumes with a new twist. Moving targets. Sir Osbert has fastened a bit of linen to a stick and told Willett to run back and forth like a French invader. Willett's not fast, but he's desperate, which makes the target move unpredictably. You knock an arrow, breathe out, and shoot. The arrow flies wide. You blame the wind. Sir Osbert blames your posture. Thane mutters something about cursed fletching. No one's happy, but no one expects better. This is how learning happens. Slowly, painfully, and preferably not in front of a noble. Later, you help Willet pull arrows from the practice stumps. Most are embedded deep. A few shattered on impact. One is stuck in a goose carcass. That goose again. You think it might have had it coming? You say nothing. Willet hums a strange tune under his breath while he works. You recognize it as the "Please Let Me Survive the Next Skirmish" song. It's a popular one. By evening, your body is one large ache. You ease off your boots and lie on your straw mat, staring up at the canvas tent ceiling, tracing the stains and wondering if they came from rain or something worse. Outside, someone is playing a reed pipe badly. Tamsin is shouting about someone stealing a turnip. The fire crackles. The air smells like wood smoke, leather, and damp wool. You're not comfortable, but somehow you're content. Night has arrived, soft but miserable. The campfire is going strong, thanks to a stack of damp wood that took 2 hours to light and produced more smoke than heat. You're sitting with your knees drawn up, eating something that might be stewed barley, or might be oats that went too far. Willet calls it spear pudding, and no one asks why. Tamsin's nearby, roasting something unidentifiable on a stick. She claims it's rabbit. Thane mutters it's too large for rabbit and too small for dog. Nobody wants to know the answer, so you all agree it's probably fine. Godric's taken off his boots and is airing out his socks, which by smell alone may be classified as biological warfare. You lean back and let your spine crack in 3 places. The ache feels like relief. Someone starts humming an old tune. You don't recognize it, but the rhythm settles into your chest like an old friend. Everything hurts. Everything's damp. And somehow, that feels normal now. Thane starts one of his stories, unprompted, back in the siege of Carillenrig. He says, holding a tin mug like it's holy, we ran out of arrows, so we used spoons. Someone chuckles. We did, he insists. Flattened them with rocks, shot them through the slits in their helmets. You ever see a knight felled by cutlery? I have. Beautiful sight. You're not sure whether to believe him, but Thane's been in more battles than you've had hot meals, so you let it be true. Sir Osbert strolls by, trailed by his squire, a skinny lad named Aldred, who looks like he's never held a weapon heavier than a bread knife. Osbert is wearing his feathered helmet again. It droops in the mist like a wilted tulip. He stops, looks at your group, then says, "Discipline wins wars." Then he moves on. Willet waits until he's out of earshot, then mimics the phrase in a high-pitched voice, and is immediately elbowed by Tamsin. The spoon she used may still have stew on it. The fire dims. Someone throws on a fresh log. Sparks jump like startled fleas. Around you, the quiet starts to settle in. Not empty, but full. Full of shared discomfort, shared humor, shared understanding. No one here thinks they're a hero. You're all just trying to get through the next day with your bow intact and your feet not frozen. You lie back, eyes half closed. Somewhere nearby, someone coughs. A dog barks in the distance. The wind shifts and brings the scent of manure across the field. You breathe it in like it's perfume. Your hands are blistered, your bowstrings fraying, and your legs are sore in places you didn't know had muscles. And in the back of your mind, you wonder, would tomorrow be worse? Yes, almost certainly. Morning does not arrive. It ambushes. 1 minute, it's dark and quiet. The next, there's cold air slapping your face and Godric stepping on your ankle because he thought it was a rock. You groan. Everything hurts again. You're not sure it ever stopped. Your back is one long silent scream. Your hands feel like they've been crushed by a mule. Willet's already up, squatting over a bucket, and arguing with himself about whether porridge can be evil. You think the answer is yes. Outside, the camp is wrapped in fog so thick you can't see the fire, even though you can hear Tamsin shouting at someone for burning the oats. The mist clings to your clothes, your hair, your thoughts. You stretch bad idea and pull your tunic over your head, which is still damp from yesterday. You think about what it might feel like to be warm again. Then you stop. That kind of dreaming leads to madness. Today's training involves hill shooting, which is exactly what it sounds like. Climb a muddy slope, then shoot down it while trying not to slide, trip, or land face first in a sheep pat. The sheep, by the way, are watching, judging. You're not sure why, but their disapproval is palpable. Sir Osbert gives a speech about elevation, trajectory, and noble aims. Then he falls down the hill. Thane doesn't laugh, but his mustache twitches. You fire your first arrow. It arcs beautifully. You feel pride. Then it hits the ground, 20 paces short. The target is a straw dummy holding a painted shield, affectionately named Sir Branston by the archers, because he smells faintly of pickled turnip. Godric hits him in the neck. Willet shoots wide, hits a tree, and claims it was a warning shot to the squirrels. You believe him. The squirrels in this region are hostile. By midday, you're soaked through again, your thighs burn from climbing, and your bowstring has frayed just enough to make you nervous. Thane offers you a new one. It's horsehair. You didn't know horsehair could be used for that. Can, if you braid it tight enough, he says, or if you're desperate. You accept it with quiet gratitude. He nods once, as if he's passed along a family secret. Back at camp, Tamsin has made soup. It's gray. It tastes like time and hopelessness. You eat 2 bowls. You'd eat 3 if it meant not standing up again. The fog still hasn't lifted. The world feels small, wrapped in smoke and wool and aching limbs. And still, you keep going, because there's no glory here. Just grit, just bows, just the quiet bond of those who know what it means to draw a weapon over and over, even when your arms say no. Evening again. Or at least, something close to it. The sky has turned that familiar pale gray that says sunset, but in the most uninspired way possible. You've made it through another day. Barely. Your bow is still in one piece. Your fingers, however, are not. You've torn open 2 calluses and bruised a knuckle, trying to unstring your bow, while Willet distracted you with what he claimed was a blessed hedgehog. It was, in fact, a lump of moss. He's not well. Everyone is a little more broken today. Godric limps now. Thane's wrist is wrapped in cloth and something that smells like vinegar. Tamsin is muttering to herself about rations and the thieving ghost that keeps stealing her onions. There's no ghost, just Osbert's squire, Aldred, who's been caught twice now with suspiciously tearful eyes and onion breath. The camp accepts this quietly. We've all done worse. Tonight's fire is stronger. The wood was dry for once. The flames flicker warmly, casting long shadows over bowed heads and hunched backs. You sit close to the edge, letting the heat work its way into your joints. Across from you, Willet is whittling an arrow shaft with his teeth, not efficiently, but passionately. Thane is sharpening his knife on a stone so smooth it could have been polished by time itself. Every now and then someone tosses in a twig or a scrap of bark. No one talks much, but you're together, and somehow that feels like armor. Osbert tries to hold another inspection. You all pretend not to hear him. He circles the fire once, sniffs dramatically, then walks off in a huff. He'll probably write about it in his campaign journal, which you suspect is just a folded scrap of linen where he doodles pictures of himself in battle poses. You've seen one. The horse had 6 legs. Ambitious. Thane finally speaks. You know, he says, voice low, they say a good archer needs 3 things: strong shoulders, strong will, and a complete lack of common sense. A pause. We're halfway there. Willet laughs so hard he chokes on his moss. Later, when it's time to lie down, you do so with the grace of a dropped sack of grain. Your body no longer bothers to complain. It simply sulks. The straw beneath you is damp. Your cloak is stiff with dried mud. You close your eyes and listen to the fire crackle, to someone snoring, to the wind nudging the tent flap. And somehow, beneath all that discomfort, you feel a flicker of something else: belonging. Sleep comes, but not easily. The cold finds the gaps in your blanket like it's looking for them. You curl tighter. Someone coughs nearby. Someone else mutters in their sleep. The fire outside is low now, its crackling reduced to the occasional pop, like a twig breaking under a boot. You dream of arrows that bend mid-flight, of wool tunics that never dry, of Tamsin chasing Aldred with a ladle raised high like a mace. You wake to your own snort. Godric is sitting up, chewing something that may or may not be leather. Couldn't sleep, he says. Teeth itch. You don't ask questions. You just nod. By dawn, the mist is back. It never really leaves. It just steps aside briefly, like it's letting you think you're free before it rolls in again. Breakfast is a piece of hard bread and a mug of something warm that smells like oats and fear. Tamsin calls it morning broth. It's the same thing she served last night. No one's surprised. You eat it because it's hot, and because chewing distracts you from the tightness in your shoulders. Today's challenge: rapid fire. You're told to shoot 6 arrows in a minute. You've done it before, but not well. Your fingers still remember the sting. Osbert stands nearby, with a stick he insists is for timing, but which he mostly uses to tap people who look like they're slacking. Thane mutters something under his breath about tap me once and see what happens. He's not joking. You've seen him throw an arrow like a dagger. You line up, breathe, knock, pull, loose. It's less graceful than it sounds. Arrows fly. Some hit, some don't. One shatters against a tree. Willet's last one goes straight into the mud. It was warning the ground, he says, in case it gets any ideas. You believe him. The ground's been smug lately. Between drills, you sit with Thane sharpening old arrowheads. When I was your age, he begins, you prepare for a story. I didn't have a bow, had a bent stick, and angry thoughts. He smiles. You don't know if he's joking. Then again, you've never seen him miss a shot. By the end of the day, your arms are jelly, your hands shake, you try to pick up your mug and spill half of it on your lap. It's cold now anyway. The kind of tired you feel isn't the good kind. It's deep, sour, bone deep. You ache where you didn't know you had parts. But no one complains. You just sit together, like logs drying near the fire, quiet, used up, still here. And when the night folds in again, you lie down not because you want to sleep, but because there's nothing else left to do. You stare at the ceiling of the tent. You count the slow breaths of your comrades. You listen for the wind. And somewhere, beneath the ache, is that same feeling, the one you don't name. The one that says, I'm not alone in this. The next day doesn't begin. It simply picks up where yesterday left off. You're not sure if you ever truly slept. The cold seeped into your bones sometime after midnight, and the damp never left your clothes. Your dreams were full of half-remembered orders, misfired arrows, and the sound of Sir Osbert's voice echoing through your skull like an unwanted sermon. You wake up before dawn and just lie there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, wondering if you'll ever feel your fingers again. Thane's already outside. He always is, sitting on a stump with one leg crossed over the other, sharpening a dagger that looks older than most of the recruits. He nods at you. If you can still feel pain, you're not dead yet, he says, which, coming from Thane, is basically encouragement. Godric stumbles out behind you, squinting into the fog like it owes him money. Willett emerges last, covered in straw, looking like a hedge come to life. Dreamt I was a carrot, he mumbles. No one asks for more detail. Today, there's no training. Instead, there's talk, rumor, really. A skirmish on the edge of the marshlands. Raiders, maybe. Bandits, maybe worse. No one knows for sure. But suddenly everyone's checking their strings, counting arrows, muttering quiet prayers they claim not to believe in. You feel the shift in the air. It's different when it's not practice. The silence is heavier. You start to notice how few spare bowstrings are left, how many arrows are crooked, how tired everyone looks when they think no one's watching. You sit beside Willett, both of you fiddling with your gear. He pulls out a charm tied to a bit of bone. For luck, he says. Found it in a fish. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. Seemed promising. You don't laugh, but you smile. It's something. Tamsin gives you extra food. Not a lot, but more than usual. You don't ask why. She doesn't look at anyone directly today. Just stirs the pot and mutters about needing more barley and fewer bloody mouths to feed. When she hands you your bowl, you say thank you. She doesn't reply, but she ladles in another scoop. Thane walks the perimeter, slow and steady. He's done this before. Many times. You watch him pause now and then, look out across the trees, the hills. He squints, listens, moves on. First shot matters, he says, not looking at anyone. Always does. Then he keeps walking, and you realize, with a dull kind of clarity, that this isn't just another drill. Something is coming, something real, and your bow, the one that bruises your chest and bloodies your fingers, might be the only thing between you and silence. The day wears on like a damp cloak, clinging, heavy, hard to shake off. No one says much. The laughter's gone, tucked away somewhere behind the tension that settles into every shoulder. Thane sharpens every blade in camp. Tamsin refills water skins without being asked. Even Sir Osbert seems quieter, walking with his hands behind his back, like he's trying to remember something important and keeps forgetting it again. Aldred, his squire, keeps tripping over things. Nerves, probably, or his own feet. You sit on a log near the edge of the clearing, watching your bow, not holding it, just watching. It leans against your pack, tall and silent. Its curve familiar now. You've cursed it, blamed it, nearly snapped it across your knee twice. But right now, it looks different, like a companion, like something that might matter. Willett is beside you, fiddling with his arrows. I think I'll name them, he says suddenly. Each one, so they know they're not alone. You glance at him. He's dead serious. This one's Geoffrey, he adds, tapping the shaft of a broadhead. Looks like a Geoffrey. You nod slowly. And what about that one? He holds up a crooked arrow with half its feathers missing. He frowns. That's probably Marjorie. Godric, across the fire, is tying a fresh grip onto his bow. His fingers move with precision, his face tight. He hasn't joked all morning. He hasn't even muttered. That's how you know it's real now. Everyone has their own way of preparing. Godric goes silent. Willett gets weirder. Thane grows sharper, literally and figuratively. Tamsin sings old songs to herself under her breath. Tunes so old they creak. By afternoon, a scout returns. Dirt-covered, panting, eyes wide. He says they're close, whoever they are. Bandits, Raiders? No one's sure. Maybe mercenaries looking for a fight, maybe deserters who forgot how to be human. But the message is clear. Tonight, or tomorrow, or maybe just after dawn, it's happening. Sir Osbert calls a meeting. Everyone gathers, bows in hand, blades nearby. He tries to speak like a noble. He tries to give a speech. It's not very good. He says something about honor and courage and serving with pride. Then he clears his throat and dismisses you all, as if he hasn't just confirmed the thing you've all been quietly dreading. Thane lingers behind. You see him place a hand on Osbert's shoulder. Just briefly, like he's saying, I've seen worse. Don't mess this up. You spend the rest of the day checking gear, tightening bowstrings, running fingers along fletchings, whispering to arrows like they're old friends. You eat what might be your last full meal in silence. You roll your cloak tighter, lay your boots beside your mat, and when night comes, it comes fast. You don't sleep, exactly. You just close your eyes and wait. The night is thick, not just dark, but dense, like the world itself is holding its breath. The fires burned low, just coals now, glowing faintly beneath a crust of ash. You're lying on your back, staring at the inside of the tent, though your eyes aren't really seeing anything. Outside, there's movement, but not footsteps, not horses, just the shuffle of people who are too tired to sleep and too tense to sit still. You hear Willett whispering to his arrows again. Geoffrey, you behave tomorrow. Marjorie, please fly straight this time. Godric is sharpening the tip of a spear with a rock. He doesn't use a knife, says it ruins the soul of the weapon. You're too tired to ask what that means. Thane is sitting cross-legged in the dirt, eyes closed, palms resting on his knees. Meditating, maybe, or just napping with dignity. Tamsin moves like a ghost between tents, placing mugs of warm broth beside sleeping forms, silent as a shadow. You think about thanking her. You don't. Not because you're rude, but because words feel heavy tonight. Aldred, poor thing, sits by the fire, looking like a wet napkin. His hands tremble every time he checks his dagger. Sir Osbert paces behind him, arms folded, muttering things that sound important, but don't mean much. Formation discipline, shield coordination, forward posture. You think he's rehearsing a speech or an apology? The mist thickens, curling in through the edges of the camp like it's watching. The trees whisper. The wind nudges, and the silence gets louder. You pull your cloak tighter. Your bow lies beside you, waxed and strung. 20 arrows. You count them again. You know the number hasn't changed, but it feels like the only thing you can control. Thane breaks the silence at last. First arrow's the hardest, he says quietly. No one responds, but everyone hears him. After that, it's just breathing. Then he picks up his bow and walks to the edge of camp, just to stand, just to look, just to be still. You follow a few minutes later, not because you have anything to do, just because being near someone like Thane feels like standing beside a stone wall, solid, silent, and strangely comforting. You don't speak. You don't need to. The wind picks up slightly. The trees bend. Somewhere out there, someone else is awake. Maybe watching you, maybe waiting. But for now, there's nothing to do but keep breathing and hold fast to whatever part of yourself still feels steady. Dawn doesn't rise so much as it seeps. A thin, sickly blue light bleeds across the horizon, filtering through the mist like cold breath. It doesn't warm anything. It just reveals shapes, trees, tents, figures moving slowly in silence. No one speaks. You've already eaten, if you can call it that, a mouthful of bread, a sip of water. Your body feels light, but not in a good way. More like a ladder, missing half its rungs. Your bow is slung across your shoulder, The arrows are checked again and again. Godric is tying his hair back with a strip of linen. Willett has a feather tucked behind his ear. He says it's for speed. Tamsin hands out strips of salted meat without making eye contact. She's dressed in her cleanest tunic. That alone tells you she thinks today matters. Sir Osbert gathers you near the tray line. His voice cracks on the first word. He clears his throat. They're close, he says, glancing at a scout who nods gravely. We hold the ridge. We hold our line. Archers, behind the first slope. You loose on my signal. Not before. He looks at Thane for confirmation. Thane doesn't nod. He just steps forward, bow already in hand. Expression unreadable. You march in silence, the mud sucking at your boots like it wants to keep you. The ridge isn't much, a low rise with a view of a clearing below. Thane picks a spot behind a tree, crouching with the ease of someone who's done this too many times. You take position beside him. Godric to your left, Willett to your right. Everyone has a job. Everyone knows what to do. Now comes the waiting. You crouch low, heart thudding slow and loud. You breathe in damp earth, wet bark, the faint scent of moss and sweat and iron. You hear bird song too cheerful. You hear wind in branches. You hear Thane whisper, no shame and fear, just means you understand what's about to happen. Then the scout returns. 2 fingers raised, movement in the trees. They're here. Sir Osbert raises a hand. You grip the bow tighter. Not yet. Figures emerge. Shadows at first, then clearer. Leather, steel, movement. Bandits, or worse. One carries a torch, another a curved axe. You count 10, 12, maybe more. They don't know you're here. Not yet. Osbert holds his breath. Then his hand drops, and the world changes. The hand drops. And in that instant, you don't think, you just move. The bow rises, the string pulls back, and the arrow looses. It all happens faster than it should. Faster than your body should allow. The first arrow sails. It doesn't matter if it hits. What matters is that it flew. Around you, others release. Willett beside you curses as his string slaps his arm. Godric mutters something you hope wasn't a prayer. You reach for your next arrow before the first one lands. Down below, the bandits react like kicked ants. One drops instantly. Another ducks. The rest scatter, but it's too late. A second volley is already in the air. You feel your arm tense, your back strain. The third arrow you loose thuds into a shield. The fourth grazes a tree. You keep going, no time to think. Just knock, draw, loose. Your hands move like they've always known this rhythm. You've practiced it in rain, in pain, in half sleep. Now it's real. A scream echoes through the trees. You don't know whose it is. Thane shouts something, maybe a name, maybe an order. Osbert's voice is high, sharp, commanding from behind. The squire, Aldred, is trying to reload a crossbow with shaking hands. You loose another arrow, then another, then nothing. Your quiver's empty. You don't panic. You drop low. Your heart is racing now, not in fear, but in sheer animal focus. The kind that only shows up when you've got no other choice. Around you, other archers shift. Godric tosses you a half-full quiver without a word. You nod. Grab one. Draw. Loose. Your breath comes in sharp bursts now. Sweat stings your eyes. Mud cakes your boots. You can't feel your fingers. Then, silence. A strange, awful quiet settles over the ridge. A bird chirps once, then stops. The air feels hollow. You peek over the edge of the slope. The clearing below is a mess of trampled grass, bodies, broken shafts. A few figures retreat into the woods, limping, dragging, gone. The fight, if you can call it that, is over. You stand slowly, your legs trembling. Willett sits down in the mud like his bones gave up. Jeffrey did good, he whispers, staring at his last arrow. Godric hasn't moved. He just stares ahead, jaw clenched. Thane lowers his bow and mutters, "Not clean, but done." You nod, though you're not sure what part you're agreeing with. Osbert walks past, pale but upright, his helmet askew. "Good work," he says. His voice wobbles. You all pretend not to notice. And just like that, the silence becomes heavier than the noise that came before. You don't speak for a while. No one does. The clearing is quiet now, except for the creak of branches, the soft rustle of the wind trying to carry away what just happened. Your hands are still curled like you're holding the bowstring. Your arms ache with the kind of pain that doesn't stop once the fighting does. You look down at your fingers. The skin is torn. There's a small splinter driven into the side of your thumb. You didn't feel it happen. You feel it now. Willett finally exhales, long and slow, like he's been holding it in since yesterday. "Didn't die," he mutters. "Didn't die, didn't miss, didn't cry. That's 3 for 3. You don't point out that he did. In fact, scream at one point. That's beside the point. Godric still hasn't said a word. He's got blood on his sleeve. You don't ask if it's his. You both decide not to know. Thane stands slowly, bow in hand, face like stone. He surveys the field, then turns away. "Burn the bodies," he says quietly. "If they're left out, others will find them. Animals, or worse." Sir Osbert gives the order a moment later, louder, as if it were his idea. Tamsin shows up with water and a sack of something to chew. She doesn't speak, but she hands you a strip of dried apple. It tastes like sweetness and rot, and everything you didn't know you missed. Aldred is crying behind a tree. He's trying not to. You give him space. Let the lad cry. He still believes this was about glory. He'll learn. The fire is built by midday. The smoke rises thick and bitter. You help carry 2 bodies. They're not heavy. That's the worst part. They feel too light, too human. The face of one is young, barely older than Aldred. There's a half-eaten biscuit in his pouch. Someone takes it out and tosses it into the fire with him. Some things shouldn't be left behind. Later, back at camp, everyone eats in silence. The stew tastes like ash. You don't finish yours. Willett falls asleep, sitting upright. Jeffrey still clutched in his fist. Godric finally speaks. "First one," he says. You nod. "Yours too." Thane sits by the fire, not looking at anyone. "Next time, don't aim high," he says, to no one in particular. "You're not shooting at trees. You're shooting at people." You lie down that night, sore in body and mind. The tent is too quiet. Your thoughts are loud. You stare at the canvas and wonder how many more times this will happen. How many arrows you'll fire before one finds its way back to you. The next morning arrives like it doesn't know what happened. The mist is back, thicker than ever, curling through the trees and hugging the tents like an old friend, trying not to ask too many questions. You wake slowly, everything aching in the same dull rhythm. Not sharp pain, just the kind that lets you know you were used like a tool and then left out in the rain. You sit up groaning, checking for bruises, scratches, new regrets. They're all there, present and accounted for. Godric is already outside, staring at nothing. He hasn't said much since yesterday. He will, eventually, but not yet. Willett is carving tiny faces into his arrows now. Helps them focus, he says, as if that explains anything. One of them has a mustache. You decide not to ask. Thane's not in camp. He disappeared before sunrise, probably walking, or hunting, or remembering something he never wanted to remember. You find your bow where you left it, wrapped in cloth, carefully leaned against your pack. It looks peaceful, almost like it didn't just help end a life. You run your fingers along it. The string is worn. You'll need a new one soon. The wax is holding, but barely. You tighten the wrap at the top. A splinter is starting to rise from the grip. You smooth it down with your thumb. The bow doesn't complain. It just waits. Tamsin serves breakfast. Boiled grains and a fried egg. Somehow. You don't ask where she got it. You just eat it. It tastes like a new start, or at least a pause. She says nothing while you eat, but she gives you an extra ladle. That's how she says, "I saw you come back." Sir Osbert calls for inspection. His voice is stronger today, less tremble, more bark. He's trying to re-establish order. You can't blame him. He saw it too. The chaos, the blood, the way the world got real too fast. Now he needs things to look like they're back under control. You stand in line with the others, shoulders straight, boots muddy, eyes ahead. He paces past, nods once. "Good," he says. "We're ready if they come again." Thane returns just before midday. He says nothing, just sets a small bundle of herbs beside the fire and sits down slowly. He smells like smoke and pine. No one asks where he went. He pulls out a stone and starts sharpening his knife again. And like that, the camp starts to breathe again. Not deep, not freely, but enough. It's strange how quickly normal comes back. Not comfort, not peace, just routine. You wake, you eat, you check your bow, you listen for orders. The fear doesn't vanish. It just moves into the background like a dull ache you've learned to walk with. The sky stays the same color as dishwater. The mist doesn't leave, and the firewood smokes more than it burns. Still, there's a rhythm again, familiar, if a little warped. Willett has gone full philosopher. "Do arrows dream?" he asks over breakfast. "And if they do, is it of flight or of finally missing?" Godric throws a stale crust at him. It hits his forehead. He looks genuinely proud. "That one was named Ethel," he says, rubbing the spot. "She'll remember this." Sir Osbert holds another drill. You go through the motions, knock, draw, loose, but your heart isn't in it. Your arms obey, but your mind is elsewhere. You keep seeing the boy with the biscuit. You keep hearing the way the forest swallowed the sounds after the last arrow flew. Even the targets look different now. Less like straw, more like memory. Thane corrects your posture once. Just a hand on your shoulder, a nudge at your elbow. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. The adjustment works. Your next arrow lands true. He nods once and moves on. Tamsin cooks turnips for supper. Again, you eat without complaint. There's something comforting about bad food made by someone who still shows up. She hums a song you don't recognize, low, slow, the kind of tune that might have been passed down through 3 lifetimes. You wonder if she even knows she's doing it. That night, the campfire feels warmer. Not because the flames are better, but because no one's trying as hard to pretend nothing happened. The silences are less tense. The jokes return, if only in fragments. Godric retells the story of Osbert falling down the hill, and this time, even Osbert chuckles, grudgingly, but honestly. You sit close to the fire, bow across your knees, staring at the way the light dances on the wood. You run your thumb over the grip again. There's a new nick in it. You don't remember when it happened. You decide to leave it. A mark is just a sign. Something was used. Like a scar. Like a story you're still learning how to tell. The next morning arrives. With bird song. Real bird song. Not just the half-hearted crow of an angry rooster, or the screech of a goose with emotional problems, but actual song. Sweet and clear. It throws everyone off. You sit up wondering if you dreamt it. Willett claims it's a sign of the world. forgiving you. Godric says it's probably just mating season. Either way, the mood is lighter. The mist is still here, but it feels thinner, more like a blanket than a shroud. You stretch. It hurts. Every part of you cracks like old firewood. Your fingers are stiff. Your shoulders feel like they belong to someone else, and your back makes a sound that shouldn't exist in nature. You're 20-something, but your joints scream like you're 70. This is the archer's gift. Strength, yes, but also slow, creeping ruin. Breakfast is bread and broth. Again, Tamsin, in her usual fashion, dumps a handful of dried herbs in and calls it a spring tonic. It tastes like she boiled a hedge. Still, it's warm, and it helps. Sir Osbert gathers you for form review. He's had a taste of command now and is trying very hard to act like a battle-hardened leader. His hair is slicked back with something that smells like goose fat and lavender. He's clearly overcompensating, but you humor him. He's trying. He demonstrates a draw, overextends, wobbles, and nearly hits himself in the nose with the bowstring. No one laughs out loud. Thane simply says, "Try again." Less poetry, more aim. The rest of the day is slow. Practice, maintenance. You rub wax into your bowstring, mend your cloak, stitch the torn bit on your bracer. Willett is now carving names onto each of his arrows, like a parent labeling school supplies. "If I die," he explains, "they'll know who was with me." You nod. It's ridiculous and weirdly touching. Thane sharpens his knife again. You've never seen it dull. You suspect he just likes the sound. He tells you out of nowhere. The thing no one tells you is that survival's just a string of half decisions that didn't go wrong. You ask him what that means. He shrugs, still figuring it out. By sunset, the fire is already going. You sit around it, warm for once, not because of heat, but because of presence. Everyone's here, tired, alive, a little quieter than before. But here, Willett passes around a flask of something that burns like dragon breath. Medicinal, he claims. You drink it. You regret it. You drink it again. And for a little while, no one talks about arrows, or war, or what it feels like to see someone fall. You just share warmth, and laughter, and a silence that finally feels safe. The days blur together now. You wake, you train, you eat, you sleep, or try to. There's still an ache in your fingers that no salve seems to touch. Your bow shoulder throbs every time you lift your arm above your head. You think about complaining, but there's no audience for it. Everyone else hurts too. Pain's just part of the rhythm now, like meals and mist and Tamsin's soup that always tastes vaguely of root cellar and disappointment. Willett has begun giving daily performance reviews to his arrows. Ethel flew straight, he mutters over lunch. Might give her a fresh fletching. Oswin curved left. Again, I think he's rebelling. Godric suggests naming one, "Don't miss," just to see if it takes the hint. You almost smile, but your lips are too dry from the wind. Sir Osbert holds another drill. He's gotten better, less shouting, more watching. He still can't string his own bow without help, but he walks the line with a steadier step. He pauses beside you, watches you draw and release, then says, "You don't flinch anymore." You blink. You hadn't realized you ever did. He walks on before you can reply. You find Thane later, standing at the edge of the clearing, looking at the sky. You ask him what he's watching. He doesn't answer right away. Then he says, "I used to aim by the clouds. Pick one. Trust the wind. Let the rest happen." You try it. You loose an arrow toward a cloud that looks like a crooked goat. It lands wide. Thane doesn't laugh. "Wrong goat," he said. That night, Tamsin surprises everyone with honeyed bread. Just a little, just enough to taste. The camp pauses as one like a spell's been cast. You chew slowly, carefully, reverently. It's the best thing you've eaten in weeks. Willet cries a little. No one says anything. The fire is warm. The moon is low. The woods are quiet. You sit with your bow across your knees, running your fingers along the wood like you're learning it all over again. You think about the first time you held it. How heavy it felt. How much you hated it, and how now. It's the one thing in this camp you trust with your life. You lie back and look up. The stars are clear tonight. A rare gift. You pick one, name it after your best arrow. You don't say it aloud, but you feel it, something close to peace. The days are longer now, not warmer, just stretched. The sun lingers like it's unsure where else to go, casting long shadows over the ridge and turning the mud to clay. By midday, you start to sweat more. Your tunic sticks to your back like regret. The ache in your bow arm never leaves anymore. It simply changes shape. You roll your shoulder in slow, quiet circles when no one's looking. You tell yourself it's fine. It isn't, but it's familiar. Willet has taken to whispering to the trees. He swears one of them is listening. That elm knows things. He mutters. Deep things. Old roots. Godric humors him by nodding sagely and offering bark as tribute. You half expect the tree to respond at this point. Camp logic is flexible. Your bow has become a second limb. You sleep with it nearby, just within reach. Not out of fear, out of habit. It's something to press your hand against when you wake from strange dreams. The kind filled with arrows flying too slow and enemies moving too fast. You don't remember them clearly, just the feeling of being unready, of being watched. Sir, Osbert drills you all again, this time in formation. He walks you through fire and fallback patterns, like he's teaching choreography. You're surprised to find it works. When the volley is timed right, it sounds like thunder, arrows falling in waves. There's something beautiful in it. Brief, precise, powerful. Osbert sees it too. He doesn't smile, but he looks less like a boy playing dress-up and more like someone who's learning to lead by doing. Thane begins teaching Willet how to make arrowheads from scrap iron. It goes poorly. There are burns. There is cursing. But by the end of the day, one of Willet's creations vaguely resembles a point. She'll be called Mildred, he says. She looks dependable. That night, you sit by the fire, cleaning your bow. You rub beeswax into the string. Smooth your fingers over the grip. Test the tension with your thumb. You speak to it softly, barely above a breath. Not words, just sounds. Like the way you'd hum to a restless animal. And for the first time you realize you've stopped hating it. This weapon that once felt like punishment now feels like memory of practice, of sweat, of shared silence, of breath held, then released. You lie down with the faint scent of wood smoke in your hair and the bow across your chest. You're not relaxed, but you're ready. Morning finds you already awake, not from noise or fear, just habit. Your eyes open before the light fully arrives. You lie there a while, staring at the roof of the tent, tracing the same stain that looks vaguely like a chicken riding a horse. It's become your morning ritual. You think of it as a blessing, or a warning, or both. You sit up slow. Your back creaks. Your knees offer a protest. The usual. Willet is outside, brewing something he insists is tea. It smells like pine needles and punishment. It's restorative, he claims. The trees gave it freely. You take a sip. It tastes like wet bark and regret. The trees want me dead, you whisper. He nods solemnly. That means it's working. Godric sharpens his blade with more focus than usual. He's quiet again, but not distant. Just thoughtful. He's been carving notches into his bow for every clean shot he's made. You ask how many, he shrugs. Just the ones that felt right. You don't ask what right means. You suspect it changes. Sir Osbert has developed a limp, not from battle, but from slipping in the latrine trench. The camp won't let him forget it. Thane tells the story nightly, each time with more dramatic flair. And then splat. His noble backside met the vengeance of gravity. Aldred laughs so hard he falls over. Osbert doesn't even try to stop it now. That, more than anything, shows growth. The day's training is lighter. Half draws, stance correction, breathing drills. Thane runs it himself, while Osbert watches, arms crossed, trying to look in charge. You listen more now. Thane's advice lands differently than before. It's not just about form anymore. It's about feeling, about knowing the bow, not just using it. Afterward, you and Willett walk to the tree line to gather more kindling. He talks about dreams again, this time one where he turned into an arrow mid-flight. It was peaceful, he says, right up until I hit something. You glance sideways at him. A target, a cabbage cart, he says. Exploded everywhere. You nod. Symbolic. He nods back. Exactly. That night, you find yourself humming one of Tamsin's old songs while cleaning your gear. You don't remember the words, just the tune. It loops quietly in your head, steady as the pull of a bowstring. Across the fire, Godric whittles, Willett, sketches arrow names into the dirt. Thane sharpens. Osbert tries to write in his journal, while Aldred braids his hair. You watch the fire. You feel your hands. You breathe. And for the first time, you wonder what life might feel like when the war finally ends. You don't remember when it stopped feeling strange to call yourself an archer. At first, the bow was just a thing you held, awkward, heavy, unkind. Then it became something you trained with, something you feared. And now, without really meaning to, it's become something else. Not an extension of you exactly, but maybe a mirror, something that reflects the shape of who you're becoming. Today is slow, a rest day, if such a thing exists. No drills, no orders, just the quiet work that keeps a camp from unraveling. Mending gear, cleaning blades, re-waxing strings. Gadrick spends the morning patching a hole in his boot using thread made from horsehair and pure stubbornness. Willett is reorganizing his arrows alphabetically, claiming that efficiency saves lives. You point out that most of them are named things like Greg and Lefty. He nods. Exactly. Thane is quiet today. He's sitting by the fire, carving something from a bit of oak, not a weapon. Something smaller. You can't quite tell what it is yet. He works with slow, careful movements, as if the wood remembers more than he does. You sit near him, not to ask questions, just to be close to the quiet. Some silences are worth sharing. Sir Osbert holds a short inspection, more out of habit than need. He's still limping slightly. He hides it better now. There's less distance between him and the rest of you lately. He asks how your bowstring is holding. You say fine. He offers you a replacement, just in case. You accept. He nods. No speeches. Just the shared knowledge that one small failure can change everything. The evening comes gentle. Tamsin makes something sweet. Honey and oats, baked into something that doesn't quite hold its shape, but still tastes like comfort. She says nothing, just passes out the portions with her usual scowl. But her hands linger a little longer than usual when she places yours in your palm. You sit by the fire the same way you always do, but tonight you feel heavier, not in body, in thought. You stare at the embers and wonder, when did surviving start to feel like something more than luck? And then Thane holds out what he was carving. It's a small figure, rough, simple, a person with a bow. No detail, just shape. just truth. Thought you might want it, he says. You take it, it fits in your hand like it's been waiting for you, and you understand that this ache, this effort, this quiet firelight isn't just survival anymore. It's identity. The figure Thane gave you stays in your pocket. You don't think about it much, but you find your fingers drifting to it now and then, when you're waiting for orders or watching smoke rise from damp wood, or lying awake trying to stretch your spine into a shape that doesn't feel like a punishment. It's smooth in some places, sharp in others. Just like you, really. A little worn. Still standing. The weather turns colder again. A mean wind cuts through camp just after dawn, sharp enough to wake even Willett without warning. He emerges from the tent swaddled in 2 cloaks and a horse blanket, looking like an angry bishop. If I freeze to death, put my best arrow in my hand, he declares, teeth chattering. Send me off with some dignity. Godric throws him a lump of bread. It bounces off his head. No one speaks of it again. Today's training is with moving targets, ropes strung between trees, with sacks swinging from them. You've done it before, but Thane's added a twist. Shoot from cover. Real trees, real brush, not just to hit, but to hide. He calls it learning how to be invisible, with teeth. It's harder than it sounds. Your cloak snags on branches. Your quiver makes too much noise. You miss the first 2 shots. You don't miss the third. Sir Osbert watches from a distance, arms crossed, expression unreadable. He doesn't interrupt. He's learning too. You see it in the way he nods after each volley, not with pride, but with understanding, like someone finally realizing what they've asked of you. By midday, your hands are numb and your stomach's louder than Willett. Tamsin brings out a pot of something thick and yellow. You don't ask, you just eat. It tastes like lentils, maybe, or regret. Willett adds salt from a pouch he insists was blessed by a traveling monk. You're pretty sure it's just dirt, but it helps. In the afternoon, Godric shares an old story, not of war, but of his mother, how she taught him to tie knots, while she made fishing nets. He still ties his bowstrings the same way. If it held a carp, it'll hold a shot, he says. You nod. That makes as much sense as anything else out here. That night, you sit by the fire longer than usual. No one's talking, just sitting, breathing, listening. Someone's humming again. Might be Tamsin, might be the wind. You hold the carved figure in your hand and turn it once in your palm, and without thinking, you whisper a name to it. Not your own, but the one you hope you're becoming. The morning is still, too still, the kind of quiet that makes people speak in half voices and walk a little softer. The mist hasn't lifted, and the air has that strange weight to it, like the sky is waiting for something, but won't say what. Even Willett seems subdued. His usual stream of nonsense reduced to a low mumble about arrow balance and wind spirits. You check your bow without needing to. It's fine. You check again anyway. Tamsin brings out porridge that's thinner than usual. Supplies are running low. You can taste it in the food, feel it in the way she lingers a little longer when handing out bowls, like she's measuring each scoop in memory as well as weight. There'll be roots by week's end, she mutters. If no one eats him first. She glares at Willett. He nods solemnly. I would never rob a root of its destiny. Sir Osbert calls for readiness. Not drills, readiness. That's how you know something's coming. He doesn't elaborate, just walks the camp, checking weapons, counting arrows, asking the sort of questions that have no comforting answers. If we move before dawn, who can carry the water? If we're split, who takes the ridgeline? He's not bluffing. Not anymore. Thane gathers the archers that afternoon for what he calls final checks. No one asks what that means. You all know. He moves down the line, adjusting posture, checking bows, tapping shoulders like blessings. When he reaches you, he pauses, looks you over. You've stopped bracing your shot, he says. You hadn't noticed. He smiles faintly. Good. That means you trust it now. The sun doesn't so much set as disappear. One moment, it's there. The next, it's gone. The sky bleeds gray into black. You sit with Godric and Willett near the fire, each of you lost in thought. Willett sharpens an arrowhead that's already sharp. Godric hums a low tune. You hold your bow and listen to the sounds of the camp winding down. Tamsin hands out broth, herbs, garlic, and whatever else she could find. It tastes like someone tried. That alone makes it better than most. You thank her this time. She nods. That's all. Before sleep, you walk the edge of camp, just like Thane does. You stop near the tree line, stare out into the dark. You don't see anything, but you feel something. Not fear, not exactly. More like the weight of the next arrow before it's ever been loosed. You wake before the light again, but this time the camp is already stirring. Boots scuff softly against frost-hardened ground. Cloaks shift, breath curls in the air like smoke. No one says it out loud, but you all feel it. The edge of something, the closeness of a moment that hasn't arrived but already belongs to you. You dress slowly, fingers stiff. Every buckle and strap feels heavier today, as if your gear knows where it's going before you do. Willett hands you a fresh arrow. This one's called Hope, he says, with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Or Harold. Honestly, I forgot. You tuck it into your quiver without asking which. There's something comforting about not knowing. Godric doesn't speak. He just sits by the fire, sharpening a knife that doesn't need sharpening. Tamsin gives him a piece of bread that's mostly crust. He takes it like it's gold. Thane stands near the supply cart, checking the packs himself. Osbert is nowhere to be seen yet. That's not a surprise. Leaders don't always rise as early as the weight they place on others. By mid-morning, the command comes. You move out, South Ridge. No battle yet. Just a watch. Just presence. But it's enough to thin the air. You march in silence through low brush, bows slung across your backs, arrows clinking gently like quiet warnings. Willett tries a joke halfway there, something about squirrels forming a union. No one laughs, but no one asks him to stop either. The ridge is steep, and the wind harsher at the top. You take position behind a line of brambles, half hidden, half exposed. Thane moves among you like smoke, correcting foot placement, adjusting angles, whispering to the wind more than the people. You crouch low, eyes scanning the tree line. There's nothing yet, just leaves. But you stay ready. That's what archers do. You're not the first strike. You're the quiet breath before one. Hours pass. You stretch, you wait. You shift your weight to ease the ache in your knees. You eat a crust of bread. You count your arrows. Again, each one has a different feel now. They're not just tools. They're possibilities, promises, maybe even prayers. As the sun begins to dip, Thane crouches beside you. If they come, he says, you don't think, you just breathe. You loose the first one like it's part of your body. The rest will follow. You nod, and you wait. The sky darkens slowly, like it's unsure how this evening should end. Clouds roll low, pulling the light with them. The ridge holds quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through dry leaves and the soft shift of bodies trying not to be seen. You sit in a crouch that your thighs hate and your instincts trust. One arrow rests loosely in your hand. You haven't drawn yet, but it's close. It's always close now. Godric stands a few feet away, unmoving, eyes fixed on the far tree line. He hasn't spoken in an hour. Willett sits beside you, chewing something leathery and pretending it's food. If this turns out to be nothing, he whispers. I'm naming my next arrow disappointment. You glance sideways. You already named one that. He nods solemnly. And it missed. Then moves along the line again. No orders, just presence. He passes you, rests a hand briefly on your shoulder, and moves on. That one touch does more than any speech. You don't even need to look at him to know what it means. Steady. Sir Osbert finally joins you near dusk. He looks tired, his armor scratched, his gloves worn, but he holds his bow right, and his jaw is set. No performance today. Just a man with something to protect. He crouches beside Aldred and speaks to him so softly, the wind steals half the words. You catch enough. You don't have to be brave, just useful. The trees ahead remain still. No sign, no motion. But your body's already halfway drawn. Your muscles coiled like rope soaked in cold water. You're not sure whether you want something to come or want it to stay quiet forever. Both feel dangerous. Both feel real. As darkness falls, you ease back slightly. Thane signals a slow shift. Rotate watch, 2 rest, 2 stay. You move down the line and settle behind a fallen log, wrapped in your cloak, eyes still sharp. Your hands never stray far from the string. Sleep isn't expected, just stillness. You lie back, stare at the stars that begin to peek through the clouds. And in that strange space between readiness and rest, you realize something that surprises you. You're not afraid anymore. You're ready. The night stretches on, longer than it should. Time begins to lose its shape. Minutes become vague, rubbery things. The stars shift overhead in slow procession, and the cold creeps into every seam of your cloak like it's been waiting all day for this moment. You're not shivering anymore. You passed that stage an hour ago. Now you're just cold, deep, steady, unshakable cold. You lie still, one eye on the trees, the other somewhere far away. You think about home, if you had one, a roof that didn't leak, a fire that didn't have to be begged into life, a bed that wasn't shared with mice and the occasional confused chicken. You think about that innkeeper's daughter you met in Dunweather, the one who smelled like baked pears and had a laugh that cut through tavern noise like a clean blade. You think about the fact that you never told her your name. Willett stirs beside you. Not asleep, but not awake either. He's mumbling again, something about arrows that glow in the dark. You don't interrupt. Dreams are sacred out here, especially the harmless ones. Godric's on second watch. You hear him walking slow, quiet circles. A man shaped by routine. He never needed to talk much. His presence speaks louder than most people's words. You hear the occasional soft tap of his boot against root, then the faint drag of his fingers along bark, keeping himself tethered to the world. Aldred takes a shift too. Osbert finally trusts him enough to stand the line, bow in hand, back straight as he can manage. You don't envy him. First watches are always the worst. The bow feels heavier. The dark feels louder. You remember your first time. You missed everything you aimed at and tripped over your own quiver. No one laughed then. Everyone had once done the same. Thane hasn't moved. He's somewhere near the edge, eyes on the horizon. You suspect he doesn't sleep anymore. Not like the rest of you. Maybe he forgot how. Or maybe the part of him that knew how to rest was left behind, buried in some field he never talks about. And you still lying there, still holding your bow like a promise, realize something else. This silence you once feared, you've learned to live inside it. And maybe that's what it means to be an archer. Not just to shoot, but to wait, to see before others do, to know without question when it's time to rise. Dawn doesn't arrive with light. It arrives with ache. Your joints feel like someone replaced them with cold iron hinges. Your eyes burn. Your breath fogs before you. But you're awake. Not rested, just awake. the kind of awareness that lives in your bones, not your brain. You sit up slowly, cloak stiff with frost, and listen. Still no sound from the woods, but the silence has changed. It's tighter now, less passive, more listening back. Godric hands you a strip of dried meat. Doesn't say anything, doesn't need to. You chew it like it's a chore. Willett wakes with a sound like a broken kettle, and immediately starts muttering about dreams where arrows could talk, and one of them had a French accent. You pat him on the back. He sneezes. That one was named Bertrand. He mumbles, still half asleep. Osbert gathers the watch. His face is pale, his eyes shadowed, but his voice is steady. Movement in the woods, he says. Just a flicker. Could be nothing. He looks at Thane. Thane doesn't reply, but his hand rests on his bow in a way that answers more than words. We stay sharp, Osbert adds. No panicking, no noise. If they're watching, let them keep wondering. You return to the ridge. Everything feels closer now. The trees, the breath of the earth, even your heartbeat. You press your hand to the ground, out of instinct. Cold, still, but not empty. You check your arrows. Each one familiar. Willett's labels have begun to fade, worn down by handling, by weather, by time. He looks at you and says, "If I die today, tell Tamsin she still owes me a decent meal." You nod. "I'll carve it on your grave. Make it rhyme." He adds, "I want gravitas." Godric sharpens his dagger without looking down. His motions are slow, steady, almost meditative. You realize it's not about the blade anymore. It's a way of breathing, of staying present. Thane teaches without teaching. Godric listens without asking. Willett survives by talking. You just keep watching. The sun breaks through the trees in streaks. It hits your bow, catching the grain of the yew wood, the marks, the polish. You run your thumb across it. It's no longer just a weapon. It's a story, a ledger, a witness. And today, it might need to speak again. There's a stillness now that doesn't feel natural. It's not calm. It's not peace. It's pause. The kind that comes just before a storm breaks or a branch snaps under a foot that shouldn't be there. You feel it in your chest first, like your breath doesn't want to leave your body. Then in your shoulders, which pull tight without instruction. And finally in your fingers, twitching near the quiver before your brain has even caught up. Willett stops mid-sentence. That alone is alarming. He narrows his eyes toward the tray line. "Anyone else feel that?" he whispers. Godric nods once, never breaking gaze. Thane doesn't say a word, but he's already moving. One slow step forward, knees bent, hand hovering above his bow, like it might jump into action on its own. You follow his line of sight. Nothing moves, but something's there. You don't know how. You just know. The trees aren't swaying. The birds have gone. Even the wind has taken cover. It's like the whole forest is holding its breath. Osbert signals for silence. You were already there. He steps up beside Thane, eyes scanning, jaw tight. "How many?" he asks, quietly. Thane tilts his head. Hard to say, but not one. That's all he says. That's all anyone needs. You lower to one knee, arrow knocked, but not drawn. You listen, not for footsteps. That would be too easy. You listen for change, for broken rhythm, for the shift of weight that comes when a man thinks he's still alone, but isn't. A shape. Far left. Too fast for a deer, too upright. Another closer, then gone. Willett sees it too. "Oh no," he breathes. "Bertrand's not ready for this." Osbert draws his bow. You draw yours. All across the ridge, the motion is mirrored like breath in a single body. No signal this time, no barked order, just instinct. just shared experience. An arrow cuts the air, vanishes into trees. A cry answers, sharp, human. Another shape bolts through the brush. More arrows follow. The ridge is alive now, not chaotic, not wild, just ready, just sharp. They charge the edge, but hesitate. They weren't expecting resistance, that much is clear. Bandits, likely, or mercs who thought bows meant weakness. They learned otherwise fast. You don't chase, you hold position. Archers don't run forward, you stay, you watch. You become the warning no one sees until it's too late. And in the lull that follows, with your chest rising fast and your bowstring trembling slightly, you realize they thought you were just villagers with sticks. They were wrong. The trees go still again. Whatever they were, scouts, raiders, reckless fools, they're gone now. Vanished back into the woodline like shadows slipping beneath a door. But no one lowers their bow. Not yet. Not even Thane, because every archer knows it's not the first charge that breaks you. It's the second, right after you think you're safe. Willett lets out a long breath. That went better than expected. He looks at you, eyes wide. I think Jeffrey took someone in the thigh. He's always had a dramatic streak. Godric snorts softly and wipes his blade on his cloak. You all know this might not be over, but for now it's a breath you can take. Thane steps forward, scanning the tray line again, his bow still half drawn. They were testing the line, he mutters, looking for the weak spot. He turns, eyes narrowing. They didn't find it. Osbert lowers his weapon, exhaling like he's just surfaced from underwater. No casualties? He asks. Aldred, pale but upright, nods. We're all here. Osbert nods once, and the tightness in his face eases for just a moment. You shift your stance, finally letting your knees unlock. The ground is softer than you remembered. Your boots sink slightly in the moss. You look down and realize your hands haven't stopped shaking. Not from fear, from tension. From how hard you gripped the bow. You flex your fingers, one at a time. The familiar sting of pulled skin and worn calluses greets you, like an old friend. Thane walks past, claps you once on the back. It's not a gesture of congratulations. It's acknowledgement. You held the line. That's all that matters. As the sun climbs higher, the mist burns off the ridge. Light spills through the trees, painting gold across the leaves and broken branches. It feels wrong, almost too beautiful for a morning that nearly turned bloody, but maybe that's the point. Even danger has to share the sky with grace. Tamsin appears with water and bread. No stew, no bitter tea, just quiet food, and the look she gives each of you. The kind that doesn't ask what happened, but makes it clear she knows. You take the bread, chew slowly. Every bite reminds you you're still here. Willett flops onto a patch of grass and stares at the sky. If I live through this, he says, I'm opening a bakery, one that sells nothing but bread shaped like arrows, for poetic reasons. You don't tell him that's a terrible idea. You just say, I'd buy one. Because sometimes, staying alive deserves a ridiculous dream. By mid-afternoon, the ridge is quiet again. No more movement, no more voices in the trees. Just the low rustle of wind brushing through the grass, and the sound of people breathing like they've only now remembered how. The watch is doubled, and no one complains. Everyone knows it's not over. It's just paused. And pauses are precious things when you live by the draw of a bow. You sit beneath a bent tree, your back pressed against the bark, your quiver beside you. The carved figure from Thane is in your hand again. You've started carrying it without thinking, not as a charm, not as a superstition, just something to hold, something real, something that doesn't expect anything from you but presence. Willet naps beside a log, hat over his face, arrows fanned out like a strange, warlike flower. Godric is checking bowstrings for wear, his expression unreadable. He does this after every fight, an old habit from a younger man who saw a bow snap mid-battle and never forgot the sound. Osbert paces near the tray line, not giving orders, not posturing, just walking, maybe thinking, maybe realizing that being in charge means being afraid for more than just yourself. Thane sits by the fire, sharpening a new arrowhead. His hands never stop, even when his mind is miles away. The sun hits the side of his face, tracing the lines that weren't there a year ago. You wonder how long he's carried this weight, how many camps, how many young faces that didn't get to grow old. Tamsin brings water in a dented tin cup and presses it into your hand without a word. Her fingers brush yours for a moment. Calloused, warm, brief, then she moves on. That's all you need. You drink, it tastes like cold stone and something cleaner than you expected. The light stretches out, golden now. Long shadows trail across the ridge. You string your bow again, just to feel the pull. It bites into your fingers, and you welcome it. It tells you you're still capable, still ready. You lean your head back and look at the sky. One cloud looks like a horse, another like a fist. You try not to assign meaning, but it's hard not to when you've lived long enough with symbols, when every arrow becomes a name, every scar a story, and every silence earned. Evening settles like a blanket, low and gentle, no alarms, no shouts, just the slow, grateful kind of quiet that seeps into the joints and smooths the sharp corners of the day. You've removed your boots, your toes finally breathe. The fire is low but steady, and for the first time in what feels like weeks, the smoke rises, straight, instead of clinging to everyone's cloaks like a judgment. You lean against a log and watch the flames. They don't dance, they breathe. Tamsin's made something that smells like lentils and thyme. Willett calls it victory stew. Thane calls it hot disappointment. You call it dinner and eat 2 bowls. It tastes better than anything has a right to out here. Maybe because you're eating it warm with both hands still attached. Godric sits sharpening a broken arrow shaft. Not to fix it, just to do something. Osbert finally takes off his helmet and hands it to Aldred without a word. His hair is flattened on one side. He scratches at his jaw and says nothing. That silence earns him more respect than any speech ever has. Willett, revived by food and sleep, begins composing an epic ballad about the Battle of the Rustling Trees, starring his arrow Bertrand and an unnamed goose that may or may not have been involved. Thane hums in the background, eyes closed, somehow asleep and alert at the same time. You think he dreams in formation drills. Your bow rests beside you, unstrung, warm from the fire. You pick it up briefly, run your fingers along the grain. You know it now. Every curve, every notch, every slight shift in tension when the air is wet. It's not a weapon, not really. It's a ritual, a partner, a truth you hold in your hands when words don't work. The stars come out in clusters. You lie back on the ground, arms folded behind your head, watching them shift slowly above the treetops. It's quiet now, not the scary kind, the earned kind, the kind that wraps around your ribs and says, you did what had to be done. No glory, no parade, just survival, shared, steady, enough. And in that stillness, with the fire whispering and your limbs too tired to argue with gravity, you think, this might not be the life you wanted. But somehow, it's become the one you understand. The fire has burned down to coals, glowing like small stars on the ground. You're still lying on your back, eyes open, not asleep, but not fully awake either. Somewhere between, somewhere good. The kind of place where thoughts drift in and out like smoke and nothing demands to be solved. The kind of quiet you stop noticing until you lose it. Willet is snoring softly a few feet away, curled around his quiver like it's a childhood toy. Godric's blanket has slipped off his shoulder. You toss it back over him without waking him. Tamsin has long since retreated to her tent, though not before making sure everyone had something warm in their stomachs. You think she pretends not to care so no one sees how much she does. Your fingers find the carved figure again in your pocket. Still smooth, still solid. You roll it between your thumb and forefinger. It reminds you of something you're not ready to put into words. Maybe someday. The night is cool, but not cruel. The stars are sharp. The kind of stars that remind you how small everything is, how short the arrow's flight really is, even when it feels endless. You wonder briefly how many people are looking at the same sky right now. How many of them are soldiers, archers, dreamers. How many of them have names for their arrows and bruises they don't talk about. You reach for your bow, not to use it, just to feel the weight. It's heavier at night, not physically, but it carries the day. It carries the memory of tension, of aim, of breath, held and let go. You hold it across your chest like a question that's already been answered. Thane sits up nearby. He hadn't been asleep, just quiet. He looks at the sky, then over at you. Still awake? You nod. He doesn't say anything else. Just pulls his cloak tighter and settles back again. That's the thing about Thane. He says more in silence than most people do with speeches. You close your eyes, but not to sleep. Just to listen better. To the fire, to the breath of the trees, to the small hum inside your ribs that says, I'm still here, still breathing, still aiming, even in the dark. Most of the camp is asleep now. The kind of deep, hard sleep that only comes after a day that used every part of you. Boughs rest beside beds. Boots sit in muddy rows near tent flaps. Arrows are bundled like bundles of wheat, laid carefully across packs and crates, waiting for morning like everyone else. The only light is the faint red pulse of the fire's last coals, like the heartbeat of the ground itself. You don't want to sleep. Not yet. Not because of fear, but because you know how rare a night like this is, when nothing hurts quite enough to pull you under, and nothing waits outside the trees with a blade in hand. Just stillness, the kind that makes you feel like you've stepped outside of time for a little while. You walk quietly through the edge of camp, your bow slung across your back, the figure from Thane still warm in your palm. You stop near the old cart by the ridge, the one with the wheel that squeaks when it's rolled too fast. From here you can see the tray line. Just shadows now. Familiar, tamed by light and routine. You listen, nothing, and yet everything. Godric shifts in his sleep, murmurs something, then goes quiet again. Willet snorts himself awake, looks around, mutters, "Oh, I'm still alive," and goes right back to snoring. You smile barely. A twitch at the corner of your mouth. It's more than enough. You remember your first day here. You couldn't even hold your bow steady. You thought the archers looked like something out of a storybook. Serious, silent, sharp. And now you're one of them. Not because you became strong, but because you stayed. Because you kept drawing the bow even when it hurt. Because you missed and came back again the next day. Because you listened, learned, watched, waited. And through it all, the bow didn't judge. It didn't forgive. It just asked, "Are you ready?" You stand there for a while longer. The cold brushes your face, not biting, just reminding you it's there. You breathe in slow, let it out slower. The figure in your palm feels steady. You tuck it away. And when you lie down again, pulling your cloak up to your chin, you don't even notice when you fall asleep. The sun creeps in slow, almost apologetically. Not bright, not warm, just enough to peel back the dark and let the shapes of the world return. You open your eyes without rush. There's no horn, no shouting, no immediate sense of threat, just birdsong and the quiet clatter of someone stirring the fire back to life. You stay still for a few minutes, eyes open, watching smoke curl upward through the tent flap like it's stretching. Willett is already up, of course. He's crouched beside the fire with 2 sticks and an expression of intense disappointment. They refuse to spark. He says solemnly, "I think they've unionized." Godric appears behind him and lights it in one strike. Willett gasps. Witchcraft. He's ignored. You rise slowly. Your back cracks. Your shoulders complain. Your thighs whisper rude things. But you're upright. You're moving. That counts for something. You splash cold water on your face from the barrel, blink at the world through dripping lashes, and suddenly the trees look a little sharper. The breeze carries the scent of pine and ash. It smells like a place you've spent too long in to ever fully leave behind. Tamsin hands you a cup of something hot. You don't ask what's in it. You just drink. It burns a little, heals more. She nods once when she sees your hand trembling, then says nothing. That's the closest she comes to comfort, and it lands better than most words ever could. Osbert checks the perimeter, murmuring with Aldred, who's got a new cut on his cheek, but a steadier grip on his bow. He's learning, not from books, from days like these. You remember when your hands looked like his, unscarred, uncertain, still soft around the edges. You sit with your bow across your lap. You unstring it, check the limbs, test the flex. Every notch and nick means something now. You run your fingers over the grain and remember the places it's been, the ridge, the drill line, the nights when it rested beside you like a second spine. It's not just wood and string anymore. It's a record, a history. Thane walks past, tosses you a new wax cloth. You dries fast. He says, "Don't let it forget who takes care of it." Then he keeps walking. You nod, quietly grateful. You think, for a long moment, that maybe this is what survival becomes after a while. Not escape, not ease, just the building of a life around the thing that almost broke you. And if that life happens to include Willett trying to teach squirrels archery, well, you've seen worse. The day passes without event, which almost feels suspicious. You train a little, not hard, just enough to keep your hands honest and your arms from stiffening. Thane has you shoot at a stump with 3 knots in it, calling them head, heart, and habit. You hit 2. He says nothing, just grunts once, which might be approval or indigestion. With Thane, it's hard to tell. Willett's in a rare, quiet mood. He's sitting cross-legged, with his arrows spread out like a deck of cards, rearranging them by vibe. You ask if that's tactical. He says, "Absolutely not." Then goes back to humming. Godric spends the morning fixing his boot again, muttering about heel seams and poor craftsmanship. You sit beside him and help thread the cord through the leather. It's strange how natural that feels now, like fixing what breaks is as much a part of being an archer as pulling a bowstring. Tamsin has made something with peas in it. You don't ask what else is in there. The texture is vague, but it fills you. That's enough. She pats your shoulder once when you bring the bowl back. Not too hard, just enough to say, "I saw you." The sun begins to dip. The camp readies for another quiet night. You help Willett set up extra kindling and stack fresh arrows near the edge of the ridge, just in case. No one's expecting anything, but no one trusts the silence either. You take comfort in the preparation, not because you want to fight, but because being unready is worse than being afraid. You find yourself alone for a while, walking the edge of the tree line with your bow across your back, and your eyes soft from the way the light hits the grass. You think about everything you've done to make it here. Every miss, every bruise, every breath you had to remind yourself to take. And you realize something. You haven't just learned to shoot, you've learned to see, to notice the things most people pass by. The way the air changes when something's wrong, the weight of a shadow that doesn't belong, the quiet in someone's voice before they say they're fine. You sit near a rock and close your eyes for a moment. You don't sleep, but you rest, because tonight there's nothing chasing you. And that, in itself, is a kind of victory. The stars come out slowly, like old friends who aren't quite sure if they're welcome. You lie back on the earth, cloak wrapped tight around your shoulders, your bow within arm's reach, even though nothing stirs beyond the ridge. It's just habit now, keeping it close, like you'd miss a part of yourself if it weren't there beside you, catching the same moonlight, breathing the same cool air. The fire crackles low. Godric pokes at it with a stick, not because it needs it, but because it keeps his hands busy. He says something under his breath about the shape of the flames. You don't catch the words, but you nod anyway. You understand. Willett has drifted off mid-story, chin tucked to his chest, one hand still resting on a half-named arrow he'll forget about by morning. Thane sharpens, always sharpening. You wonder if he's ever tried just letting a blade be dull for a day. Probably not. But you wouldn't ask. Tamsin sits on an overturned bucket, sipping from a dented tin. She's watching everyone without watching. Her gaze moves like a mother's might, sharp, unspoken, tired. You think she must have known 100 camps like this? 100 cold fires, 100 ragged men with good intentions and poor aim. Someone hums. It might be Aldred. He's taken to carving something too. A little hoarse, you think. Rough, wobbly-legged, but he keeps at it. A small act of defiance against everything that wants to turn people into ash. And order. You close your eyes, just for a moment, not to sleep, just to listen. There's the wind in the trees, the distant creak of the cart, the sighs of people pretending they're not scared anymore. And beneath all of that is quiet, not silence, but quiet, the kind that feels earned, the kind that holds you like a warm stone. You roll onto your side, cloak bundled under your head. You rest your hand on your bow, not for protection, not even for comfort, just because it's part of you now, like a scar that no longer stings. And just before sleep reaches you, soft and slow, you whisper to no one in particular. I think I might finally be good at this. No one answers, but the stars blink gently in return. The night fades quietly. No fanfare, no trumpet of birds. Just a gentle brightening of the sky, the slow retreat of stars, and the faintest touch of warmth on your cheek as the first light brushes the camp. You wake without being called, your body moving before your mind fully catches up. You sit up, slow, no rush. No reason to rush. Not today. Willett is already up, somehow, poking at the remains of the fire with a stick and humming to himself like a man who just remembered he has no idea how to start a fire properly. Godric hands him flint without speaking. He lights it on the third strike. Both men nod, as if they've just solved something ancient. You stretch. Your spine protests. Your shoulders click, but it's all part of the rhythm now. Thane passes by, and you catch a rare thing, a quiet smile, small, almost missed, but real. He glances at your bow, then at you, and simply says, "You've kept it straight." It's a compliment, a rare one. You hold onto it like warmth in your pocket. Tamsin is already brewing something hot and questionable in the battered pot. You don't ask. You never do. It smells like bark and defiance. You sip it anyway. It helps. She offers you a heel of bread, that's more crust than loaf, but it crunches like satisfaction. Osbert calls for nothing. No drill, no lecture. He walks the edge of camp with Aldred, pointing to tracks in the dirt, showing him how to read the land like a book written in soft ink. It's the kind of lesson that sticks, not because it's shouted, but because it's shared. You walk down to the ridge alone. Just for a minute. The trees beyond still hold shadows, but none of them move. You feel the earth firm beneath your boots, the wind against your cheek. You draw your bow once, not to fire, just to feel the pull, the curve, the stretch of memory along your arms. You remember what it felt like to be new to this, to hold the bow with uncertain hands, to dread the first shot, to wonder if you belonged here. And now? Now it feels like you've always known this rhythm. Breathe, knock, draw, release. Wait, not just a method, a mindset. You turn back toward camp, bow still in hand, and take one last look at the trees. You don't feel fear. You feel ready. The morning moves on, without hurry. Tasks unfold like well-worn habits, gear checked, arrows counted, boots aired by the fire, if the sun is out long enough to matter. It's the kind of day that feels ordinary, but it isn't. You feel it in your bones. Something has shifted, not in the world, in you. You sit beside the cart with Willett, sharing a piece of overly dry bread that cracks like flint between your teeth. Do you think anyone ever likes this life? He asks, chewing slowly. Like truly enjoys it? You think for a moment, then shake your head. No, you say, but I think some of us need it more than we admit. He nods as if that makes sense. That's probably worse, he mutters, but I see your point. Godric is polishing arrowheads, not because they need it, but because still hands feel wrong now. Tempson is humming again as she washes her pot in a stream you didn't even know ran nearby. She's humming the same song you heard weeks ago. It's grown on you. It sounds like something your memory forgot, but your bones remember. You look at your bow again, the same one you cursed in the first week, the one that bit your fingers, bruised your shoulder, cracked your pride. It's been with you through every failed shot, every hit, every breath held in a moment you couldn't afford to miss. You run your thumb along the grip, you feel the grooves where your fingers have worn down the grain. It's not a symbol. It's a truth that you endured, that you showed up, that you became something no one ever trains for. Steady. Osbert kneels beside a fallen tree, helping Aldred adjust the tension in his bowstring. He doesn't correct, he guides, and that somehow says more about growth than any battle. Thane walks past, carrying a bundle of fletched shafts. Camp's quieter, he says without stopping. Feels earned. You nod. You feel the same. Less like peace, more like rest. The difference is subtle, but it matters. You sit by the fire that night and say little, but inside, everything is loud. Not in volume, in clarity. You know now what it means to hold, to wait, to aim, not just with your eyes, but with your entire being. And when Willett asks, half serious, half yawning, would you do it again? You don't answer. You just draw your bow in the dark, hold it for a second, perfectly balanced, and smile. The night wraps the camp gently, like an old cloak pulled across weary shoulders. No alarms, no movement in the woods. Just the pop and sigh of the fire and the rhythmic breath of people who finally let themselves fall into sleep without one eye open. You're not sleeping yet. You're sitting a little ways off, back against the same crooked tree you leaned on that first week, the one that seemed too uncomfortable to rest against. It doesn't feel that way anymore. You unstring your bow carefully. The string slips free, like a sigh. You wipe it down, wrap it in waxed cloth, and tuck it away in the small pouch Thane gave you. Good strings save bad days, he once said, but only if you treat them right. The way he says things, like they apply to more than just archery. You've started to notice that Willett is already snoring, a feather sticking out of his hair, like he fought and lost to a chicken. Godric's rolled himself so tightly in his cloak, you can barely tell he's human. Haldred talks in his sleep, quiet murmurs about flour and horses. You're not sure what the connection is, but you hope it's a better dream than most. Tamsin walks past you once, on her way to check the embers. She pauses, glances at your bow. Still keeping it close? You nod. Smart, she says, then adds, but you don't have to keep holding it like it's gonna leave. She walks off before you can reply. You look down at your hands, fingertips thick with callus, wrists stiff, knuckles slightly swollen. They don't look heroic, but they've done enough. Maybe that's what matters most in this kind of life. Not that you're the fastest, not that you never missed, but that you kept showing up. The night deepens. Fewer stars now, just a smear of light against black sky. You lie down slowly, bow beside you, and pull your cloak tight around your shoulders. You listen to the small sounds of camp, the ones you've come to trust. A cough, a shifting boot, the hiss of cooling ash. And for the first time in a long while, you don't feel like someone pretending to belong. You just... Morning comes soft. No fanfare. No trumpet of urgency. Just a slow light that creeps in through the trees and nudges at the corners of sleep. You open your eyes to the familiar, the smell of ash and wet wool, the creak of a bow being lifted, the low murmur of someone starting the fire. You stretch beneath your cloak, muscles stiff but willing. It's a good kind of ache, the kind that says you've done something, been something. Willett is already up, poking the fire like it insulted his mother. I dreamed I was a tree, he says, but I was also a bird, and I shot myself. Freudian, probably, you grunt. He takes that as agreement. Godric is sharpening his knife with the calm of a man who knows exactly how many things in this world he can't control, and chooses to sharpen steel instead. You find your bow exactly where you left it. You run your hand along it, like greeting an old friend, not with ceremony, with familiarity. It doesn't surprise you anymore, doesn't bite. It fits into your grip like your own name. You sling it across your back without thinking. The weight is nothing now. Or maybe you just got stronger. Osbert walks the line with a new kind of silence. Not fear, not pride, just presence. He nods to each of you. No speech, no performance. You think he finally understands what kind of respect is worth more than authority. Thane stands near the cart, arms folded, gaze on the horizon. Clear day, he says to no one. Too clear. Then he chuckles softly, as if amused by his own suspicion. He catches your eye and gives the smallest nod. You return it. That's enough. Tamsin serves hot broth with actual herbs in it. She doesn't say where they came from. She just hands you your bowl and says, eat. You do. You don't ask for more, but she gives it to you anyway. Later, you sit by the tree again, the one that saw you at your worst, the one that leaned into your back when you couldn't carry your own weight. You hold the carved figure in your hand, not tightly, just enough to feel it. You think of the first time you picked up a bow and how wrong it felt. And now it feels like the only thing that's ever made sense. You don't feel heroic. You don't feel famous. You just feel real. And in a life like this, that's more than enough. There's no grand ending, no banners, no sudden change in the wind. Just another breath, another step, another morning, where you tighten the strap on your bracer and feel the sting in your shoulder and know you can still do it all again, if asked. But today, No one asks. The camp moves slowly, as if even the fire has learned to stretch before it speaks. Willett hums something tuneless while sorting arrows. Godric has finally stopped sharpening things. Thane sits still, fully still, a rare thing. His eyes are half closed, his hands resting on his knees like the weight they once carried has eased. Just a little, you walk the edge of the tree line, your bow resting easy on your back. Not because you're patrolling, not because you're watching for danger, but because you want to walk, to see the light through the leaves, to hear the wind and know it's not hiding anything today. Just a breeze. Just peace. You sit at the ridge, the same place where you once thought you wouldn't last, where your arms burned, your aim trembled, and the fear lived right behind your eyes. You sit there now like it belongs to you, because it does. Not in title, not in ownership, but in memory, in presence. You draw one arrow, just one. Place it on the string. Pull slow. Not to fire, just to feel. Just to remember that you can. Then you let it down, gently. Behind you, someone laughs. Maybe Willett, maybe Aldred. It's light. It floats. You smile. The real kind. Tonight, you'll eat. You'll sit near the fire. You'll run your thumb along the bough. One more time. Maybe you'll dream. Or maybe finally, you'll just sleep. And if you do, let the quiet hold you. You've earned that now. Because you didn't become a hero. You became something better. You became real. So, you're a medieval king. Congratulations. Maybe. Let's see how long you last. Before we dive in, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you're enjoying these slow, sleepy steps through the weirdness of history. And tell me, where are you listening from tonight? And what time is it there? I read every comment. You might be on a train, in bed, or under a blanket somewhere trying not to think about Monday. Either way, I'm glad you're here. Now then, dim your lights. Pull your covers a little closer. Let the sound settle into the room, and let's begin. You wake up to bells. Not gentle chimes or soft birdsong. No. This is the 1300s. It's the clanging of iron bells from the chapel tower below your window, ringing not out of reverence, but out of pure spite. It's 6 a.m, maybe. No clocks yet, just the noise. You're in bed. Well, sort of. Technically, it's a bed. 4 thick posts carved from oak, draped in fabric so heavy it could survive a siege. The mattress is stuffed with straw, feathers, and probably at least one rat who pays rent in fleas. The blanket on top smells faintly of wet wool and unspoken royal secrets. You blink. You're alone. That's rare. Normally your wife, your consort, your favorite mistress, or one of your 8 royal hunting dogs would be somewhere in this bed, taking up most of the space. But this morning, just you and a draft. A very pointed, deliberate draft sneaking in under the door, like it has a political agenda. You swing your legs over the side of the bed. Regret immediately follows. Your knees pop like firewood. Your ankles feel like they've been politely disassembled and reassembled incorrectly by a team of drunk masons. You're 38, which is, let's be honest, elderly in this time period. You're a walking miracle. You should get a feast just for waking up. Maybe you will. You're the king after all. You ring a bell to summon your attendants. It's a small bronze thing that makes the same noise whether you're asking for a hot bath or declaring war. You shake it twice and wait. The sound echoes down a hallway somewhere. You hear one servant trip, a second one sigh. Footsteps shuffle toward you like they're negotiating with fate. A boy named Anselm enters. He's 12, underpaid and already developing back pain from carrying royal night chamber pots. He bows so deeply he nearly headbutts the floor. "Good morning, Your Majesty," he mumbles. You grunt. He takes this as permission to approach. He carries your robe, which smells like lavender, wet stone, and wealth. He helps you into it, hands trembling. You're not terrifying, but the crown is. Speaking of which, it waits on your dressing table. Gold, heavy, slightly crooked from being dropped that one time during a feast. You remember, you'd had 6 cups of wine and tried to toast yourself. The crown didn't forgive you. You glance at it now and feel the same old weight in your chest. Not from the gold. From what it means. The crown doesn't care that your knees hurt, that your brother-in-law wants your throne, that your people haven't seen a tax reduction in 3 reigns. The crown just waits, silent, judgmental, and always a little dusty. Anselm clears his throat. Shall I fetch the royal physician to inspect your foot, sire? You look down. Yes. Your royal foot is swollen. Again, red, unforgiving. Probably the venison. Probably everything. But you wave him off. Later. For now, you shuffle toward the window, robe dragging behind you, crown still untouched. You look out at your kingdom, at the mist curling over the hills, the rooftops glistening with frost, the town waking up beneath your rule. You sip from a goblet left out from last night. It's lukewarm wine and regret. And somehow, despite the gout, the loneliness, the cold, and the endless weight of decision, you still feel like a king. It's not even breakfast, and you already feel like you've lived an entire reign. Anselm is still hovering, nervously brushing lint off your robe that may or may not be alive. You don't stop him. He needs to feel useful, and you need someone to absorb your quiet royal dread. You finally give in, and sit down in the dressing chair, the one with the lion carved into the back, and the seat that creaks ominously every time you shift. You suspect it's a metaphor. 2 more attendants arrive, this time with hot water and oils. They bow. One murmurs, "For the face, your majesty." You lift an eyebrow. "What's wrong with my face?" They freeze, eyes wide. "Nothing, sire, just morning dew." You nod slowly. Morning dew is now court language for bags under your eyes and a beard that's been trying to unionize. You endure the ritual. A damp cloth, oil that smells like crushed rosemary and regret, and a blade so dull it might as well be ceremonial. They shave you like you're a relic, delicate with reverence and 0 urgency. You have to sit perfectly still while trying not to sneeze, sigh, or twitch. You're the king. But in this moment, you're at the mercy of 3 men with nothing to lose and 1 sharp object. After, the final layer, the crown. You don't put it on yet. You just hold it. It steps heavier today. Then the door opens, and in comes your Lord Chancellor, voice already mid-sentence, scrolls in hand, powdered wig askew, like it survived a minor storm. He doesn't wait for an invitation. He never does. His name is Everard, and he's the most efficient man you've ever met, and the most exhausting. We have 6 petitions from the guilds, 3 border complaints, a goat theft in Alderwick that somehow escalated to accusations of sorcery, and the bishop is waiting to see if you'll approve a new chapel roof made entirely of lead. You haven't even had breakfast. You wave vaguely. "Bring me the goat one first." He blinks. Truly, you nod. You know exactly what you're doing. You want to delay the big stuff. You want to read about the goat. Maybe laugh. Maybe remember what it feels like to be a human with curiosity instead of a king with ulcers. You're led into the royal breakfast chamber. It's technically called the sunroom, though it receives exactly 2 hours of filtered light through a slit in the stone wall. The long table is already set. Pewter plates, bread that could chip teeth, a roast pheasant that has been roasted again for good measure, and your food taster Benedict, already chewing, nodding gravely. "No poison," he says with his mouth full. You don't even flinch. You just take your seat at the end of the table, miles away from anyone else, and pick up your knife. Breakfast as a king is not peaceful. There are heralds reading the names of people waiting for an audience. There's a scribe, scribbling every bite you take for the official royal diet log. Why? You're not sure. There's someone announcing today's weather as though it's news from a battlefield. Fog approaching from the east, possible rain near the barley fields. Wilfred the steward brings a tray of jams, bows, and asks, if you'd prefer gooseberry, blackberry, or the royal favorite, onion and plum. You say nothing for a moment. Just stare at him. He wilts. You choose gooseberry. You always do. But he has to ask every single morning. By the end of breakfast, your shoulders are tight, your foot is throbbing, and your mind has already fought 6 imaginary battles and won none. But you rise, because the crown is waiting, and kings don't get to rest. They just get better at pretending they did. You step into the great hall like you're about to go to war, because in a way you are, not with swords, not with horses and banners, but with words, with requests, with complaints delivered by people in robes who haven't done a day of physical labor in their lives, but still talk like they've carried the kingdom on their backs. You sit at the high-backed throne at the head of the hall and try not to groan too loudly. The throne itself is terrible, not metaphorically. It is quite literally a wooden torture device with cushions so thin they might be painted on. The armrests dig into your ribs. The back is carved with lions that seem to judge your posture. You shift once, regret it instantly. The room fills with voices, murmurs, footsteps, the sound of men in boots trying to sound more important than they are. The courtiers begin to line up. A man from the fishing guild bows and presents a scroll. He talks about boat taxes. Then something about eel rights. You're not sure. You nod politely while your mind drifts to the pheasant you didn't finish at breakfast. Willet, your royal falconer, appears next. He's still got feathers in his beard, and a look on his face like he just remembered something very important, but refuses to say it. Your Majesty, the hawks have taken a liking to the Chancellor's wigs. I believe it's a divine sign. You blink at him. A sign of what? He considers this. The collapse of judicial vanity? You sigh. Tell them to aim lower next time. Next comes a dispute between 2 barons about a hill. One says it's his because he peed on it when he was 12. The other says it's his because his father died near it. You resist the urge to call for a coin toss, and instead ask for maps. They don't have maps. They have feelings. The debate goes nowhere. You send them to discuss it with your scribe in the hall closet until someone cries. Everard, your chancellor, returns like a wasp in human form. Sire, we still must address the matter of Prince Baldwin's request for additional lands. You inhale through your nose. Baldwin, your cousin, known for hunting inside monasteries and calling every woman he meets wench, even if she's holding a sword. Tell him I'll give him land when he stops setting fire to other people's. The bishop enters next, robes so long they've collected half the castle's dust. He bows with one hand and adjusts his beard with the other. Sire, the chapel roof leaks onto the altar. We propose melting down 3 silver candlesticks to fund repairs. You raise an eyebrow. Which candlesticks? He hesitates. The ones gifted by your late mother. You smile without humor. Then I propose you find a new roof and keep your hands off my mother's candlesticks. You don't get up. You don't shout. You don't storm out. But the room falls quiet anyway. That's the power of the crown. You can wound with a whisper. At midday, you finally rise stiff, sore, drained. You're ushered to a side room for a moment of reprieve. A steward offers wine. You accept without speaking. You sit in a smaller chair, less ornate, more merciful, and drink in slow gulps. The fire crackles nearby. You stare into it. This is your kingdom. This hall, these voices, this noise. And though it exhausts you, though it gnaws at your patience like a bored terrier, you belong to it, just as it belongs to you. You remain in the solar longer than planned. The fire has softened your joints a little, and the wine, imported, sharp, expensive enough to offend the peasants, is taking the edge off your temper. You swirl it in the goblet like it's going to give you answers. It doesn't. It never does. The room is quiet, except for the fire and the sound of someone sneezing in the hallway and pretending they didn't. You think about ignoring the afternoon session entirely, just not showing up, pulling your robe tighter, drawing the curtains, and claiming a noble illness. The king has a humoral imbalance, Everard would say. He requires rest, leeches, and boiled roots. No one would question it. Not publicly. But you don't. Because kings don't get to disappear. Not unless they want their cousin Baldwin to slide onto the throne while they nap. You stand, slowly, one vertebra at a time. Your knees sound like a basket of walnuts being stepped on. You wince. You're starting to suspect the royal physician is avoiding you out of professional shame. You may be the only king in history with a limp caused by ceremonial dancing. You pull your robe tighter and step back into the corridor. The castle is buzzing now. Servants bustle past like bees with bad posture. A messenger from the north has arrived and looks like he's been dragged here by a mule and the will of spite. He smells like wet leather and anxiety. He bows so low his cap nearly catches fire from the torch beside him. A report from the border, sire. You take it, unroll it. It's smeared, damp, and mostly legible. There's trouble again. There's always trouble. Bandits, this time, or rebels, or just hungry farmers who got tired of watching tax collectors ride past on horses fat from the king's grain. You stare at the paper. You know what Everard will suggest. Send troops, show strength, make an example. But you remember what your mother once said. You only scare people into silence, not into loyalty. You fold the scroll and tuck it away. Later, for now, the council chamber awaits. It's worse than usual. Everyone's talking at once. Maps are unfurled. Coins are scattered on tables to represent troops. Someone's arguing about harvest projections. Someone else is mad about hay. Hay. You close your eyes briefly. Breathe. Imagine you're anywhere else. On a boat, in a tavern, even in a muddy field as a common man. If it meant 5 minutes of peace, you raise a hand. Slowly, the room quiets. No need to yell. Your silence has more power than their noise. We will send riders north, you say, but with grain, not swords. Let them eat first. If they burn it, then we march. Everard bristles. The bishop frowns, but no one speaks. And just like that, you've bought yourself a little more time, a little more quiet, and maybe, just maybe, a little more sleep tonight. The meeting ends with a slow unravel. Council members shuffle out like monks after a sermon, all pretending they weren't just 2 minutes away from drawing swords over wheat tariffs. Everard lingers, of course. He always does. You give him the usual vague wave, the universal royal signal for leave. Me alone, but pretend I dismissed you formally. He nods like it was his idea, and disappears down the corridor, already muttering about parchment. You step into the library, one of the few places in the castle where the silence feels like yours. The fire's low, the shelves are tall, and the smell of old books and dust and forgotten promises hangs thick in the air. You love this room, not because you read often. Half these books are in Latin, and the other half were copied by monks with terrible handwriting and strong opinions, but because it's still, and stillness is rare. You pull a scroll from the shelf. You don't even look at the title. You just sit in the window seat, the one that overlooks the south orchard, and pretend you're here because you have scholarly intentions. Really, you just want to sit and not be asked a question. You unroll the scroll and let your eyes blur over it. Something about irrigation, possibly poetry, hard to say. Down below you see the orchard keeper chasing a goose with a broom. You watch, expressionless, as the goose wins. Again, you suspect the goose may be possessed. You make a mental note to bring it up with the bishop, right after you approve his roof of silver-plated hubris. Your stomach growls, loudly. And now you realize you never finished breakfast, or lunch, or anything that wasn't politically seasoned. You think about calling for something simple. Bread, cheese, a boiled egg that doesn't come with a garnish the size of a boat sail. But you already know what would happen. 5 servants. A silver platter. 3 courses. Applause. You stay hungry. It's that's easier. There's a knock on the frame of the door. It's Tilda, one of your oldest attendants. She's been with the castle longer than some of the stones. She doesn't bow, she doesn't need to. She just gives you a look that says you've been in here too long and I know it. In her hand, a small plate, bread, cheese, and one fig, slightly bruised. She sets it on the table beside you without a word. You glance up. Thank you. She grunts, then walks out. You sit there a while longer, chewing slowly, staring out at the orchard, scroll still open beside you like a prop in a play you no longer care to perform. You are still wearing the crown. You take it off, set it beside the plate, and just breathe. Afternoons as king are strange. You're not expected to do anything specific, just be available, which is, in its own way, worse than being busy. You're a statue with a pulse. A man dressed in velvet who exists to be stared at, interrupted, and occasionally bowed to. Most days you wander the quieter wings of the castle, not because you have business there, but because it's one of the few places where people don't find you. Today you end up in the gallery. It's long, cold, and lined with portraits of your ancestors, most of whom look like they died of either boredom or gout. One of them, your great-grandfather Alaric, is painted holding a scepter with one hand and a squirrel with the other. No one knows why. You've asked. No one answers. You pause before your own unfinished portrait. It's been stuck in progress for 6 months. The painter is afraid to finish the eyes. They change too much, he said once. You're not sure if it was an excuse or a compliment. Maybe both. Right now, it just means your painted face has a very detailed nose and a disturbingly blank stare. You keep walking. The guards nod as you pass. One sneezes and tries to bow at the same time, nearly hitting the stone wall. You nod, pretending not to notice. It's strange how exhausting it can be to be noticed everywhere and still not really seen. You step out into the small courtyard. The sun's low, and it spills gold across the cobbles like someone spilled treasure and didn't bother picking it up. You sit on a bench, one that creaks, because of course it does. Everything in this castle creaks, including your knees. A child runs by, someone's son. He doesn't bow, doesn't stop, just laughs and chases a stick like it's a dragon. You watch him, remembering a time when you did the same, before crowns, before councils, before waking up every day with a list of people who need you to decide what kind of bread they're allowed to sell in their village. You close your eyes for a moment, just to listen. There sits a bird, in the ivy above the wall. A soft breeze moving through the trees. Distant clang of training swords down in the yard. And for a fleeting moment, no decisions to make. No titles, no duty. Just you. Sitting, breathing, being. The moment doesn't last. Footsteps approach. A page, panting. Your Majesty the steward says the Duchess of Varn has arrived early. She sips waiting in the antechamber with 2 swans and a poet. You open one eye. Did you say swans? The page nods. Yes, sire. One sips wearing a ribbon. You sigh. Stand. Brush off the crumbs from your lap. Pick up the weight of your title again like it's a second cloak. Fine, you mutter. Let's go meet the birds. You walk through the stone halls toward the antechamber, your robe whispering along the floor behind you like a very judgmental shadow. The steward greets you at the door with a bow so deep you fear he might never return upright. She's in a cheerful mood, he says, voice low, and she's brought gifts. You squint at him. Is one of them silence? He pretends not to hear. Inside, the Duchess of Varn is already holding court, despite being very much in your court. She's draped in furs thick enough to smother a small horse, and she's surrounded by an entourage of nervous servants, and one poet who looks like he's lost a bet. The swans, yes, 2 of them, are tethered by delicate cords of silk, and seem remarkably unfazed by being indoors. One is pecking the other. The other is plotting revenge. Your Majesty. The Duchess booms, her voice coated in the honeyed arrogance of someone who owns more land than she's ever seen. How radiant you look. The sunlight favors your face today. You consider telling her the sunlight isn't even in this room. Instead, you bow your head slightly. Your Grace. I trust your journey was interesting. She cackles. One of the swans refused the river ferry, had to ride in the carriage, like a countess. The poet, standing at her elbow, coughs into his sleeve and mutters something about avian nobility. You glance at him. He wears a velvet cap and the vacant look of a man who has survived 3 readings of his own work in the same afternoon. Do you bring word from Varn, you ask, already regretting it. She waves her hand like the subject is beneath her. Trade is steady, grain is fat. My nephew is considering monkhood, and I've discovered a new spice. Red as blood, smells like burnt garlic. Very fashionable. She says this as though she invented it. She probably believes she did. She gestures to the poet. Recite, he sighs like a man being marched to the gallows, and opens a scroll. Ahem, Cito, Ode to a King, in the style of a dove, after a dream of turnips. You raise a hand. Let sex skip that part. The Duchess laughs again. He's shy, she says, patting your arm like you're a wayward child, instead of the man who could, with a single nod, have her banquet hall filled with goats. Now, Your Majesty, I simply must talk with you about expanding the Eastern Road. You see, my swans need a smoother ride. You stare at her for a beat. Is this a metaphor, or are we still talking about actual swans? Both, she says brightly. An hour passes. You listen to her make demands, offer gossip, flirt badly, and misquote scripture. You sip wine that you don't remember asking for. You nod at all the right moments and resist the urge to fake a fainting spell just to escape the room. Eventually, she stands. You've been such a gracious host, she says, clearly preparing to talk for another 20 minutes. But you rise, take her hand and bow. Always a pleasure, Duchess. May your return journey be uneventful, for you and your birds. She beams, clearly taking it as a compliment. As she leaves, the poet mouths, "Thank you," at you. You consider adopting him out of pity. And just like that, the room is quiet again. Well, except for the swan that left a message on your rug. You stare at it. Then look up. This is still better than the council meeting. You don't go straight back to the council chamber after the Duchess departs. You need a moment. A long one, maybe a month. You walk slowly down the corridor, past the tapestries that depict your ancestors winning battles you're not sure ever happened. One of them shows a man, possibly your great-uncle, strangling a wolf with one hand and kissing a nun with the other. You stare at it for a while, trying to decide if you're impressed or just deeply concerned. The castle is quieter now. Late afternoon has a way of softening everything. Voices, footsteps, even ambition. The servants are more tired, the guards more relaxed. The stone corridors echo less. Everyone's just waiting for supper. You slip through a side door and take the back way up to the North Tower. It's rarely visited. Too many stairs, not enough gold. Which is exactly why you like it. Up here the wind hums against the arrow slits, and the dust doesn't care what title you wear. There's an old chair by the window, and for a moment you let yourself sit without poise. You lean back. Let your arms fall. Let your stomach expand like it hasn't had to impress anyone since breakfast. From this height, the kingdom looks unreal, like a painting. The town is laid out in soft lines and crooked chimneys. The fields beyond wave like a worn green blanket. And far in the distance, a thin ribbon of river glints in the fading light. It's beautiful, and it makes you feel something dangerously close to small, which is oddly nice. There's a knock at the door, a soft one. You consider ignoring it, but you know the rhythm. It's Tilda. No one else knocks, like they're testing the wall for secrets. She enters without waiting. Of course, she sets down a wooden cup on the windowsill. Warm cider, stolen from the steward's private stash. You raise an eyebrow. You steal for me now? She shrugs. I steal back for you. It was yours to begin with. He just didn't know it. You nod. Take the cup. Sip. It's sweet, sharp, and laced with cinnamon. Your eyes close for a second longer than expected. She watches you, arms crossed. You haven't eaten properly in 2 days, your legs swollen again, and you smell like formal diplomacy. You glance at her. That bad? You smell like ribboned poultry and lies. You chuckle, but it catches in your throat. It's not that funny. Not really. She softens. Just a little. You don't have to be steal every hour of the day, you know. You look out the window. If I step not steal, I bend. Maybe, she says, but you've been brittle lately. You don't answer. You just keep sipping the cider and watching the sun pull its last gold streak across the world you're responsible for. Before she leaves, she adds, "There sips soup at the fire tonight. I tull bring some. And if you try to give it to the dog again, I tull make sure your robes shrink." She steps halfway down the stairs before you manage a quiet thank you, not as a king, just as someone who needed a minute. You stay in the North Tower longer than planned. The cider warms you from the inside out, and the silence feels earned, not forced. Outside, the last threads of daylight slip behind the hills, taking with them whatever pressure was still clinging to your shoulders. Down below, the torches are being lit one by one. It looks like the kingdom is exhaling. You should go back. But instead, you stay seated in the old chair, rubbing your thumb along the rim of the cider cup. It's smooth and worn, like it's been passed through more hands than the throne itself. You wonder how many kings have sat here before you. Probably none. Most preferred the solar or the war room. You've always liked the places people forget about. You close your eyes for a moment and let your mind wander, not to war or taxes or cousins who think they'd make a better monarch, but to the first time you walked into the throne room, not as a king, as a boy. You were 13, maybe 14, wearing boots that didn't fit and a belt that kept sliding. The hall felt impossibly large back then. The crown seemed like a joke, something that belonged to a storybook or a coin. You remember thinking, "There's no way I'll survive this." You were right, in a way. That version of you didn't survive. He grew into someone else. You open your eyes and glance down at your hands. The rings feel heavier now. The calluses from your training days are still faintly there, ghosts beneath soft skin. Your fingers used to hold a bow. Now they hold a scepter and shake from too much writing. From behind the stone wall, you hear faint music. A lute, maybe, someone practicing, not well. Probably Aldred, the stable boy with dreams of becoming a bard. The tune stumbles, repeats, stumbles again. You smile not because it's good, but because it's honest. There's no performance in it, just trying. There's something comforting about that. You finally rise, joints protesting as always. You're not old, but your bones have questions. You stretch, sigh, set the empty cup down gently on the sill. It'll be gone by morning. Tilda sees to everything. You descend the tower slowly, cloak trailing behind like the ghost of your younger self. The castle is glowing. Now candles in alcoves, hearths burning low, the distant echo of someone laughing in the servants' quarters. You envy them sometimes. Not their work, but their ease with each other. At the bottom of the stairs, a scribe nearly walks into you. He stammers, bows, drops a scroll, picks it up, bows again. You wave him off gently. Don't sit worry. I was never here. He smiles. A real one, then scurries off. And for the first time today, you feel less like a king, and more like a person wearing a crown that finally fits. The castle changes at night. It exhales. The stones seem warmer, the torches lower, the footsteps softer. You make your way through the halls not like a monarch surveying his domain, but like someone slipping back into something familiar. You don't need a procession. You don't want one. The guards nod but don't follow. Tilda must have told them. It's that kind of night. You pass the chapel, quiet now except for a single flickering candle and the faint scent of old incense and even older confessions. Someone's inside, whispering a prayer that probably has nothing to do with you, and for once, that's a relief. You enter the lower hearth hall, a tucked-away chamber near the kitchens, where the air smells like ash, onions, and the past. It's where you go when you want to eat without being watched. No trumpets, no feast, no taster waiting to die heroically. Just a bowl, a spoon, and enough space to sit without needing to sit up straight. Tilda's already there. Of course. She gestures to the seat closest to the fire and hands you a bowl before you even say anything. It's hot, thick, and full of things you can actually name. You eat in grateful silence, letting the warmth of the broth chase the chill from your spine. Still wearing the crown, she says eventually. You reach up, startled, and then laugh. It's become such a part of you that you forget it's there. You pull it off and set it on the bench beside you. It looks oddly small now, like something a child might pretend with. Tilda pours something dark and strong into a second cup and hands it to you. Careful, she warns. It bites on the way down. You sip. It does. But it also numbs your gums in a comforting way. You raise the cup in her direction. You could rule, you know. She snorts. I already do. You're just the figurehead. You nod. You're not entirely sure she's joking. Willett appears not long after, somehow managing to track soup by scent alone. Ah, royal leftovers, he says, settling in beside the fire and stretching like a cat that survived too much weather. Tilda, you absolute goddess of broth. Your soup makes me believe in a future I have no evidence for. He's followed by Godric, who doesn't speak. He just sits, pours his own drink, clinks his cup against yours. Once, a toast without words. You sit together, king, servant, falconer, soldier, in a room that never asks questions. The fire crackles, the bowl's empty, the night deepens. And for a little while, no one talks about kingdoms or decisions or what waits beyond the castle walls. You pour just people, breathing, eating, warming your bones beside the fire. And in that quiet, with the crown resting beside you instead of on your head, you feel something rare. Rested. The fire has burned down to thick, glowing coals by the time the others drift off, one by one, like candles snuffed without ceremony. Willett goes first, claiming something about a dream he left unfinished last night. He bows dramatically, nearly trips over the bench, and shuffles off muttering about golden geese and warm ale. Tilda yawns and stands with a grunt, pausing only to take your empty bowl and scowl at how little you ate. Next time I'll pour it down your throat myself. You smile barely. Wouldn't be the first time. She raises an eyebrow. Won't be the last. Then she's gone. Godric remains for a while longer, the way old stones remain after everything else has moved. He doesn't speak, just stares into the coals like they owe him an answer. When he leaves, it's with a quiet nod. No words, just shared understanding, the kind you only get after years of standing in the same storms. Now it sets just you, and the fire, and the crown, still sitting beside you, glinting faintly in the ember light. You pick it up, slowly, turn it over in your hands. It's heavier than it looks, even without the symbolism. Cold gold, set with stones that you're not sure you could name anymore. Once, you stared at this thing like it held all the power in the world. Now, it feels more like a responsibility that never puts itself down. You think about the decisions you made today, the ones you delayed, the ones you dodged. You think about the Duchess and her swans, about the young boy chasing the stick in the courtyard, about the border scroll you still haven't answered, about the woman you nearly married years ago, who didn't want a throne, just a garden. Your life is a chessboard, and most days you're pretending to know which piece does what. You set the crown down again, gently, not out of disrespect, but because you know you'll need it tomorrow, and tomorrow will come. You rise slowly, the bench creaking in protest. Your joints ache. You rub your temple. You tell yourself you'll sleep. But kings rarely sleep. Not really. They rest in pieces, in borrowed hours. You leave the hearth room through the side door, the one the guards forget exists. The corridor is dark, torchlight flickering like it's trying to whisper secrets to the walls. Your footsteps echo, softer now, slower. No one's watching. You don't need to perform. You reach your chambers. The door is slightly ajar. You pause. Listen. Nothing. Just the low hum of castle silence. You step inside. The bed is large, empty, already turned down by hands you didn't see. You sit on the edge. Untie your boots. Exhale through your nose. Your head feels too full and too hollow at the same time. You lie back. Let the dark settle over you. And before you drift off, you whisper to the ceiling, almost amused. Let's see if I get it right tomorrow. Morning finds you the way it always does. Uninvited, a little rude, and entirely too early. You wake before the bell, which is both suspicious and cruel. There's a window high in the corner of your chamber, just enough to let in a sliver of gray light and a draft that seems personally offended by your existence. Your eyes open slowly. You stare at the ceiling beams, waiting to remember who you are today. For one glorious second, you almost forget you're king. Then your foot cramps, your back protests, and your bladder reminds you that royalty has nothing on biology. You sit up with the grace of a sack of barley. The mattress groans. It's been restuffed twice this year and still manages to feel like sleeping on guilt and horsehair. You swing your legs over the side and immediately step on something cold. A scroll, of course. Why wouldn't your nightstand be leaking royal paperwork? You rub your eyes. Something in the corner of your mind is already whispering about unfinished council matters, unresolved land disputes, and that envoy from the Eastern Isles who smells like pickled fish and wants an audience again. You inhale, exhale, swing your shoulders once, twice. The joints pop like kindling. There's a knock at the door. Not loud, not soft, just insistent. It's Anselm. You don't even need to ask. Enter, you mumble, still blinking the world into focus. The boy shuffles in with a tray. Porridge, bread, buttered bread, a single boiled egg, one piece of fruit that looks optimistic about its own freshness. Breakfast, sire, he says, eyes on the floor. He always looks like he expects to be yelled at. You don't yell, you just nod. He sets the tray down carefully like it might explode. He hesitates. Then, the steward says the bishop is waiting. Of course he is. You take the bread, chew slowly and mutter around it. Let him wait. Anselm hesitates again. He wants to say something. You glance up. Out with it. He fidgets. Did you sleep well, Your Majesty? You blink. It's such a normal question it nearly catches you off guard. You nod. Slowly. Well enough. He nods too. Like that answer matters to him. Maybe it does. He turns to go. Stops again. One of the kitchen boys says there's a cat nesting in the chapel roof. You raise an eyebrow. Is it pregnant or pious? Unclear, he replies seriously. Then he's gone. You finish the bread. Leave the egg. You've never liked eggs in the morning? You rise, stretch, and shuffle toward the robe waiting by the fire. You drape it over your shoulders. The crown, for now, stays on the table. You stare at it. Let it stare back. And then, quietly, you mutter, you and I again then. Another day. Another roll. Another round of pretending you're not as tired as you feel. By the time you reach the throne room, the hall is already alive. Not lively, just alive. Buzzing with voices, papers rustling, boots clacking, and the faint smell of too many bodies trying to act like they didn't just sprint here to be early. The herald announces you in the usual voice, booming, theatrical, about 2 syllables too long on your name. You wonder, not for the first time, if he practices his dramatic pauses in front of a mirror. probably. You walk the length of the hall slowly. Not out of pride, but because your left knee is sending you warnings. You've stopped trying to disguise the limp. Everyone's seen it. Pretending otherwise just makes them nervous. The throne sits on its raised dais, like it always does, looming cold, built to be more statement than seat. You ease down into it, biting back a wince. The cushion is still too thin, and the carved lions on the arms are still just as judgmental. You adjust your robe, shift your shoulders, pick up the scepter. Everard is already mid-scroll, eyes alight with bureaucratic glee. First item, sire. The grain merchants of Westmere request a reduced levy, citing the unusually damp spring. They've included samples. You raise an eyebrow. They sent wet wheat, he nods, in a pouch. Slightly moldy, you wave him on. Tell them I admire their commitment to theatrics. But no. Next, a visiting knight from the south. Sir Elric something, broad-shouldered. Hair like a sunset. The kind of man bards write about because he makes for easy metaphors. He bows, flourishes, and offers you a sword you don't need. For your glory, sire. You resist the urge to say you already have a drawer full of glory swords, and most of them are decorative. Instead, you nod. Put it with the others. He offers a tale of slaying a boar the size of a wagon. The court gasps in all the right places. You sip water and pretend not to yawn behind your goblet. The bishop frowns at the mention of blood. You suspect he thinks meat should be blessed before it's hunted, which raises interesting logistical concerns. Next, an old woman from the far western hamlets. No title, no entourage, just a basket of something wrapped in cloth. She curtsies low, lower than she needs to, and presents you with a pie. You blink. Is this for me? For your table, sire, she says, and your patience. You've not raised taxes in our village in 3 winters. We noticed. You pause. You weren't aware. Not directly. That was someone else's chart. But you nod and take the pie. It smells like cinnamon and something deeply humble. After she leaves, Everard leans in. Should I test it for poison? You glance at him, touch the pie, and I still have you taste every ink bottle in your office. The day drags. There are disputes about grazing rights. One man insists his neighbor's goats are haunted. Someone else presents a poem about tax reform, which is the cruelest thing you've ever had to pretend to enjoy. By the end of it, your throat is dry, your neck aches, and your face has frozen into that half smile you wear when people are watching. You rise. The court bows. You walk slowly back through the hall. And as you exit, tucked beneath your arm, the warm weight of that pie. You don't go straight to your quarters. Not yet. The court disperses behind you like a wave finally hitting the shore, pages scattering with scrolls, guards shifting back to their posts, and nobles peeling off into alcoves to whisper and pretend they're not whispering. Everard follows for a few paces until you slow just slightly. That's enough. He takes the hint and peels off toward his records chamber, no doubt, to alphabetize accusations or file a report on your facial expressions. The pie is still warm. You hold it in both hands, walking slowly down the lesser-used corridor that leads to the old map room. It's one of those spaces no one's touched in years. Too drafty for meetings, too remote for eavesdropping, and full of parchment that smells like history and mildew, which is frankly perfect. The door creaks open, like it's surprised to be used. You step inside. The windows here are tall and narrow, dust streaking the light across the room in pale beams that cut through shadow like forgotten banners. Maps hang on the walls, some curling, some cracked, all out of date. You once ordered someone to update them. They nodded and promptly did nothing. You never followed up. You sort of like them this way. They're honest. You settle into a worn leather chair at the corner table. No ceremony, just a man with a pie in a room full of inaccurate borders. You unwrap it carefully. The crust's a little rough. The filling, a swirl of spiced fruit and something nutty, smells like it was made by someone who didn't rush. You break a piece off with your hands. No plate, no silver fork, no applause. And it's good. Not noble good. Not prepared by a chef who studied under a duke. Good. Just real. Comfort baked into form. The kind of food that doesn't try to impress. It just wants you to feel all right for a little while. You sit there in the silence, chewing slowly, gazing at a map that still shows the kingdom with a lake that dried up 20 years ago. You think about sending someone to fix it, then decide against it. After the second bite, you realize your shoulders are lower, your breathing slower, and no one is asking anything of you. You think of the woman who brought it, the way she said we noticed. You wonder if she'll ever know what that meant to you. A breeze sneaks in through the cracked window. You close your eyes, let it brush past your face, just for a moment. And there, in that half-lit room full of ghost geographies and sweet pastry, you pulls you're not the king. You're just a man, eating pie, trying to remember what it felt like to not always be seen. Eventually the pie is gone. Not quickly, not greedily, just steadily, bite by bite. Like you were trying to stretch it, as if savoring it could buy you more time in this dusty room at the edge of everything. You set the cloth back over the empty basket with a kind of reverence. More respect than you gave the sword from Sir Elric this morning. Honestly, it deserved it. You lean back in the chair, hands resting on your stomach, eyes on the ceiling. There's a crack in the plaster shaped almost exactly like a wolf or a ship. Depends how tired you are. Today, it's a ship sailing west, probably somewhere warmer. The moment lingers, then it ends. A soft knock. A gentle one, courteous, familiar. You don't answer. You don't need to. The door creaks open a moment later, and Tilda steps in, holding something in one hand and a knowing look in the other. Figured I'd find you here, she says. Not smug, just factual. You always come here when the court's been loud. You grunt. That's about all the commentary you can manage without breaking the spell entirely. She steps further in, looks around. Still haven't fixed that lake on the wall, I see. It sets a historical lake now, you mutter. A memorial to when things were simpler. She smiles faintly and sets a folded cloak down beside you. Evening sips turning cold. Figured you sipped forgotten. You take it. Not because you're cold, because it's one less thing to carry alone. She doesn't leave immediately. She walks once around the room, trailing her fingers along the edge of a warped table, looking at the maps like she used to help draw them. Maybe she did. You know, she says finally, you could tell them to wait. You raise an eyebrow. Who? Everyone, she replies. The council, the bishop, that cousin of yours who keeps writing letters with suspiciously poetic threats. Just make them wait, for once. You sigh. Kings Donstedt get to say no to the clock. She turns, arms folded, head tilted. You do. You just forget that sometimes. You don't reply, because she's right. And because the silence is easier than admitting you need it more than you want to. She walks toward the door, pauses. There's stew in the upper hearth room, and bread that's still warm, if you want it. You nod once. She nods back. Then she's gone. The door closes behind her with a soft click. You sit there a little longer, the folded cloak on your lap, the pie basket beside your elbow, and the maps of the kingdom all around you, wrong, fading, real. The crown waits for you somewhere down the hall. It always does. But for now, you are allowed to sit in a room where no one claps when you enter. The sun has dipped lower by the time you rise. The light has that end-of-day hue now, gold that's turned more copper, like a coin worn thin from too many hands. You stand slowly, the old chair creaking beneath you like it's offering one last complaint. You stretch, hear something in your back shift like a reluctant gate. Then, With one last glance at the cracked ship on the ceiling, you step out of the map room. The corridor outside is quiet, not silent, just respectful. The kind of hush that only happens after sunset in places made of stone and memory. Your footsteps echo faintly, softened by tapestries that haven't been dusted in a month. You like it this way. The edges of the castle feel older here, more honest, less polished for ceremony. You pass a stained glass window lit from behind by the last of the sky's fire. It casts colors across the wall in a silent parade of saints and symbolism. One figure, some long-forgotten martyr, catches the light just right and throws a red glow onto the floor like a warning. Or maybe just a joke. You're too tired to tell the difference anymore. You make your way toward the upper hearth room, a little-known space, tucked behind the servants' corridor and used mostly by people who've earned the right to sit without being watched. The firelight spills out before you reach the doorway. You pause, one hand on the arch, letting the warmth wash over your face before you even step inside. Inside, the room glows with that particular magic only firelight can make, shadows that flicker like stories trying to be told, and chairs that creak with the kind of welcome that doesn't need words. There's a pot on the hearth, thick stew. You smell garlic, lentils, onion, and something deeply soothing. Tilda wasn't lying. You ladle a bowl without ceremony. There's no audience here, just two guards sitting quietly at the far end of the room, boots off, sipping from pewter mugs. They glance up when you enter, not with fear, not with surprise, just acknowledgement, the way soldiers do when they see someone else who's still carrying it. You settle near the fire, bowl in your lap, robe tucked under your feet. The stew is hot. You let the first spoonful burn your tongue just a little. It's grounding. For several minutes, there's no sound but the crackle of the hearth and the quiet clink of your spoon. No demands, no declarations, no decisions, just heat, just food, just the subtle weight of being alive and not being alone. And when the stew is gone, and your hands are warm again, and your breath feels like it belongs in your own chest, you lean back, stare into the flames, and finally let your shoulders fall. You don't leave the hearth room right away. There's something about this fire tonight, specifically, that feels heavier, not with dread, but with meaning. It crackles and shifts like it knows things. Like it remembers the first time you sat in front of it as a young, nervous heir trying not to spill stew down the front of your tunic. You'd had no appetite then, too much weight pressing on your ribs. Now you eat slowly, like the warmth might save you. The guards are gone. One must have nodded off. The other carried him out with a silent glance in your direction, like asking your permission to be human. You gave it without words. You're alone again. But it doesn't feel like solitude. It feels like space. The good kind. You take the poker and shift the logs. Sparks leap upward like startled birds. You stare into them, letting your thoughts move the way your court never allows, wandering, uneven, real. You think about your sister, the one who left for the coast a decade ago with a merchant captain, and a smile too sharp for politics. You never blamed her. You were jealous. If anything, you used to write. She stopped replying. Sometimes you still dream she's living in a village that doesn't know your name, sitting beside a different fire, laughing without consequence. You think about your first sword, not the ceremonial one, the real one, iron dull at the tip, chipped from years of being dropped. It's probably in a storeroom now, buried under silver platters and old war banners. You remember holding it like it meant everything. Now you hold paper and people. You think about the girl in the garden, the one who taught you how to climb the West Tower without being seen. You fell once. She laughed so hard she nearly dropped the apple she was supposed to be stealing. She married someone else. You crowned someone else. It all seems fair in its own way, but unfair too. the sort of thing that makes you sit longer by the fire, wondering what parts of yourself you bartered away for the sake of being needed. You rest your chin in your hand. The fire is quieter now, just embers, whispering instead of roaring. You like that better. You glance at the bowl, still sitting in your lap, empty, and for a brief, strange moment, you feel grateful. Not for the power, not for the crown, but for this, a warm bowl, a quiet fire, and the freedom, even briefly, to think like a person again. The fire has fallen low, just glowing coals now, deep orange, pulsing, like the breath of something ancient. You don't move yet. It's the kind of warmth that wraps itself around your bones, not just your skin, the kind that makes even sorrow feel softer at the edges. You lean forward, elbows on knees, fingers laced loosely. The empty bowl sits on the bench beside you. There's a smudge on your thumb, maybe ash, maybe ink. You stare at it like it might offer you an answer. It doesn't. Behind you, somewhere down the corridor, a bell rings faintly, not urgent, just timekeeping. The 9th hour after sundown, which means someone somewhere is lighting the chapel's final candle. A monk is praying for peace you'll never feel. A scribe is cataloging decisions you haven't made yet. And someone in the servants' wing is probably sewing a tear in a curtain you didn't know had torn. It's strange, the machinery of it all. How the kingdom moves beneath you like gears you never stop hearing. Even now, even here, your eyes wander to the crown. It's not with you, not physically. You left it in your chambers, resting on a velvet cushion like some glorified bedtime story. But it's still there, in your thoughts, always, pressing. You wonder what people would say if they saw you like this, robe loosened, hair unkempt, shoulders hunched like a man half his age and twice his weight. Not kingly, not polished, just tired, the kind of tired that doesn't fix itself with sleep. And you wonder how many kings before you sat in this exact posture, how many of them gripped the same silence, hoping it would teach them how to be more than ceremonial. You shift in your seat. Something clicks in your back again, a reminder that the body doesn't care about status. It just keeps score. There's a sound in the corridor. Footsteps. Light. Familiar, you know it's Tilda before she even rounds the corner. She appears in the doorway, holding a folded blanket and a face that doesn't ask questions anymore. She doesn't speak, just walks in, lays the blanket over the bench beside you, and sets a small candle on the table. "Stay here if you want," she says gently. "I told them you were praying." You raise an eyebrow. They believed that? They wanted to. She shrugs. "Let them." You nod. She starts to turn away, then pauses. The kitchen boys are baking honey bread before dawn. If you come down early enough, they'll pretend not to see you. You smile, faintly. That might be the most sacred offer you've had all week. Then she's gone again, like fog clearing before it's noticed. You look at the candle. You look at the fire. And for a few more minutes, you decide to believe her. That you fear not being watched. That you stir just here. Just you. Just now. The candle burns low. You haven't touched it. You don't need to. The glow is enough. Steady, warm, and just bright enough to make the shadows feel like company instead of threat. You sit back again, slower this time, the blanket Tilda brought draped over your legs like a reminder that someone, somewhere, still sees the man and not just the monarch. The hearth has gone almost completely quiet. No popping logs now, just a bed of coals, smoldering like thoughts you've pushed down all day. You stare into it, watching as one ember pulses brighter than the others, then fades, a moment of fire, gone without ceremony. You wonder how many decisions you made today that no one will remember. How many times you nodded, signed, agreed, just to keep things moving, just to keep the machinery turning. It's strange, isn't it? How many choices feel enormous in the moment, only to be swallowed whole by the next sunrise. You lift your hand slowly, flex your fingers, You used to carry swords with these. Now they carry ink, paper, people. You take a long, steady breath, the kind you used to take before duels, or speeches, or seeing your father. It settles deep in your lungs like warm smoke. You wonder what he think of you now. Your father, that is, the last king. His portrait still hangs in the war chamber, forever scowling like someone just spilled soup on his treaty. He was louder than you, sharper, believed in strong walls and stronger punishments. People feared him, and they obeyed. But no one brought him pies. You lean your head back against the wall, let your gaze drift to the ceiling. There's no wolf shape here, no cracked plaster, just old beams, darkened by age, stretching above you like ribs, like the inside of a creature too large to name. You speak, softly, not to anyone in particular, just to the room. I don't know if I'm doing this right. The room doesn't answer. Of course not. But something shifts, not in the air, but in you. Like admitting it, out loud, let a sliver of weight roll off your chest. You stare at the candle. It flickers once, as if to nod. You smile, just a little. Then you reach down, pull the blanket higher, and let your eyes close. Not all the way, just enough to let the world go quiet, just for a bit longer. Because the moment you stand, the kingdom will ask for you again. But for now, you've asked for nothing, and been given peace. You don't remember falling asleep. You just know the fire had faded, and the candle burned low, and then you woke up in the dark. Not the kind of dark that frightens children, the kind of dark that feels like velvet. Soft, complete, honest. The blanket is still around your legs. Your neck aches, your back's angry, and your right hand is asleep from resting too long beneath your weight. But none of that matters, because for once, you slept. Not half alert, not with one eye open for whispers and footsteps and changes in the wind. You slept like a man, not a king. You sit up slowly. The air is cooler now. The embers in the hearth are dull, but still breathing. You stand, groaning softly, and stretch until something in your back decides to surrender. There's no one to see you wince, no one to laugh or worry or offer you a tincture that tastes like boiled dirt and regrets. You glance at the table. The candle's gone out, wax pooled around its base like a collapsed crown, fitting. You pick up the blanket and fold it roughly, not well, just enough to feel like you respected the gesture. You leave it on the bench where you found it. It'll be gone in the morning. Tilda will see to it. She always does. The hall outside the hearth room is nearly silent. One guard posted at the end, half asleep, half ashamed. You walk past him without comment. He straightens, nods, doesn't meet your eye. You don't expect him to. You look tired. You are tired. And there's a strange power in letting people see it now and then. You return to your chambers without fanfare. No procession, no announcement, just your steps and the faint rustle of your robe. The door creaks open at your touch. Inside, the room is exactly how you left it. Crown still resting on the side table. Goblet untouched. Robes laid out for tomorrow by hands that know your habits better than you do. You walk past all of it. You don't light a candle. You pull back the thick covers, heavier than they need to be, and slide into the bed. It's not warm, but it's yours. The mattress gives beneath you grudgingly. You lie back, stare at the ceiling, and you feel it again, that quiet, that weightless moment between one day and the next. The kingdom is still there, the throne, the maps, the questions, all of it waits. But tonight, they can wait a little longer. Because tonight you slept near the fire and remembered who you were before the crown started whispering. And you didn't disappear. You endured. You wake to the sound of voices outside your door. Muffled, low, urgent but polite, like someone's trying to convince the morning not to be a disaster just yet. You blink slowly, letting the haze of sleep fall away in layers. The stone ceiling above you is pale with early light. The crown on the side table hasn't moved. It never does, which is somehow worse. You sit up, slowly, carefully. Your body makes the same noise as your old war boots, worn, creaky, reliable. The air in the chamber is still. Not cold, not warm, just indifferent. There's a knock. Not the quiet kind from someone who wants to be ignored. The kind that means something's already waiting. Enter, you say. Your voice rough as bark. The door opens, and Everard steps in, hair already combed, robe immaculate, scrolls tucked under one arm like he's afraid the information might flee if he lets go. Apologies for the hour, sire. There's steps. Been movement on the northern border. Of course there has. You swing your legs out of bed. The floor is cold. It always is. You glance at the basin of water nearby. Decide against washing your face with something that feels like it was stored in a glacier. You reach for your robe instead. Thick, lined, and already warmed. Someone's been in. Early. Maybe Tilda. You make a note to thank her. Quietly. Maybe with less sarcasm this time. Everard follows you across the chamber, already unfurling parchment. It's Stott's not an invasion, he says. Yet. Scouts spotted unfamiliar banners. A few riders. We don't set have numbers. You take the scroll without looking. Let it hang from your fingers while you sit near the hearth. No fire yet, just ash. You poke it once with the iron rod. Nothing stirs, just like you. Everard pauses. Should we recall the captain from the southern road? Pull troops? You finally look up. No, not yet. We watch. Let them wonder if we stir sleeping. He hesitates, then bows and retreats. As always, backward and stiff, like someone who's been taught that the back of the king's head is sacred ground. You sit there for a while, robe drawn tight, scroll unread in your hand. It's dots not fear. It's dots not dread. It sits tired calculus. Because you know what happens next. You've seen it play out 100 different ways. A single wrong decision sparks 10,000 funerals. A single delay saves a village, or loses a castle. The crown never tells you which until after. You finally rise. Toss the scroll on the table. Let it wait. You pick up the crown, not because you're ready, but because pretending to be is part of the job. You place it on your head, the weight as familiar as breath now, and when you look into the polished silver tray, used as a makeshift mirror, you see it again, not just a king. A man shaped by obligation, held up by duty, still standing. You leave your chambers with the crown settled on your brow and the robe draped heavy over your shoulders, like it's trying to remind you who you are. The castle's corridors are cooler in the mornings, still waking up, like everything else. Fires haven't been built in every grate yet. The stone breathes cold. Your breath puffs in front of you as you walk, ghost-like. Servants nod and scatter. Guards straighten. Pages press themselves to the walls like nervous ivy. It's not fear. Not exactly. It's that quiet reverence people carry when they've convinced themselves you know what you're doing. You pass by a boy carrying a tray of apples. He drops one when he bows too fast. It rolls toward your foot and stops. You bend slowly and pick it up. You hold it out. He takes it back with shaking fingers. You nod once. That's all it takes. He'll talk about this for a month, like it was a miracle. You keep walking. Down past the tapestry of the Battle of Dunfield, where your great-grandfather is painted beheading 2 men at once, even though the records show he mostly negotiated and got dysentery. The colors are faded, but the story stays bright. That's the way of these halls. History here is only accurate if it flatters. You reach the council chamber and pause. You always pause. Not for drama, not even for nerves, just to remember. You put your hand against the doorframe, Feel the old grooves in the wood. Imagine, just for a heartbeat, that you could walk past it, down the stairs, out the gate, into a day that isn't shaped by decisions and signatures and faces pretending they like you for reasons that start with politics and end in inheritance. But you don't walk past. You never do. You enter. The room rises. They always rise. Even when you're 5 minutes late, even when you're wearing the same robe as yesterday, and your hair looks like you argued with your pillow and lost, you wave them down before anyone starts bowing too hard. Everard clears his throat. The scouts have confirmed the riders were from Garland. No official crest, but their colors match. He hands you another scroll. Their emissary is waiting in the outer court. You glance over the parchment. You already know the script. A veiled threat. A request for land they know they won't get. An apology for accidental trespass. The usual dance. You lower the scroll slowly. Look at your council. At the bishop. Already annoyed. At the general. Already planning a march. At the treasurer calculating how many horses you can afford to lose without upsetting the market. You say nothing. Because in this moment, your power is in the pause. And they all know it. The emissary is waiting in the outer court, just as Everard said. You can see him through the archway. Tall, overdressed. Expression so neutral it almost looks smug. He's flanked by 2 guards who are clearly more muscle than mind. And behind him stands a scribe with ink-stained fingers and the wary look of someone who knows a poorly chosen word could start a war. You don't approach immediately. You let them wait. A king's silence is more valuable than gold. It costs nothing and buys fear. When you finally step into the sunlit court, the emissary bows just low enough to be considered respectful and just shallow enough to remind you he thinks he sets your equal. Your Majesty, he says, his voice as smooth as oiled leather. What a pleasure to stand in your kingdom again. Again you repeat, voice calm, eyes fixed. I must have missed your last visit. I assume it went as poorly as this one will. He smiles. It sits a politician, sits smile, all teeth, no warmth. Let sits not waste time. My Lord of Garland seeks peace. You raise an eyebrow. By sending riders across my borders without warning. They were scouts. Defensive precaution. You step closer. Just 1 pace. Enough to make the space shrink. Peace doesn't ride in with steel. It knocks on the gate with open hands. Behind you, someone stirs. The general, probably nodding, like a pleased vulture. The emissary shifts, adjusting his sash. There was no harm meant. No, you say slowly. But there may yet be consequences. That land belongs to farmers who have buried their sons under its soil. I steft ask your lord how many graves he intends to walk over on his way to diplomacy. He flinches, just slightly. A twitch at the mouth. You file it away. He offers a scroll. You take it. Unroll it. Read the same tired lines written in the same tired ink. Promises. Requests. Suggestions disguised as generosity. You scan it, then fold it without ceremony and hand it back. Tell your lord this. He may ride near my land, but he will never ride over it. The scribe looks pale. The emissary, to his credit, doesn't break character. He bows again. I will deliver your message with the grace in which it was received. You smile. Faintly. Try not to trip over the border on your way out. They turn. Leave. No one speaks until they're gone. Only then does Everard clear his throat behind you. A strong stance, sire. You turn to him, a necessary one. And in that moment, under the crisp air and the weight of a crown that somehow feels heavier outside than it does indoors, you remember exactly why they still fear you. Not because you yell, not because you threaten, but because when it matters, you never blink. You stand in the court a moment longer after the emissary leaves, letting the breeze comb through your robe and the silence settle back into place. Your counsel is still nearby, waiting, though none dare speak first. That's the thing about power. It isn't always in what you say. It's in how long others wait for you to say it. Finally, you turn back toward the hall. No further meetings today, you say, voice low but unmistakable. Everard starts to speak, thinks better of it, nods instead. He's learning. You walk back into the castle, slow and deliberate, every footstep echoing a little louder than it needs to. There's something about the sound of your own gait on these stones that reminds you you never walk for yourself. Not anymore. Every step is measured, watched, remembered. By the time you reach the solar, the adrenaline has ebbed. Your mouth is dry, your shoulders are tight, and the tension in your chest has turned into a quiet, familiar throb. You shut the door behind you and lean against it. It's not the conversation that drained you. It's the pretending, the performance. Being the steel everyone expects, the unblinking crown, the quiet wrath. You did it well, you always do. But every time you do, it costs you something. Small things, quiet things, bits of softness you've started to forget the shape of. There's a goblet of wine on the table. Someone must have brought it up while you were out there playing king. You sit, drink. It's red, sharp. It's red, sharp. Not the sweet kind, the kind that bites and wakes up parts of your throat that haven't spoken honestly in weeks. You stare at the flames in the hearth. They've already been lit for you. Of course they have. Your life is on rails, prepared, adjusted, anticipated. Even your solitude comes preheated. You close your eyes for a moment. Try to listen for yourself. Not the king, just you. All you hear is a heartbeat, yours. Slower now, steady, but worn. There's a knock. Of course there is. Always another knock. You don't answer right away. Eventually, a muffled voice. It sets Tilda. You open the door. She walks in, holding a plate. Bread and cheese, she says simply. You never finished breakfast or lunch. You glance at the plate. It's simple, generous, still warm. I was busy, you murmur. She doesn't argue, just sets it down and pours you a bit more wine. You did well out there, she adds. Didn't that yell, didn't that flinch. I wanted to, you admit. She shrugs. That's how I knew you were doing it right. You almost laugh. Almost. When she leaves, you sit alone again, plate before you, fire beside you, crown across the room like a pet that doesn't come when called. And in the flicker of the hearthlight, you eat. Slowly, quietly, as yourself. The cheese is sharp. The bread's soft at the center, crusted at the edges like a good memory, just tough enough to be real. You eat in the quiet, the kind that doesn't press in too tight but still lets your thoughts wander like they're looking for something they lost. You chew slowly, letting your jaw do something mundane for once. No words, no oaths, just food. The wine helps, though it burns a little more than it should. Maybe that's the point. The fire flickers nearby, casting its gold against the stone walls like it's trying to paint warmth into the room. It's doing a fair job. You catch yourself staring into it again, and suddenly you're somewhere else entirely. The memory comes without permission. A winter banquet, years ago. Before the title weighed so heavily, the hall had been decorated with ivy and frostbitten flowers that looked more noble dead than alive. You were seated at the high table, as always, but your eyes kept drifting toward the back, toward her. She wasn't royalty, not even close. A baker's daughter, you think, or a carpenter's niece. You never found out exactly. She had a laugh like warm cider and eyes that didn't blink when she looked at you. You spoke once, after the feast, just once. She told you she liked the way you didn't speak unless it mattered. She vanished 3 weeks later. No scandal. No exile, just gone. You don't even remember what excuse was given, only that her absence took up more space in your chest than anyone was supposed to. You haven't thought about her in years. But tonight, the wine, the fire, the quiet, they open old doors. You sip again, as if the burn might blur the edges of memory. It doesn't. You push the plate away gently, not because you're full, but because the ache in your throat has nothing to do with hunger. The crown sits on the far table still, watching, always watching. You wonder how many kings have had nights like this, where they could taste what it meant to be alone, even while surrounded by loyalty. You rise from your chair, walk to the tall window, and look out. The courtyard is empty now. The torches burn low. The wind moves softly through the trees like it's humming a tune too old to name. You lean your forehead against the cold glass and close your eyes. The room is still. The kingdom sleeps. And for the first time in a long time, you let yourself miss something. Someone. A face you barely remember, and a version of yourself you haven't seen in years. You stay by the window longer than you meant to. The stone sill is cold beneath your hands, grounding. Below, the castle courtyard lies wrapped in silver shadow, moonlight stretching across the cobbles like silk someone forgot to gather. One torch flickers stubbornly near the gate, doing its best to hold off the dark. You know that feeling. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once, then silence again. You pull away from the glass, breath fogging the pain, and return to the fire. The plate's still there, one last corner of bread untouched. You pick it up without thinking, chew slowly, and find that somehow it tastes better in the quiet. Or maybe you're just noticing it more. You sit again, not in your chair of state, just the one by the fire, the one that doesn't care about posture or titles. The crown is still across the room. You haven't worn it since earlier today, but your neck still feels its shape. It's always there, even when it's not. You wonder if you left it behind one day, just walked out of the gates in a hooded cloak with no ring, no retinue, no name. How long would it take for anyone to find you, to realize you were gone? Would they send a search party? Or a replacement? You shake your head, as if that might shake loose the thought. The logs shift in the hearth, a soft pop, like a whisper breaking. You think of the northern emissary again, the practiced smile, the scroll of rehearsed civility. He'll ride home tonight or tomorrow and report to his lord that the king still has teeth, still knows how to look down without blinking. You did what you were supposed to, but no one will mention the moment you sat alone in this room, nursing wine and ghosts, wondering how a man can be feared by thousands and still feel forgotten. The door creaks slightly, not opening, just moving with the draft. You glance at it like you're expecting someone, but no one comes. You pull your knees closer, cloak wrapped tight. Your eyes flicker to the candle stub, barely holding on, wax pooled like a sleeping thought. It'll go out soon, and when it does, you till sleep. Not because you want to, but because you have to. Because in the morning they still knock again, and you still rise, and wear the steel in your spine like it was forged for you. But for now, you just sit, and let the night be what it is, soft, honest, and unafraid of kings. The candle gives up at last. No dramatic flicker, no heroic final breath, just a quiet surrender into darkness, the wick curling into itself like it's tired of trying to be light. You watch it fade. You don't relight it. The fire in the hearth has shrunk too. Coals now, nothing more, breathing slow and red like a tired heart. The warmth still lingers in the stones, but the chill of the castle has crept in under the doors, over the flagstones around your ankles. You stand, groaning softly as you stretch. Your bones sound like distant drums, deep and familiar. You pull the cloak tighter around your shoulders, not because you need it, but because it's comforting. It feels like a shield made of fabric and memory. You carry the crown in your hand as you leave the room. You don't wear it, not now. Not at this hour when everyone's asleep and the kingdom forgets. just for a while, who it belongs to. You carry it the way a priest carries a relic, not for show, but because the weight feels earned. The hallways are dark, just torchlight here and there, flickering like nervous thoughts. You walk slowly, not because you're weak, but because the silence invites it. Your feet know the way. They've done this 1,000 times. Back to your chambers, back to the room where the day always ends, and the next one already waits. When you enter, the fire has been lit. Small, neat, obedient. A servant must have come while you were in the court, or the solar, or staring out at things that don't belong to you anymore. The bed is turned down, the sheets crisp, the air faintly scented with rosemary and sleep. You set the crown down on its usual place, next to the basin, above the worn wood of your writing desk, beside a sealed letter you've never opened. You sit on the edge of the bed, slowly remove your boots, flex your toes. For a brief moment, you let your head fall into your hands. The room doesn't judge you. The walls are too old for that. They've seen worse. Then, without ceremony, you lie back. The mattress sinks beneath your weight. The ceiling waits. And eventually, finally, your eyes close. You don't dream of war, or banners, or negotiations in stone halls. You dream of fog in the orchard, of soft dirt under bare feet, of someone laughing far away, and of waking up not as a king, but just as someone who remembers what it's like to belong to no one. Morning returns not as a sunrise, but as sound. Footsteps outside your door, the soft rustle of fabric. Someone placing wood into the hearth with the same reverence they'd give a sleeping lion. You hear a kettle being set down, a match struck, then silence again. They're waiting, always waiting. You don't to open your eyes yet. You lie still for a while, letting your breath settle into the old rhythm. You know what happens the moment you move. The day begins. The crown tightens. The questions start. And the quiet, this precious quiet, vanishes like mist touched by sun. But eventually, you do move. You shift, stretch, hear your shoulder crack like an old door. You open your eyes. The fire is lit. The room is warmer than expected. The basin's been filled. Steam curls upward from the surface. You sit up slowly, pulling the blanket with you. You stare at the fire for a moment. No thoughts, just light. Then the knock comes. 3 soft raps. Anselm sips, rhythm, timid but dependable. Your Majesty. You answer with a grunt. He opens the door a hand's width, enough to slide in with a tray. Bread, porridge, 2 figs, a small pot of something that might be tea or punishment. He sets it down, doesn't speak. He knows better now. He hovers a second longer. You finally glance up. He swallows. You didn't call for your attendance last night. We thought I was warm where I was, you say. He nods, eyes wide. He thinks that's a secret, that you have a hiding place in your own castle. You let him believe it. Some truths are too strange to explain. As he turns to leave, he pauses. Should I polish the crown this morning? You look at it, still sitting where you left it. A little askew, like even it's tired of pretending. No, you say. Let it rest today. He blinks. Yes, Your Majesty. The door clicks shut behind him. You pour the tea. It is, unfortunately, punishment. You take a bite of the bread. It's good, fresh, still warm in the center. You think of the baker, already up for hours, hands dusted in flour, working without knowing who he's feeding. You think, too, of the hundreds of people doing the same, shoveling, stitching, mending, herding, cooking, cleaning, all without applause, all without crowns. And yet here you are, eating their labor under soft linen, with a robe that costs more than their barns. You feel the weight of that, quietly. You eat the second fig, slower. And you decide, just for today, to walk through the lower halls, to be seen where you stir rarely expected, because sometimes a king should not look down from the tower, but walk through the kitchen and thank the hands that keep him standing. You don't announce your visit. You don't wear the robe with the silver trim. You don't bring guards. You don't even tell Everard. If you had, he'd have followed you with a ledger and 3 scrolls for you to sign while you were mid-bite of an apple. No. Today you walk alone, and softly. The lower halls hum with life. Not ceremony, not performance, just honest work. You pass a linen room where 2 women are folding sheets the size of sails. They don't see you at first. When they do, they both freeze. One drops a corner of cloth. You hold up a hand, slow, easy, carry on. They glance at each other, unsure if you mean it. You keep walking. The kitchen corridor smells of yeast and onions and life. You follow it like someone tracing an old trail in the woods. You remember these halls, years ago, before the throne, when you were still a prince and not yet a promise. You duck beneath a low beam, brush past a curtain, and step into the heat and noise of the main kitchen. Chaos, in its purest form. Pots clanging, water boiling, bread being slapped into shape. A young girl rushing past with an entire wheel of cheese like it's a sacred artifact. You step aside just in time. She doesn't even look up. And then someone does. The head cook, a barrel-chested man named Garrick, spots you from across the room. He goes stiff. Mouth opens, probably to shout something like "Clear the hearth." The king's here. You shake your head once. Firm, quiet. He closes his mouth. You walk past the fire pit, where a stew is bubbling hard enough to solve national issues. You stop beside a table where a boy is peeling turnips, like he's being punished for crimes in another life. You reach down, pick one up, examine it like it sets a rare gem. "Is this your first batch?" The boy stares up, wide-eyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." You nod. You missed a spot. He looks like he might faint. You grin barely and keep walking. You don't stay long. A few minutes. Enough to be seen. Not as the crown, but as the person beneath it. A face. A body. A man who breathes the same smoke, walks the same floor, hears the same clatter of work done without thanks. On your way out, Garrick sidles up to you with a warm, round loaf wrapped in cloth. "Baked this morning," he says, voice gruff with pride. "No spices, just flour, water, hands. You take it, the best kind." He nods once, deeply, then turns back to his ovens. You carry the bread under your arm as you return to the upper halls, through the stone stair past the forgotten door, and back into the part of the castle where kings are expected to exist. When Everard finds you later, he'll ask where you've been. You'll say you were inspecting the foundation. And for once, it won't be a lie. By the time you return to the council chamber, the mood has already begun to ferment. Everard is pacing, scroll in hand, eyes flashing like a man who's been rehearsing disappointment for the past half hour. The bishop sits nearby with his hands folded, perfectly still in the way only holy men and politicians can manage. The steward whispers something to a page, and the page runs off like his boots are on fire. You step through the doorway holding a warm loaf of bread. Everyone stops talking. Everard turns toward you with a sigh, so theatrical it could be sold as a sermon. "Sire, we've been waiting." "I know," you say. You walk past him unhurried and take your seat at the head of the long-worn table. You set the bread beside the usual stack of dispatches like it belongs there. He blinks at it. "That is bread." "Correct," you say, reaching for a knife. "Would you like some?" "No, thank you," he replies stiffly, like you just offered him a rat. "We have matters of state. We always do." You cut a thick slice, steam curling from the middle like a quiet prayer. You tear off a piece and chew, slowly, while they all watch you like they're waiting for a lesson. "You know," you begin, mouth full of honesty, "we spend all day talking about grain, tonnage, Yield, storage, levy, but none of you have tasted the bread made from it this week. The bishop clears his throat. That sip's not our role, your majesty. It should be, you say, not unkindly. You offer a piece to the steward. He hesitates, then accepts, takes a bite, looks surprised. You nod. Then you get down to business. You listen as Everard recites the latest movement reports from Garland, as the bishop campaigns for more silver to expand the monastery's walls, as the treasurer warns of shortages in the southern markets. You listen, tearing bits of bread, sharing a few, eating quietly. It grounds you. It quiets the part of you that wants to drift into fury or fatigue. You speak less than usual, but when you do, it lands like iron. Because sometimes the man who eats humbly commands louder than the man who shouts from a throne. By the end of the session, half the bread is gone, and the tension in the room has thinned like fog in spring. As they file out, the steward glances back at the remaining slice. You nod once. He takes it. When the room is empty again, you sit in the quiet and brush the crumbs from your robe. And for the first time in a long time, you feel like a king who did something real. Not grand, not golden, just real. After the council chamber clears, you don't go to your quarters. You don't go to the war room or the chapel or the garden where the roses bloom too perfectly for anyone to believe they're not enchanted. You take the long corridor, the one with uneven stones and a ceiling that leaks when it rains, and you turn left through the narrow wooden door that most people think leads to a storage closet. It doesn't. Not anymore. It leads to the old library. There's no ceremony in the room, no polish. The shelves bow in the middle, like even they're tired. Scrolls and leather-bound ledgers sit in loose piles, spines cracked, pages stained by years of unwashed hands, and candle wax. There's dust here, real dust, the honest kind that settles where no servants dare interrupt. And that's why you love it. You walk through slowly, running your fingers along the edge of a table covered in stacked atlases, maps of the world as it was, or was imagined depending on the cartographer's wine intake. One map shows a sea that doesn't exist. Another places dragons in the western hills. You sit in the corner chair, the one no one else uses because it leans slightly left. You like that. Perfection makes you nervous. You don't reach for a book right away, you just sit. Let the weight of silence press in. Let it wrap itself around your bones like a cloak that doesn't care who you are, only that you're here. There's a small window high in the wall. Sunlight sneaks through it like it's embarrassed to be seen. The beam lands on a volume sitting open. The Lineage of Lords. You lean forward, glance at the page. It lists your name. Not in bold, not in reverence, just a name, a date, a line. You stare at it, a little stunned at how small it looks. How little ink is needed to define a life. One line, a dot between kings. You wonder what they'll write about you when you're gone. Will they mention the swan incident, the bread, the night you sat by the hearth and said nothing for hours? Probably not. They'll say you ruled wisely, or that you kept the border steady. Maybe they'll use the word just, a heavy word. When written too lightly, you lean back again, close your eyes for a moment. There's a smell in here you can't name. Old paper, ink, time maybe. You inhale deeply, and then you speak, softly, just to yourself. I hope they say I listened, because not all kings are remembered for the wars they win. Some are remembered for the ones they didn't start. You don't move for a long time. The quiet in the library is a different kind of quiet. It's not the stillness of a throne room between declarations. It's not the silence of a sleeping castle. It's older. It hums. Like everything in here is remembering something but refusing to say it aloud. Your eyes drift back to the open book. The page doesn't change, of course, but the way you feel about it does. There's something sharp about seeing your life summarized so cleanly, so completely, as if a reign could be summed in a margin note and ink that dries in seconds. You rise slowly, stretch, feel the ache behind your ribs. That always comes when you've been too still for too long. You walk to the desk in the corner, the one no one uses anymore. On top of it, a small stack of letters tied with fraying twine. Most are official. You can tell by the wax seals, the ribbon colors, the stiff parchment that crackles like ambition when bent. But one is different. No seal, just folded parchment. No name on the outside. You stare at it for a second too long. You pick it up. It Stutz, the letter. The one you never opened. The one you found months ago tucked in a drawer in your old traveling satchel. The one with handwriting you knew instantly, even after all these years. Her handwriting. You don't sit. You stand by the window. Unfold it. Let your fingers move slow, not with hesitation, but with something quieter. Respect, maybe, or regret. The ink has faded, but the words are clear. You read them all. She wrote of the coast, of how the salt air had finally let her lungs loosen, how her hands were rougher now, but her sleep was softer. She thanked you for not chasing her, for letting her leave. She said the world was quieter without your voice in it, but not colder. She said she remembered the apple, the tower, the way you looked before the crown started to shape your face into something unreadable. And then, a line that hooks itself into your chest like an arrow, meant to wound gently. You were never meant to be only a king. I hope you remember the part of you that knew how to climb. You fold the letter, slowly, carefully. You set it back on the desk. And you stand there for a moment, hands braced on the wood, shoulders low, eyes closed. You remember the tower, the way the stone scraped your palms, the way she laughed when you slipped, the way you laughed too, even as you fell. You breathe. And in that breath, something inside you loosens. Not enough to change everything, but enough to change the next hour. You leave the library without telling anyone. No one sees you slip back through the narrow door. No one hears the soft click of the latch behind you. For once, you move like a man without an audience, shoulders down, footsteps light, the letter still folded neatly in your palm. You don't take the usual path back. Instead, you follow the older halls, the ones no one uses unless something's leaking or broken. You pass under low arches, step over a half-loose stone you've known about for 20 years, and duck into the side stairwell where you once stole an hour of quiet after your father died. The castle is different here, less polished, less proud. The stones are rougher, the air cooler, the stories older. No one curtsies in these halls. No one bows, and maybe that's why you keep walking them. They let you remember. By the time you reach your quarters again, the sun has moved, tilting its light through the windows in a long golden spill across the stone floor. The fire is out. The robe you tossed over the chair earlier is still there, wrinkled, half-folded, perfectly disobedient. You sit at your writing table and place the letter in a drawer. Not to hide it, just to keep it safe. You stare out the window for a while, not seeing much of anything. A bird cuts the sky. A leaf falls past the glass. A guard shifts on the wall walk below, unaware of you watching him. It's peaceful, but temporary. There steps a knock at the door. Always, always the knock. You don't answer right away. Eventually a voice, "Sire, the captain of the guard requests audience." You close your eyes. It sets always urgent. You rise, slowly. Let your hands rest for a moment on the desk. Then you open the drawer again and look at the letter one more time, not to read it, just to feel its weight. Then you close the drawer, pick up the crown, and place it back on your head. Not because you want to, but because there's still a kingdom waiting, and you have remembered who you were. Which means maybe you haven't lost who you are. You walk toward the war room like you've done 100 times before. The hallways feel longer today, not heavier, just slower, as if the castle itself knows you're carrying something different now, something quieter. The kind of memory that doesn't shout but lingers like the smell of wood smoke on old fabric. When you enter, the captain is already standing by the map table. His hands are behind his back. His boots are muddy. That tells you more than anything written on parchment. "Sire," he says, bowing with a nod more than a flourish, "we have word from the Eastern Post." "You don't ask." "Not yet." He places a letter on the table. The wax seal's broken. The edges are damp, frayed, written hard. You read it without picking it up. "Bandits. 3 villages raided. Livestock taken. 2 guards killed. 1 child missing." You close your eyes for a breath, long and low. You let the weight of it land. When you speak, your voice is steady. "How many men at the outpost?" 17, he replies. You nod. "Too few." He doesn't disagree. He's been trying to tell you that for weeks. You just weren't listening. Not really. You step around the table and mark a location with your finger. "Send 2 riders ahead. Deliver supplies. Blankets. Bread. Not just swords. Let them feel the crown before they see it." The captain straightens, but his expression softens. "I still see to it personally." You meet his eyes. "Good." You dismiss him with a nod, but before he turns he says something you weren't expecting. "You seem different today, sire." You tilt your head. "Different?" "Not softer," he says, "but clearer." You say nothing, because maybe he sets right. And maybe you needed to see your name in ink, to be reminded that one day this crown will pass to someone else, and all that will remain is how you chose to wear it. The captain leaves. The door closes. You lean on the map table, staring at a kingdom drawn in charcoal lines and ink that started to crack from age. You touch the place where the raids happened, just a smudge on parchment, but out there it's fire. It's fear. It's a child who hasn't come home. You roll the map up slowly, and for the first time in a long time, you don't feel like a man balancing duty and survival. You feel like a king trying to be better than the day before. You leave the war room not with urgency, but with intention. There's a difference. Urgency scatters. Intention gathers. Today your feet know where to go before your mind catches up. Down through the archway, past the old training yard, past the courtyard where pigeons seem to stage daily coups, past the stables, where a black mare stamps her hooves like she knows something you don't. You stop just before the gates. Not the main ones. The side gate. The one used by merchants, stable hands, and servants, carrying baskets of laundry that smell like lavender and coal. A few guards linger there, not in polished armor but in worn leather and patience. You nod to them. They let you pass without a word. Outside, the road bends through the lower town, and it's loud in the best way. Pots clanging, boots in puddles, chickens daring fate, and children arguing about a stone one of them insists is magical. You walk among them like smoke, familiar, but not always seen. A baker pauses mid-gesture as she stirs a cauldron of something thick and fragrant. She squints. Is that the king? Someone beside her scoffs. Kings don set walk without trumpets. You pass them without saying a word. Not because you stir ignoring them, because today you just want to watch. At the edge of the market, an old man is mending a cartwheel. His hands shake slightly, but his focus is unbroken. You crouch down beside him. No one notices for a moment. He offers no bow, just a grunt and a quiet, "Can't Set find good wood for these spokes anymore." You glance at the wheel. "Have you tried using ashwood?" He side-eyes you. "And what would you know about carts then?" You smile, just barely. "Enough," he chuckles. And it sets the kind of laugh that sets too old to flatter. "Well, then, maybe you should come back tomorrow and help me lift the axle." You rise, brushing dirt from your knee. "Maybe I will." You continue through the street, slow and deliberate. The people begin to notice, not with fear, not with reverence, just surprise. And then nods, small, uncertain, but real. They don't shout, they don't kneel, they just nod. And something in your chest unclenches. Because this quiet presence might be the truest power you've ever had. Not ruling from above, but standing among them. The path winds past the smithy, where hammers strike in rhythm with the heartbeat of the town. Sparks fly in small bursts, catching the morning light like tiny rebellions. You pause just outside the open stall. The blacksmith is a broad-shouldered woman named Brina, with arms thicker than most men's legs and a scowl that could temper steel on its own. She doesn't look up right away. She's working, focused, wrapping leather around a hilt. The kind of focus that only comes when your hands know exactly what they're doing and your thoughts are somewhere far from politics. Looks balanced, you say. Voice soft enough not to startle. She glances up. A flicker of recognition crosses her face, but she doesn't bow. She doesn't just says, if it wasn't I wouldn't be wasting my time on it. You nod. That sips Brina. She finishes the hilt, sets the blade on the rack, then finally meets your gaze. You stir walking alone today. I am. That Seps knew. It is. She wipes her hands on a cloth that used to be white and leans against the anvil. My boy joined the guard last spring. You remember? Curly-haired, tall as me when he stands up straight. You nod. I remember. I saw him on patrol last week. Looked proud. She smiles, just a little. He is. Still asks if you ever notice him. I just did. Her smile grows by a breath. He subtle brag about that for a month. You leave her to her forge. The sound of hammering picks up again as you walk on. Steady now. Every footstep feels less like movement and more like conversation. Every glance you share with a merchant or a mason feels like it carries something unspoken, not obligation. Connection. You stop at a small well where 3 children are playing a very serious game involving a pebble, a rope, and 1 chicken, who refuses to play by the rules. One of them stares at you openly. Are you the real king? You crouch down. Depends. Does your king eat bread and forget names sometimes? She thinks about this. I think so. Then yes, you say. She nods solemnly. Good. Because the other one we pretend is always shouting. You laugh, and it's not a royal laugh. It's not poised or timed or polished. It's just yours. As you rise and continue your walk back toward the castle gates, your hands feel looser, your jaw unclenched, your heart not lighter. No, not that, but steadier. Because sometimes the kingdom isn't the banners or the battles or the maps in the war room. Sometimes it's a boy in armor who wonders if you saw him. A blacksmith who keeps her pride in silence. A child by a well, asking if you purr real. And your answer every day you wear that crown is to be. The castle gates loom ahead, tall and shadowed in the afternoon light. The guards at the entrance straighten when they see you approach, hands to hilts, backs to stone. You nod once, no commands, no ceremony, just a silent return. They open the gate without a word. You step through, and the change in air is immediate, cooler, quieter, more stone than sky. The castle swallows sound differently than the town. It folds it inward, presses it into corners. You're used to it, but today it feels sharper, cleaner, like you're hearing it all for the first time. You don't go straight to the solar, or the council hall, or the chamber where they'll have laid out fresh documents, pressed robes, and questions with no answers. You go to the garden, the inner one, hidden behind 2 old towers and a hedge. No one's trimmed in months. It's quiet here, not by design, just by neglect. The vines are winning, the benches are cracked, but the sunlight still finds its way in, and sometimes that's enough. You sit on the low stone wall near the fountain. It no longer flows, not since the drought last year, but the basin still holds rainwater and the occasional feather from a passing bird. You pull something from your pocket, a crumb of bread. You crumble it between your fingers and drop it into the water. A moment passes. Then a ripple. Then, from beneath the water's surface, the flash of silver. The fish are still here. Small, old, stubborn, survivors in a fountain, forgotten by everything except them. You watch them for a while, and you think not of war, or alliances, or emissaries, or the cousin who writes in veiled threats. You think of the girl by the tower, the child at the well, the boy on patrol, and you say softly, not to be heard, not even to yourself exactly, "I tell stay." Not because you have to, but because someone must. And maybe because you're starting to remember how evening approaches with long shadows and soft gold pooling across the garden walls. The sun's descent feels slower than usual, as if it too is reluctant to hand over the day. You sit there by the fountain for longer than you should. No one comes to find you. No messenger dares interrupt. Perhaps they've finally learned, or perhaps someone told them the king was where he needed to be. The fish circle the rainwater like old thoughts, quiet, repetitive, persistent. You trace one with your eyes until it vanishes under the lily leaves, and you wonder how many people in this castle even know they're still here. You stand slowly, joints stiff but not aching the way they used to. Something about today has eased that. No healer, no poultice, just walking, talking, being among the people who keep the place alive while you sit in rooms and sign your name on things. You walk back through the garden path with slower steps now, not because you're tired, but because you don't want to miss anything. A single violet blooms beneath the ivy. You crouch down, touch the petal gently. A color so small, so bold, so completely unnecessary, and yet it's here, thriving. You make a note to leave the ivy alone. Back inside, the castle lights are beginning to glow. Candles lit in corners, lanterns swinging gently from hooks. You pass two servants whispering in the corridor. They fall silent when they see you. Eyes wide, mouths half formed around the gossip they'll never admit to. You smile. Let them wonder. You're not angry. Let them speak of you in ways that feel real. You reach the stairwell, up toward your chambers. But instead, you turn left toward the solar, toward the fire that's already burning, toward the plate that's probably waiting, and the wine you're no longer drinking to forget. Tilda is there, as expected. She doesn't speak when you enter. She's placing a folded letter on your desk. Likely another request, another complaint. You nod. She doesn't ask where you've been. She knows better. She glances at your boots. Muddy, scuffed. She smiles. Was it worth the walk? You sit. Ease into the chair like it was shaped for your back alone. More than worth it. She pours the tea. Not wine. Not tonight. You take the cup. Hold it between your palms. The heat is a quiet kind of strength. You sip. It sips bitter, but clean. She steps toward the door, pausing only once. They missed you today. You nod. Let them. Will you go back tomorrow? You glance at the fire. I think I tell go earlier. And as she closes the door, and the castle exhales around you, you let yourself feel it. The weight of the crown is still there, but for the first time in a long time, it feels like it's sitting on someone who knows why they wear it. The fire in the solar burns low now, casting amber ribbons across the stone floor. You've moved your chair closer, not out of cold but instinct. There's something about sitting near flame that reminds you of your father. He never lit it himself, always had someone do it, but he stared into it often, like he expected it to speak first. You never understood that as a child. Now, you do. The tea cools in your hands. You don't drink it. You just hold it like something tethering you to the moment. The flames pop and settle. A log collapses inward with a sigh, sending up a brief shower of sparks. Across the room, the crown still rests on the desk. You haven't worn it since morning, and you don't need to now. Tonight isn't about being king. Not out loud, not in marble or decree. Tonight is about the choices no one sees, the ones no bard sings about, the kind made with quiet hands and open eyes. You walk to the desk and pick up a quill. The paper is blank. You don't write a command. You write a letter. It starts simple. To the boy in the guard who stands a little straighter than the rest. Then another. To the baker with the crooked smile and flour on her sleeves. And another. To the girl at the well who asked if I was real. The words aren't royal. They aren't grand. They're honest. Small truths. Glimpses. Reminders. Of what you saw. Of what they are. Of what you're trying to become. Each letter folds into itself like a secret. Like a gift. You stack them neatly. Tomorrow you'll ask Tilda to deliver them quietly, without fuss, no seal, no name, just a king remembering his people, just a man trying not to forget again. You return to the fire, sit back down, let the heat climb your legs and rest across your chest. You close your eyes, and in that warmth, something settles, not peace, not yet, but purpose. And that sits enough, because tomorrow will come, and with it the questions, the noise, the iron weight of expectation. But you tell meet it, not as the man they think you are, but as the one who finally remembered how to listen. The fire burns down to its final breath. There's nothing left to say tonight, no orders to give, no signatures to place. The letters are written, the halls are silent, the kingdom sleeps. And for once it does so without needing your voice to keep it from breaking. You stretch once, slowly, carefully. The ache in your spine is the kind you welcome. It means you moved today. Not just across rooms, but towards something real. You stand wrapping your robe around yourself like armor for a different kind of night. No metal, no blade, just fabric, memory, intention. You walk to the window and look out one last time. The sky is endless. Stars blink against the black like quiet oaths. Below, the town rests under that same sky, roof to roof, hearth to hearth, life stacked beside life like a mosaic. Only you get to see from here. You don't look down with ownership. You look down with weight, with awe, with the understanding that these people, these stories, these ordinary names are what hold the walls of this place together. Not the throne, not you. Them. Always them. You turn from the window. The room behind you waits. The bed is turned down, the fire low, and the crown still on the desk. You could leave it there tonight, but you don't set. You walk to it, lift it with both hands, not out of obligation, out of respect. You place it on the stand beside your bed, not on your head, not tonight. Tonight the crown rests too. You lie down, let your body sink into linen and silence. You exhale, not the breath of a ruler, the breath of someone who has finally truly arrived in his own skin. You close your eyes, and tomorrow when the knock comes, you tell answer it. Not as a burden, not as a symbol, but as a man who remembers every name the crown tried to make him forget. And that is how a kingdom endures, and that is how a king becomes real. Hello and welcome. Wherever you are tonight, whether you're resting in bed with the weight of the day slowly leaving your shoulders, or maybe listening while walking under streetlights, or folding laundry, I'm glad you're here. This is a quiet place, a gentle space to settle in and drift back in time. And tonight, we're going somewhere most people never think about. Not into the great halls of medieval castles, but into the soil beneath the feet of those who lived outside their walls. But before we begin, if you enjoy these calm, detailed journeys into the past, go ahead and tap the like button. It helps more people find this space. Subscribe if you'd like to return again. And tell me in the comments, where are you listening from tonight and what time is it for you? It's always a quiet kind of wonder to see how far these stories reach. All right, let's begin. Slowly. Tonight, we're returning to the Middle Ages, but not the parts you've seen in films. This isn't about swords or knights. It's about what people ate, or more precisely, what they grew, quietly, year after year, tucked behind cottages, along hedgerows, and in garden beds scraped into hard ground. We're going to talk about the vegetables, many of them now long forgotten, that medieval farmers and families relied on to survive. You might be surprised how much we've lost. Picture yourself in the English countryside, sometime around the year 1283. It's a soft spring morning. There's still a chill in the air, but the frost is gone. The ground is damp, full of promise. In a small garden behind a timber-framed house, a man kneels in the soil. His name is Osric. His hands are thick with mud. His knees sore from years of planting and weeding. Around him, the first shoots of skirret are beginning to push through the dirt. Skirret, not something you'll find at your local grocery store. It's a pale, slender root, shaped like a thin carrot, but branching out into delicate fingers. When cooked, it's sweet, almost nutty. In Osric's world, it's a reliable crop. Not glamorous, but dependable, the kind of thing you boil, mash, or fry with whatever else is on hand, usually onions or herbs from the edge of the yard. A few steps away, his wife, Elswith, is checking the patch of good King Henry. That's a plant, not a person. Though in some villages, people did talk about their vegetables like they were family. Good King Henry is a perennial green, something like spinach, though coarser, tougher, and not quite as polite on the tongue. Still, it grows back every year without being asked. And in these times, that sort of loyalty is valuable. Elswith picks a handful of leaves. They'll go into a soup later, maybe with some barley and a bit of salted pork if they're lucky. If not, it's greens and a slice of black bread, same as yesterday. The meals are simple, repetitive, but every leaf matters. Further down the garden rows is salsify. Now the root, long and pale with tiny hairs that never seem to come off, no matter how much you scrub. It's sometimes called the oyster plant, not because it tastes like seafood, but because someone, somewhere, decided it sort of reminded them of one. Truthfully, it tastes like a cross between parsnip and hope. People roast it, boil it, even bake it into pies if they've got enough flour to spare. And then there's Alexander's. Tall, leafy, sharp-scented. A cousin to celery, but more assertive. It's used in broths and stews and chewed raw by people who believe it's good for the blood. Some swear it helps with digestion. Others just eat it because it grows easily and they're hungry. Out near the fence, half wild and growing wherever it pleases, is mallow. Its roots are soft and sticky, used in old remedies to soothe sore throats and quiet coughs. Mixed with honey and herbs, it becomes a kind of natural medicine. Not always pleasant, but usually effective. These gardens weren't just about food. They were about survival. Seasons could be cruel. A single storm could wash out months of work. And so the vegetables grown were chosen carefully, not for taste or beauty, but for toughness, resilience, and the ability to feed a family with very little. And then, just behind the chicken coop, something a little different is growing. A girl named Heloisa, maybe 14 or 15, sharp-eyed and full of her own thoughts, has started a little garden of her own. Nothing fancy, a few rows marked out with sticks and string. Her mother says she should be helping with the turnips, but she wanted to try something different, something with a bit more character. She traded a wooden spoon for seeds from a traveling merchant, rocket, lovage, and wormwood. Strange herbs, sharp in scent and even sharper in taste. Rocket, especially, is strong. peppery, bold. It makes your eyes water if you eat too much. But she likes it. And she's not the only one. A boy named Folky, who lives 3 cottages down, stops by one day. She offers him a bit of flatbread with cheese and a handful of rocket leaves on top. He eats it with a kind of cautious enthusiasm reserved for trying something new in front of someone you're trying to impress. He says it's different. Then he says it's good. A week later, he brings her a basket of eggs from his family's coop. Sometimes a garden grows more than vegetables. The truth is, these foods, skrit, good King Henry Alexander's, mallow, salsify, were once part of everyday life. Now they're almost entirely forgotten. But for hundreds of years, they filled bowls and bellies, flavored stews, healed colds, and helped love bloom in quiet corners. And maybe they still deserve a place in our stories. So, as you rest here tonight, imagine the smell of damp earth and fresh herbs, the feel of soft leaves under your fingers, the sound of a spade pressing into spring soil. This was the heartbeat of daily life for so many, so long ago, and we've only just begun. We're still with Osric and Elswith in their little garden at the edge of the village. Morning has turned to early afternoon now, the kind of quiet, hazy hour where not much happens, but everything is still being done. You can hear the creak of wood from a cart rolling by, the occasional bleat from a sheep somewhere down the lane, and the gentle rhythm of hands pulling weeds, shaking off soil, and setting down baskets. Osric wipes his forehead with the back of his wrist and leans on his spade. The ground has finally softened after a long winter, and his back already feels it. But the patch looks good. The roots are strong this year. He's thinking it might be a good season for parsnips. Now, parsnips aren't forgotten, not completely. But the ones Osric grows are wilder than what you'd find today. Rougher, more bitter, unless they've seen a few good frosts. He remembers an old saying, "A parsnip picked before the frost is like a man kissed before shaving. Best avoided." That one still makes Elswith laugh, though not always out loud. She's over by the plot of leeks now. Not the supermarket kind. These ones are long, pale, and deeply fragrant, with that comforting scent of something slow-cooked and hearty. They grow through winter, standing tall even when snow clings to their leaves. Leeks are something special. Not just food, but a symbol of pride in some parts of the world, especially Wales. People pin them to their tunics on feast days. It's strange how something so humble can carry such weight. Down along the edge of the field is a little patch of chickweed. It's not even supposed to be growing there. It just shows up on its own, year after year, as if it knows it's needed. It's soft, green, slightly peppery. A handful thrown into a pot of broth can stretch a meal just enough to feed one more person. It's a quiet kind of generosity, the kind that medieval life often depended on. Children come running past, barefoot, wild-haired, laughing over something that probably involved falling in mud, and one of them stops to point at a patch of nettles near the hedgerow. "Don't touch that," Osric calls out, not unkindly. Stings worse than a bee on a bad day. But later that night, Elswith will be out there with gloves, carefully picking the young tops. Nettles sting, yes, but boiled into a soup, they lose their bite and become something nourishing. High in iron, surprisingly rich, with a taste somewhere between spinach and wood smoke. It's one of those plants that reminds you nature doesn't give without a little warning, but it does give. Over by the path, old Wulfric, neighbor, part-time beekeeper, full-time storyteller, leans on his stick and watches the garden with a look like he's remembering every meal he's ever eaten. "You've got fat hen growing by the back wall," he said. Osric nods. "Wasn't trying to." Wulfric just shrugs. "She's stubborn, that one, but she'll fill your belly." Fat hen, also known as lamb's quarters, is a scrappy little green that grows just about anywhere. Some call it a weed, others a miracle. In hard years, it's the difference between going hungry and not. People would dry it, store it, grind the seeds into a kind of flour. It's not fancy, but it's honest. You can see now that a medieval garden wasn't just a food source. It was a quiet, persistent kind of life insurance. Every plant had a reason. Nothing grew for beauty. Everything had to earn its keep. Some were even meant for more than eating. There by the door to the cottage, Elswith has planted Angelica. It towers above the others, with its tall stalks and round flowering heads. She says it keeps away illness, that it wards off the foul air, especially when boiled into tea or chewed raw. Osric doesn't argue. If she believes it, that's enough. And besides, he quite likes the way it smells. Sharp, green, almost sweet. And not far from it, hidden between a broken fence post and an old wash basin, is something even stranger. Horseradish. Its leaves are wide and wild, but the root is where the power lies. When grated, it releases a sharp heat that climbs right up your nose and into your brain. They say it clears the senses. Some even say it drives out bad spirits. Mostly, though, it just makes you cry and then laugh about it. Heloisa comes around the back of the house, her apron full of herbs she's picked from her little patch. She's still tending her rocket and lovage with care. She's got a few stalks of tansy too, bitter and medicinal, once used to flavor cakes during Easter, though you'd have to balance it with a lot of honey to make it go down easy. She's trying to grow purslane now. It's low, creeping, and easily mistaken for a weed, but she's read, or heard, more likely that it's full of goodness. In her mind, her little garden is more than food. It's an act of curiosity, of rebellion, something of her own, in a world where most things are handed down and rarely questioned. Back in the kitchen, a pot simmers. Elswith adds a bit of everything. Leeks nettles, a pinch of dried skirret from last season. She crumbles and a little cheese, saved from market. It's not a feast, but it's a meal. The smell is warm, familiar. It smells like survival, like home. And so, when we think of medieval food, we often imagine feasts in great halls, roasted meats, golden goblets, long tables, piled with bread. But the truth, the quiet truth, is that most meals happen just like this, in gardens, in cottages, in small bowls and deep pots, seasoned with what the earth would give and what the weather hadn't taken away. So tonight, as you listen, maybe lying back now, eyes growing heavier, remember these quiet crops, the skirret and nettles, the mallow and rocket, the food that fed people not just through history but through hard times, through winters, through lean years and long days. We're not done yet. There's still more to discover, more to remember. The light is starting to shift now. That golden, slanted kind of afternoon light that comes just before evening, when everything takes on a softness. The garden glows, not brightly, but like it's holding something in, like it knows something the rest of the world's forgotten. Inside the cottage, Elswith is slicing dried parsley root. It looks like a small white carrot, but the smell is earthy, deeper. Not the leafy herb we know today, but its stouter cousin, the root used for broth, for stews, sometimes even grated raw, if there's vinegar to tame it. The taste is sharper than you'd expect, somewhere between celery and nutmeg, used sparingly. It gives body to a dish. Used too much, it takes over. Elswith knows the balance. On the low wooden table near the hearth, a small basket holds a mix of roots and leaves, picked earlier in the day. Turnips, rough, round, pale-fleshed, sit beside beet leaves, wilted slightly in the warmth. Turnips were a staple long before potatoes arrived in Europe. roasted, stewed, mashed into thick pastes to eat with stale bread softened in broth. There's also cow parsnip, a plant you'd need to handle with care. Some parts are edible when cooked, others not. In the wrong hands, it could cause burns. But Elswit's mother taught her the safe parts when she was a girl, and she's passed that knowledge down to Heloisa too. This is how most knowledge moves here, not in books, but in stories and gestures, in the careful watching of someone who's done it for years. Out back, Osric is checking the compost heap. Nothing is wasted here. Not truly. Peelings, husks, stalks, all go back into the earth. Even weeds have their uses. Sorrel, for example, grows wild at the edges of the path. Its leaves are bright, lemony, almost tangy on the tongue. In small amounts, it lifts a dish, adds something sharp and surprising. Too much and it overwhelms, but just enough, and it's like adding sunlight to a pot of broth. Further afield, just past the lane where geese wander like they own the place, there's a wild plot where a few braver plants grow. Burdock root is one of them. Long, spindly, stubborn. You have to dig deep to get it out. And you'll probably curse while doing it, but cleaned and cooked, it has a rich, slightly sweet flavor, almost like artichoke. It's a root that demands patience and repays it quietly. There's also hogweed, young shoots only, and only for those who know exactly how to handle it. One wrong step, one wrong leaf, and it's not food anymore. It's danger, but handled properly, boiled with care. It's another way to stretch the meals, another piece of the puzzle. This is the reality of a medieval kitchen. It's part cooking, part caution, part memory. By now, the fire in the hearth has burned down to a steady, orange glow. The pot over it simmers with a quiet rhythm. Inside, water thickens with root starches. Herbs drift to the surface and disappear again. Every so often, Elswith stirs it with a long-handled spoon that belonged to her grandmother. It's worn smooth from decades of work. Heloisa, meanwhile, is drying herbs on a wooden board near the door. Yarrow for fevers, chervil for flavor, fennel for its seeds, which can ease a stomach after a heavy meal or a poorly cooked one. These aren't just seasonings. They're part of the household's survival strategy. Every bit helps. Every leaf matters. And as the sun begins to dip lower on the horizon, the villagers begin to settle. You can hear it in the sound of the day winding down, the clatter of buckets, the bleating of sheep being gathered into pens, the soft murmur of prayers spoken beside beds made of straw. And Osric places his tools by the shed. Not because he's done for the day, he never really is, but because the light says it's time to stop. His hands are cracked, nails dark with soil, but there's something proud in the way he looks at his garden. It might not be much, but it's theirs. It keeps them full. It keeps them going. Elswith ladles stew into wooden bowls. Not much meat tonight, just a little rind of smoked bacon for flavor, but the roots have softened into a thick, hearty meal. The greens have turned tender, the broth rich and warm. It's the kind of food that doesn't need much talking over, just a quiet hum of gratitude passed from one spoonful to the next. Outside, a few birds still sing, not quite ready to give up the day. A breeze carries the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. The world is still, in that rare way. It only is just before night truly arrives. And you, listening now, maybe you're starting to feel that stillness too. Maybe your eyes are heavier, your breath slower. That's all right. That's what this is for. Let this garden stay with you tonight. Not just the plants, but the people. The ones who grew what they could, with what they had, who remembered which plants to pick, which ones to leave, and how to turn almost nothing into something that fed a family. These were not grand people, but their lives were full of quiet knowledge, rooted deep in the earth. Evening has settled now. The last streaks of daylight have faded from the sky, leaving behind a deep, soft blue. A few candle flames flicker inside the cottage windows, casting long, swaying shadows on the wooden walls. It's the kind of darkness you can feel in your chest, a stillness that hushes everything. Dinner has been eaten, bowls scraped clean, spoons set aside. The stew wasn't fancy, but it filled the belly and warmed the bones. Osric sits on a low stool by the fire, gently sharpening his knife with a smooth stone, not out of urgency, just routine. The same way he did last night, the same way he'll do tomorrow. Elswith, with her thick fingers and steady hands, is packing dried greens into cloth sacks. Some nettle, some mallow, some wilted fat hen leaves gathered before the frost hit. She packs each sack tightly, ties it with string made from old linen, and places it in a wooden chest under the window. In a few months, when fresh food is gone, they'll dip into these supplies a little at a time. This was one of the great challenges of medieval life, keeping food once it was grown. There were no freezers, no refrigerators, and most cellars were little more than cool, dry corners under the floorboards. Vegetables had to be dried, smoked, pickled, stored in vinegar or salt, or kept cool with whatever nature allowed. Take skirret again. After harvest, the roots could be kept in damp sand for weeks if the air stayed cool. But if it got too warm or too dry, they'd wither, collapse in on themselves like empty socks. And then they were lost. Every root had to be watched, rotated, sometimes even sung to, quietly, under breath, as if it would make a difference. And maybe it did. Maybe the attention was part of the magic. Parsnips, turnips, and beets were hardier. They could survive a long winter if stored in a dry pit lined with straw. People dug these pits at the edge of their gardens, covered them with stones, and hoped no animal would dig in before they could dig back out. In some villages, these pits were shared between families. A quiet kind of trust was needed. If someone took more than their share, well, you'd know. People always knew. And then there were the greens that couldn't be stored. These had to be preserved. Chard, sorrel, and good King Henry were often hung in bunches above the fire, slowly drying in the smoke until they curled like paper. Once brittle, they were crumbled into jars or sacks and used through winter, usually in broths or porridge. A spoonful here, a pinch there, just enough to bring back the memory of green things. Not far from the cottage, near the edge of the woods, there's another kind of garden, less cultivated, more intuitive. It's where Elswith gathers plants she doesn't speak about as much. The ones used for illness, childbirth, wounds, the serious things. There's lovage, with its tall stalks and strong celery flavor. It's used for digestion, but also sometimes as a charm, woven into garlands or hung over beds to ward off bad dreams. There's meadowsweet, with its sweet scent and white blossoms. Once used to ease pain, its leaves tucked into bedding to soothe sore joints. And there's wild radish, not a tidy little vegetable like the kind you see today, but something stringy, tangled, sharp in taste and spirit. Its pods can be pickled, its leaves cooked. Some years it refuses to grow. Other years it takes over everything, as if reminding the world that it's not quite tame. Heloisa has been watching these plants too. She's taken to sketching them in the dirt with a stick, drawing leaves, stems, roots, so she remembers their shapes. She says she wants to know what's useful and what's just pretending. She says the plants talk. If you listen long enough, Elswith doesn't argue. Meanwhile, in the village beyond their little plot, others are tending their own quiet crops. An old widow named Brenna grows sea beet along the stream bank. Its leaves are glossy, dark green, and tougher than the garden variety. It doesn't mind the salty air, and she swears it tastes better the closer you are to the sea. At the edge of the churchyard, Brother Aldwin has a narrow strip of land where he grows wood sorrel, fennel, and ramsons, wild garlic with broad leaves and a strong peppery bite. He uses them not just for the monastery kitchen, but in poultices and teas. His hands are stained green, more often than not. He says the plants are closer to God than people are. No one laughs. They just nod. And on the farthest edge of the village, there's a family who grows herb bennet, a shaggy little plant with small yellow flowers and roots that smell faintly of cloves. They use it to flavor ale in the winter when hops run low. It gives the drink a warm, spicy taste, something to look forward to when the days are short and the wind bites. All of these plants, all of these stories, quietly working together to keep life going. No spot of earth was wasted. No leaf was taken for granted. Even weeds had their moment. And as night deepens, and a few stars push through the clouds above, the family settles into their evening rhythms. The fire is banked, tools cleaned and stored, children half asleep, the world narrowing to a few soft sounds. The creak of wood, the rustle of straw, the sigh of someone settling into sleep. You too might be feeling it now, that gentle heaviness, that quiet peace. So just rest here for a moment longer. Let the names of these plants drift through your thoughts. Skirret, mallow, fat hen, angelica, sorrel. Words almost forgotten, but never truly lost. Carried through time by people like Osric and Elsweth. And now, carried by you. The village sleeps now, the kind of sleep that only comes after honest work. The fires are low. The sky is full and dark, with only a sliver of moon lighting the paths. Somewhere, a dog gives one soft bark and then settles again. The night has tucked everything in, but in the dark, things are still happening. Beneath the soil, roots continue to grow. Seeds quietly split open. Leaves collect dew in the moonlight. In the medieval world, nature never really stops. It rests, like we do, but it does not pause, and neither do the plants. Let's talk about wild mustard, a plant often pulled up as a weed, but kept by those who knew better. It's sharp, peppery, almost too bold to eat raw, but ground into paste or boiled into a mild sauce. It adds something hot and bracing to otherwise bland meals. In a world where salt was precious and spices were luxury imports, mustard was the spice of the commoner, a sharp taste of fire on the tongue. There's also garlic mustard, which sounds like a joke someone made up to confuse people. But its real leaves that smell of garlic, with none of the bulb picked young. They're tender, almost sweet. Let them grow too long, and they become bitter, defiant, much like people. Weld grows nearby, though it's not for eating. Its yellow flowers and leaves were used to dye cloth, a bright, strong yellow. It clings to the edge of disturbed soil, places where carts have rutted the path, or where old walls have crumbled. It's a plant of resilience, of coming back, even when things fall apart. And then there's wild celery. Not the crunchy green stalks we think of now, but a rangy, intense herb that smells like summer and salt. It grows best near rivers and damp places, and people used it to season fish, to flavor broth, or as a tonic to clean the blood, whatever that meant to them. It may not have worked in the modern medical sense, but it worked in the other sense. It gave people the feeling of trying, of doing something. So many of these plants lived in the edges, the margins. They grew along walls, near pigsties, at the forest edge. They weren't always planted. They weren't always welcome. But they came anyway, and the wise ones, the observant ones, learned to use them. Elswith remembers her grandmother showing her how to spot celandine in early spring. Its yellow flowers come even before the grass fully returns. The juice from its stem was dabbed onto warts. Children called it devil's milk for the way it stung. But it worked, and so it stayed, year after year, even when its use was half forgotten. In the morning, she'll gather a few shoots of sorrel and wood betony, if she can find them. Betony was said to guard against nightmares. People would stuff it into pillows, hang it above doorways, and even sew it into clothing. Not because they fully believed, but because someone once did, and the memory was enough to keep doing it. By now, the cottage is completely still. A soft snore rises from the children's side of the room. The fire is mostly ash, though a few embers still glow like eyes in the dark. You can hear the wind outside, slow and heavy, brushing against the thatched roof. Osric stirs in his sleep. Maybe he's dreaming of something he wouldn't say, even if you asked. He's not a man of many words, but you can tell he takes pride in the land, in knowing which root pulls easiest, which leaf means rain is coming. He's the sort of person who touches a plant and knows whether it's ready. That knowledge doesn't come from books. It comes from time. Heloisa lies awake, eyes open, staring at the wooden beams overhead. She's listening to the wind, thinking about her little herb patch, wondering if the tansy will bloom early this year, wondering if she should try planting borage, a star-shaped blue flower said to bring courage. Some say Roman soldiers used to drink it before battle. She's not planning a war, but maybe it'll help her find her voice. Maybe it'll just be pretty. Either reason is enough. Out in the fields, even the scarecrows seem at peace. Their arms outstretched, faces stuffed with rags, watching over soil that sleeps. In the hedgerows, the first buds of hawthorn are forming. In time they'll bloom white and thick. The berries, when they come, will be tart, mealy, good for jellies and medicine, but not yet. Everything in its time, and maybe that's the deeper rhythm of these forgotten plants. They each had a season, a window of use. And once it passed, that was it. Until next year, you had to pay attention. You had to know what to pick and when. Miss it, and you waited, or went without. In today's world, so much is available all the time, out of season, out of place. But back then, food came with memory, with patience, with a relationship between people and plants that was built on trust and a bit of luck. So tonight, as you listen, as the world quiets around you, maybe let that idea settle in. That even the smallest things, tiny roots, bitter leaves, herbs growing through cracks, once held whole families together, once carried them from one season to the next. And now, centuries later, those stories are still growing. In gardens, in hedgerows, and in you. Morning will come again soon, but not yet. For now the night holds. The sky is still dark, and the air is cool and still. In the distance, an owl calls once low and steady, and then falls silent. It's a sound that's barely changed in 1,000 years. Inside the cottage, the quiet is complete. The only light comes from the moon slipping in through a crack in the shutters, tracing a line across the dirt floor. Dust motes drift through it like tiny stars. And in a small wooden bowl near the hearth set, there before sleep, rests a handful of withered root ends and dried herbs. Tomorrow, Elswith will start again. She'll soak what needs soaking. She'll slice what needs slicing. And with those few quiet ingredients, she'll make something that carries her family through the day. Not because it's special, but because it's theirs. That's what so many of these forgotten vegetables were. Not exotic, not luxurious, just dependable, familiar, You didn't brag about a stew of fat hen and turnip greens, but you were grateful for it. These were the plants that stood by you when nothing else did. Even now, centuries later, a few of them still wait quietly in fields and forests, growing wild in places people no longer look. Some return every spring like they never left. Mellow, nettles, chickweed, sorrel, others are barely hanging on, surviving in seed banks or private gardens kept by curious hands. And some, well, some are likely gone for good, forgotten by name, lost in the folds of time. But even those left something behind, a flavor, a story, a smell that lingers faintly in the air after the pot's been emptied. If you listen closely, you might still hear it, a whisper of how life used to be, slower, simpler, but harder, not easier, never easier, but more connected to the land, to the seasons, to the humble magic of a garden that gave what it could. And maybe that's what you take with you tonight, not just the names of roots and herbs, but the sense of rhythm, of patience, of the kind of wisdom that doesn't shout but waits, the kind that lives in worn hands, in cracked wooden spoons, in footsteps worn into soil. So, wherever you are now, whether you're lying still in bed, eyes closed, or just listening as the night carries on, know this: you're not far from that old garden, the one behind the cottage. With the leeks and the skirret, the rocket, and the nettles, it's still there, in some way, and you're welcome in it. Anytime you need the quiet. Rest well, traveler. The sky is beginning to shift again, just a little. That deep, endless dark is softening at the edges, giving way to a quiet gray. Dawn is still a ways off, but the world can feel it coming. A faint glow behind the hills, a change in the way the air tastes. Inside the cottage, Osric is stirring earlier than usual. Some days start before the sun does. He swings his legs over the side of the straw-stuffed mattress and rubs his face with both hands, shaking off sleep like a dog shakes off water. He moves quietly, careful not to wake Elswith or the children. The floor is cold. The fire has gone out entirely. Nothing left but a thin layer of ash. He'll start it again soon. But first, he steps outside. The earth is damp, the kind of cold that clings to your boots and soaks into your bones if you stand still too long. But Osric's already moving, heading to the shed to check on the stored roots. Parsnips, beets, turnips, and a few precious Scorzonera roots. Scorzonera. You may have never heard the name, but in Osric's world, it's a quiet treasure, sometimes called black salsify. It's a dark-skinned root with a pale, creamy inside. When peeled and cooked gently, it has a taste that's something like artichoke crossed with chestnut. Subtle, nourishing, dependable. The kind of food that feels more comforting than exciting, like slipping into a warm coat. He peels a few carefully, watching his breath in the cold air. They'll go into breakfast, a thin porridge, stretched with some leftover greens and whatever herbs Elswith dried last month. Not far from the roots lies a bundle of field beans, broad, squat, and a bit rough around the edges. These were one of the staples of medieval peasant diets, cooked down into pastes, thickened into stews, sometimes even ground into flour. They weren't glamorous, but they were full of strength. Osric remembers stories of winters survived on beans alone. Not happily, but survived nonetheless. And cowpeas. They don't get as much attention, but they're hardy and they grow where others won't. Their vines sprawl and twist, climbing whatever they can find. The beans are small, earthy in flavor, and they keep well through winter. Elswith stores them in clay jars, covered with linen and sealed with wax. Back near the garden fence, something smaller catches Osric's eye. Corn salad, sometimes called lamb's lettuce. It grows low to the ground, almost shy. Its leaves are soft, nutty, and one of the first greens to show after the frost. Some villagers ignore it, others, like Elswith, treat it like a gift, a signal that spring is coming, even if winter hasn't quite finished speaking. There's something humbling about these small, quiet plants. They don't demand space, they don't scream with color or boast of sweetness, but they grow, and they give, and they remind people that life, no matter how hard, finds a way to keep going. Later in the morning, after the fire is lit and the house begins to warm, Elswith begins preparing a small vinegar infusion, wormwood, fennel seeds, and a handful of caraway. It's meant for stomach troubles, but Osric jokes that it could wake the dead. She doesn't laugh, but she smiles the way someone does when they've heard the same joke 100 times and still don't mind. Caraway is a favorite of hers. She bakes it into bread when there's time. Its seeds are strong, a little sweet, a little sharp. Some say it keeps away evil spirits. Elswith mostly likes the way it smells when she crushes it with a stone. In the corner of the kitchen, hanging above the hearth, is a small dried bundle of wild marjoram, a soft herb with tiny purple flowers and a smell that reminds you of warm afternoons and something sweet you can't quite name. She adds it to meat when they have it and to beans when they don't. It lifts the taste just enough to remind them of summer. Outside, the village is waking up. Slow steps on muddy ground, a rooster that sounds older than it is. The first voices of the day, low and mumbled. No one speaks much in the morning, not until hands are warmed and bread is broken. Heloisa joins her mother by the fire. She's holding something behind her back, a small handful of penny royal. She found it near the stream, growing between rocks. It's not meant for eating, but it has its uses. In the wrong hands, it's dangerous. In the right hands, it keeps fleas away. Elswith nods, takes it gently, and hangs it to dry near the others. And there, in that simple gesture, something passes between them. Not just herbs, not just knowledge, but trust, continuity. The unspoken bond between those who keep things alive, not just people, but the wisdom of plants, the rhythm of the land, the quiet sense of what grows where and why. It's a small thing, but it matters. And so the morning rolls on, slowly, purposefully. Fires lit, water fetched, bread sliced, gardens checked. The kind of morning that doesn't need to be remembered to have mattered. The kind that simply is, and in that, carries everything forward. You, listening here now, are part of that rhythm too, quietly, gently, taking in the names, the textures, the lives of these long-forgotten foods. Some still grow wild, some wait in seed catalogs. Few people open. Some might even grow again, if someone maybe you decided to plant them. But even if you don't, just remembering them is something, letting their names live again in the stillness of night. The sun is rising now, not with a burst of gold and trumpets, but with a slow, steady light that crawls across the land like warm breath. The roofs of the village glisten with dew. The fields stretch out under a pale sky, and the sound of birds begins to stir in the hedges. The day has begun, whether anyone feels ready or not. Osric carries a basket to the garden. It's a simple thing, woven from willow, patched with cord, but it's been with him for years. Inside it, he places a handful of tools, a short blade, a wooden trowel, a small cloth sack. Today, he's gathering cresses, land cress, watercress, wintercress, whatever has managed to push up through the cold soil. Cresses were among the earliest greens people would harvest. Their flavor is bold, a bit spicy, like they're in a hurry to be noticed. And maybe they are, because they don't last long. Osric clips a few careful leaves and tucks them into the cloth sack. They'll go into a morning mash with barley and root scraps. Not much, but enough to wake up the taste buds. In another bed, tucked near the fence line where the sun lingers longer, a patch of skirret is starting to send up its thin green shoots. This plant always surprises him. It's not loud, it doesn't grow fast, but when you need it most, in the dead of winter, it's there beneath the soil, waiting. You just have to remember where you planted it. Elswith is in the kitchen again, her hands moving without thought. She's crushing dried sweet cicely, a soft, fern-like herb with a sweet aniseed scent. It's rare to find, but once you know it, you don't forget. She uses it to sweeten dishes when honey is low. A handful in a pot of porridge can change everything. Not just the taste, but the mood. That's what these plants did. They didn't just feed people, they lifted them, gave them brightness in gray months, gave them something to talk about. Did you taste the sesame in that stew? The cress was sharper this year. These were the conversations that filled long evenings, that stitched one day to the next. Heloisa steps outside with a bowl of scraps, peels, stems, trimmings from last night's meal. She takes them to the compost pit behind the house, scattering them gently, but something catches her eye. Just near the edge, growing wild and stubborn as ever, plantain. Not the banana kind. This is the green, broad-leafed plant that thrives in trampled places, footpaths, thresholds, the worn spots of the world. It's a healing plant. This kind of plantain. Crush the leaves and press them to a sting, or scrape, drink it in tea to soothe the stomach. Its presence here feels like a reminder. Even in the places where life wears thin, something still grows. Later that day, Osric makes his way into the woods with a small sack slung over his shoulder. He's looking for ramsons, the wild garlic that carpets the forest floor in early spring. Its white flowers haven't come yet, but the leaves are there, broad, flat, and unmistakable. He picks them carefully, mindful of the patch, never taking too much. There's a respect that comes with foraging, a quiet agreement between people and place. The leaves will go into a stew tonight, or maybe just chopped fresh and stirred into cheese. The sharp bite of it will linger on the tongue long after the meal is done. On the walk back, he passes the marshy edge of the common field, where a few marsh samphire plants have started to show. Salt-tolerant, crisp, almost briny in flavor. A strange little treat. Some call it sea asparagus. Here it's just known as that good, green near the bog. Every plant has a name like that. A local name, a family name, often not the one in books. Sometimes not even written down. Just spoken from one mouth to another over the years. That's how knowledge lived, in voices, in habits, in quiet, repeated acts. Back at home, Elswith is laying out dried lovage to pound into powder. She'll add it to bread dough, or to meat if there's any to be had. Lovage tastes strong, somewhere between celery and pepper, and adds depth to dishes that are otherwise simple. It's one of her favorites. A kitchen herb, yes, but also an old medicine, a warming herb, they say, for aching joints, for tired hearts. She stirs a bit into the pot on the hearth. The air begins to fill with its sharp, earthy scent, not overpowering, just present. A signal to everyone in the house that something is coming, that food is on its way. And as the village carries on, fields being tilled, tools mended, bread rising in ovens, the small, invisible work of these vegetables continues. They grow unnoticed. Wait until someone remembers them. Bend in the breeze. Feed people in quiet ways. You might be lying there now, soft beneath your blanket, hearing these names: skirret, ramsons, Sicily, lovage, and feeling them drift through your thoughts like old friends you didn't realize you'd forgotten. That's all right. That's how it starts. Some stories come back gently. The day has taken hold now. It's not loud. Medieval days rarely were. No engines, no ticking clocks, no constant hum of machines. But there is sound. Rhythmic, alive. A soft chorus of tools working against wood and soil. Chickens muttering. Water pouring from buckets into troughs. The crack of kindling catching fire. The sun climbs higher over the rooftops, warming the stone, waking the insects, softening the chill from the thatch-covered homes. It's the kind of warmth you don't notice right away, but when it touches your shoulders, it stays. Osric is back at the garden, kneeling near the row of turnips and beetroot. These are familiar vegetables, ones that still live in our kitchens today, but even these were different back then. Smaller, denser, earthier. The beets especially were often used more for their leaves than their roots. Beet greens were a staple in lean seasons, tossed into pots, boiled with grains, or simply salted and eaten plain. He pulls a few, brushing the dirt away with his sleeve. The tops will go in the soup, the roots stored carefully. If left too long, they go soft. If pulled too early, they stay bitter. There's a right time for everything. Osric knows that. Not because someone told him, but because he's watched year after year. That's what experience looks like here. Not degrees or certificates. Just time, quiet time. Not far from him, in a shaded patch of earth where the sun rarely touches, something else grows. Ground elder. Most people now consider it a weed, a nuisance. But back then, it was valued. The young shoots taste a bit like parsley with a hint of celery. It's tender, especially when new. Elswith harvests it in spring, before it turns fibrous. It's one of those plants that disappears from menus, not because it failed, but because it became too common to be noticed. And then there's mallow, again, this time flowering. Its soft purple petals stretch wide in the light, almost decorative, almost. But Elswith knows better. The leaves soothe wounds when made into poultices. The flowers can be brewed into a gentle tea, useful for coughs or restless children. She keeps a small jar of dried mallow tucked away, her own version of medicine. The more you listen to these plants, the more you begin to see how tightly they were woven into every part of life. Not just meals, but rituals. Not just nutrition, but comfort. Heloisa, her apron slightly stained from kneeling in the dirt, comes in carrying a bunch of bittercress, small, bright, peppery. She lays them on the table like they're something precious. Maybe they are. In a long winter, even one mouthful of green can feel like a feast. And nearby, drying by the window, are tansy leaves. Their smell is strong, almost medicinal. In the spring, Elswith uses them to flavor little cakes made with oats and honey, especially around Easter. Tansy was long thought to cleanse the body, a kind of seasonal reset. Too much is dangerous, but just a little is tradition. These foods carried belief as much as flavor. People didn't eat only for hunger. They ate to stay well, to mark the seasons, to honor the dead, to bring in the new year. A bowl of porridge could be a ritual. A mug of ale, steeped with herbs, could be a kind of prayer. At the edge of the property, Osric has planted wild leeks, known in some places as ramps. They grow slow, close to the ground, with a smell that cuts through the cold. When cooked with root vegetables and a bit of fat, they create a stew so fragrant it can fill the whole house. That's what's planned for tonight. Something rich, something earned. In the meantime, the midday meal is simpler. Elswith takes yesterday's bread, hard now, almost like stone, and soaks it in broth, with chopped Alexanders and a pinch of sorrel. She heats it gently, breaking the bread apart with her spoon as it softens. It's a humble dish, one you wouldn't serve to guests. But today, it's perfect. The children eat in silence, scraping bowls, not out of formality, but out of focus. Hunger has a way of making you present. Afterward, Osric takes a quiet moment to sit under the tree by the corner of the garden. The branches are just starting to show new buds. Above him, the sky is clear and wide. There's no sound but the wind brushing through leaves and the low creak of branches adjusting. He thinks about the season ahead, what to plant next, whether the skirret will need thinning, whether the turnips might bolt early this year. These aren't grand thoughts, but they matter. They're the kind of thoughts that keep people alive. And perhaps you're thinking now too, not about crops, maybe, but about care, about attention, about the slow work of keeping something, anything, alive. Maybe you feel it in your chest. That sense of rhythm, of tending, of passing something small but meaningful from one pair of hands to the next. And if you're still listening now, with the world quiet around you, this is a kind of tending too. The sun has reached its peak, but the heat is modest. This isn't the blistering midday of southern kingdoms. It's a temperate warmth softened by breeze and cloud. The kind of day where work continues steadily, without rush or complaint. Elswith is kneeling at the edge of the herb bed, fingers brushing the soil gently, checking for the first signs of goutweed. It's an unassuming plant, lacy-leaved and pale green. Most today would rip it out without a thought. But back then, it was a prized spring vegetable. It was one of the first greens to arrive after the long, root-heavy months of winter. The leaves are tender when young, slightly nutty, with a faint bitterness. In stew they soften, in a skillet they almost shine. She picks only the best handful, small leaves, no stems, and leaves the rest. A good gatherer never takes too much, always leaves some behind, for tomorrow, for the insects, for balance. Near the hearth, a small clay pot is warming gently, filled with chopped beet greens, onion tops, and a spoonful of vinegar. The smell is rich and green, like spring in a bowl. Elswith stirs it slowly, careful not to scorch the bottom. She adds a pinch of dried marjoram, stored from the summer before, its scent still potent despite the passing months. Outside, Heloisa is tending to a patch of purslane. It's a crawling little plant, shiny leaves, red stems, easily overlooked, easily stepped on, but it's packed with richness. It doesn't taste like much, not at first, but in soup, it thickens. In bread, it adds moisture. In famine years, it saved more lives than anyone recorded. She doesn't mind that it's simple. Some of the best things. She gathers it into a small bundle, tying the stems with thread she keeps in her apron pocket. One of her quiet dreams is to build a record of these plants. Not a book necessarily, but something so that when she has children, they won't have to guess which leaf to pick. She thinks about that as she walks back to the cottage. About memory, about how much of what they know lives only in hands and habits, not words. The shape of a root, the scent of a crushed leaf, the way nettles sting if picked too late, or how cress wilts if left in sunlight too long. Even now, you can feel it, how these vegetables are not just food, but inheritance. Not the kind you wear on your fingers or hide in a box, but the kind that lives in quiet routines, in recipes passed with a glance, not a scroll, in the way someone stands when they dig, or hums while they cook. Back inside, Osric is grinding wild carrot seed with a mortar and pestle. It's not for eating. It's too sharp, too oily, but Elswith uses it in sachets she tucks into their clothes to ward off lice. It's not perfect, but it helps. And the scent, a mix of earth and spice, is oddly comforting, like pine needles and old paper. And speaking of scent, A small bunch of clement is drying above the stove. Light mint, almost citrusy. Ulrich brews it in tea when he feels tight in the chest. He doesn't talk about those days, but Elswith notices. She adds honey without asking. That, too, is a kind of knowledge, a kind of growing. The hours pass like this, slowly, purposefully, without waste. A boy from the neighboring croft arrives with a gift. A handful of bladder campion, its pale flowers still intact. He says his mother uses the young shoots in soup, and that it tastes better than you'd expect. He leaves before anyone can press a coin into his hand. It's not about trade, it's about sharing. A little kindness, rooted in soil, and in that moment, the connection between people and plants is clear again. These weren't just survival tools. These were part of the social fabric. When someone had too much of one thing, they shared. When someone was sick, they brought the right leaves. When someone's crop failed, a neighbor's garden helped fill the gap. Even in a time that was hard, even in years of hunger or frost or plague, there was always this. The quiet resilience of people who knew the land and listened to it. And maybe now, as you lie still or sit quietly with this story in your ears, you can feel some of that settling in your bones. A kind of ancestral calm, a reminder that our bodies remember these foods, even if our tongues do not. They were there in the early days of agriculture. They were there in every village, every cottage garden, and though some are gone, their roots still reach us. Let them reach you tonight. Let the names linger. By mid-afternoon, the warmth of the sun has mellowed. Not yet the golden hour, but leaning in that direction. Shadows grow longer across the thatched rooftops, and the garden paths glow faintly under the softening sky. Ulrich walks slowly now, not because he's tired, though he is, but because he likes to take stock of the garden while the light is like this. Everything looks different in late afternoon. The colors deepen, the shapes soften. You notice things you missed before. There, under the elder tree, a patch of chickweed has crept up overnight. Delicate, light green, full of tiny white flowers like stars fallen into the grass. It's edible, of course, mild, cooling, good in soups or raw. But more than that, its sudden appearance means something. The soil is warming. The next planting season is close. Nature has its own calendar, and Osric reads it better than the one kept at the chapel. And beside it, the edges of a once-forgotten wild radish patch are blooming. Purple-veined flowers, wiry stems. Elswith lets it grow on purpose now. The seed pods, when young, are crisp and peppery, almost like little vegetables of their own. She pickles them sometimes, tucking them into jars with vinegar and mustard seed. They keep well and taste like summer even in February. The garden, you see, wasn't just a space for growing food. It was a way of telling time. The arrival of nettles meant it was time to clean out the storehouse. The blooming of mallow meant cough season was near. Ramsons signaled the return of warm soil, and sorrel warned that the last frost had passed. They marked time not in months, but in leaves, and each plant came with its own whisper of meaning. Lovage for strength, marjoram for happiness, tansy for clarity. Whether these beliefs were true hardly mattered. They were part of the landscape of thought, woven into prayers, into gossip, into lullabies sung while stirring porridge. Elswith remembers one such song, barely now, from her mother's voice, something about sowing caraway to keep love from straying. She doesn't believe in such things, not truly, but still she keeps a small patch by the back door, just in case. It's more habit than faith, a way of honoring the ones who came before. Heloisa is out again, sketching, not in paper and ink, those are luxuries, but with a sharpened stick, drawing leaves into the dirt. She copies the serrated edge of a sorrel leaf, then beside it the rounded shape of mallow, then the long, sharp outline of wild fennel. No one asked her to do this, but something in her wants to remember. She stops for a moment, wipes her hands on her apron, and looks out at the field. You can see the thoughts in her eyes. She's wondering what other plants are out there, past the trees. What's growing in the ruins near the old Roman road? What's hiding in the shaded places no one tends? Maybe one day, she'll go find out. Back in the kitchen, Elswith is preparing a simple remedy. Meadowsweet, dried and crumbled, steeped into hot water. It smells faintly of almonds and fresh hay. She adds a spoon of honey and lets it sit, for sore joints, for old aches. Osric will drink it without comment. That's how their care works. Quiet, unspoken, these uses culinary, medicinal, symbolic, overlapped constantly. A root could be food and healing and ritual all at once. Burdock was used in teas for skin problems, but also roasted in stews when meat was scarce. Angelica was chewed to fight off plague breath, but also candied for sweets in wealthier kitchens. Even the humble dockleaf had its place, soothing nettle stings, thickening soups, acting as an impromptu bandage when none could be spared. Every part of the garden mattered, not just the harvest, but the stems, the flowers, the seeds. Seeds, especially, were treated with great care. After the growing season, Osric would dry them slowly, wrapped in cloth, labeled with scraps of charcoal-drawn marks, his own silent system. He didn't keep them just for himself. Seeds were shared, traded, passed along at market or between neighbors. A handful of skirt root crowns for a pouch of wild carrot seed, a promise to return next season with the same, if not more. Seed saving was community work, a quiet collaboration across winters. And those seeds told stories too. Heloisa holds one now in her palm, round, rough, warm, from the sun. A parsley seed, she thinks. Or maybe chervil. It's hard to tell sometimes, when they've been dried and kept for months, but she likes not knowing. It means every planting has a bit of mystery in it. You might be thinking now about how far we've come from this kind of life. About how rarely we think of where food comes from, of how we eat tomatoes in winter, berries in spring, and never once ask if the land is ready. But these stories, these vegetables, remind us that food once moved in time with the body and the sky. It came with patience, with care, with gratitude, and maybe that rhythm still lives in us, somewhere beneath the noise. Maybe that's why hearing about Mallow and Lovage and good King Henry brings a kind of calm, a kind of remembering. Not just of history, but of something quieter, slower, within ourselves. So let yourself rest here a little longer, in the late afternoon hush of this garden. Let the scent of warm soil and drying herbs settle around you. The light has shifted again. That rich golden haze has returned, stretching long shadows across the garden paths, catching in the leaves, softening the rough edges of stone and wood. It's the hour when everything feels slower, more thoughtful. The world inhales and holds it for just a moment longer. Elswith stands just outside the door, wiping her hands on her apron. The bread is cooling on the windowsill, still warm, with a crust darkened by the heat of the hearth. Not perfect, maybe slightly misshapen, a little cracked on one side, but it's heavy, satisfying, full of caraway and crushed grains, flavored with a little vinegar and a pinch of dried ground elder. Osric leans against the fence post, one arm resting on the top rail, watching the last rays of sun settle on the cabbage rows. He's quiet now, not from weariness, but from a kind of contentment, the sort that comes when things have been done. Not all of them, maybe, but enough. He thinks about the seasons, not as numbers or months, but in patterns of growth. The coming of bittercress in early spring, the burst of wild garlic after the first thaw, the appearance of mallow and nettle when the ground softens. Now, the edges of the plants are starting to curl. The sun sits lower. You can feel it in the soil when you press your hand down. Less warmth, more dampness. The season is beginning to turn, and with it, thoughts begin to shift from growing to storing. In the storage nook inside the house, Elswith has started to make room. She lines the shelves with dried leaves, dock, shard, sorrel, each carefully labeled with a scratch mark or bit of colored string. She checks the seal on the vinegar jugs, taps the lids on the honey pots, and shakes each sack of beans to be sure there's no damp. Nothing is wasted. Not if they can help it. She pulls a small cloth bundle from a shelf, a mix of parsley root, wild celery seed, and a hint of sweet Sicily. It's for Osric's knees. A tonic, or maybe just comfort. She'll brew it into tea later when the light has gone, when the fire crackles low and the world feels smaller. Heloisa is counting dried seeds now, laying them out in rows on the wooden table. She's sorting by color, shape, and feel. She doesn't know all their names yet, but she knows what they become. She likes the mystery of it. She'll trade some at the market next week, with the other women offering beet seeds for wild fennel, or skirret root crowns for dried purslane. It's not just trade, it's conversation, community. She remembers last year, when a boy from a neighboring village gave her a few herb Robert seeds. Tiny things, no bigger than a fleck of dust. He said his grandmother used the plant to soothe fevers. She planted it and watched it grow beside the path, its pink flowers opening like a shy smile. She still keeps a handful of those seeds in a pouch tied around her wrist. Each seed is a kind of memory, a marker of what was and what could be again. And so the work shifts, from sowing to saving, from gathering to preserving, from the forward motion of spring to the inward folding of autumn. Elswith starts preparing the first pickles of the season. Wild radish pods, steeped in brine with dill and a single clove of feral garlic. The mixture bubbles faintly in its clay pot. She sets it near the window where it will catch a bit of sun during the day. The smell is sharp, but it promises flavor during the long months to come. On the hearth, a pot simmers with turnip greens and salsify, thickened with a handful of dried oats. It's not a grand meal, but it's comforting. Osric stirs it with the back of a spoon, letting the steam rise into the room. He doesn't say much, but the nod he gives when he tastes it says enough. These were the quiet evenings. No music, but the fire. No stories but the ones people remembered aloud. Like the tale of the lovage root that grew so large, they used it to plug a hole in the barn wall. Or the old man who claimed he could talk to mallow plants and that they warned him when storms were coming. Nonsense, maybe, but good nonsense. The kind that stays with you. Outside, the sky begins to darken, deep purples and soft reds folding into gray. A few lamps are lit across the village, cows low softly in the distance. Somewhere, someone laughs. Somewhere else, someone sings under their breath while sweeping the stoop. Heloisa gathers her seed bundles, wrapping them carefully in cloth, then tucks them beneath her bed. She lies back and watches the ceiling beams above her, tracing the shapes of knots in the wood. She doesn't say it out loud, but she's proud of what she's grown, what she's learned. She closes her eyes and listens to the house breathe. And outside, the garden rests. The plants, the earth, the worms beneath, all slowing, not stopping, just resting, just enough to begin again. The sky is nearly black now. Only a few pale stars peek through the shifting clouds above the village, and even they seem sleepy. The wind has quieted. The last embers in the hearth give off a low orange glow, casting soft, flickering shadows across the walls of the cottage. Elswith adds one final log to the fire, not for heat really, but to keep the room breathing gently through the night. It's a comfort more than a need. The kind of gesture people make when they know how darkness settles. She moves slowly, with care. Her movements speak of years, not old age, but lived-in strength. In a small basket, on the table, sit a few items gathered late in the day, some fading chard, a knotted bit of wild carrot root, a few young fennel fronds, and a tiny clutch of wood sorrel, its heart-shaped leaves still damp with dew. These will go into tomorrow's broth, or perhaps a flatbread, with onions, if the miller brings flour. Heloisa wraps herself in her blanket and turns toward the wall, her hand resting under her cheek, her other curled around a small linen pouch that smells faintly of thyme and lavender. She made it herself, stitched carefully, filled with dried leaves to calm the nerves and ease sleep. She made one for her brother, too, after he started waking with night terrors last winter. He won't admit it helps, but he hasn't cried out since. Even now in sleep, the plants keep working. And this is something understood deeply in this world. Food, healing, comfort. They weren't separate. They lived in the same roots, the same beds, the same patient tend. Take fennel, for instance. Eaten raw, it cleared the breath. Cooked, it flavored fish. The seeds were chewed after meals for digestion, and when bruised and steeped, they became a calming drink for colicky babies and weary women. Or wild thyme, used to clean wounds, yes, but also burned on coals to drive out bad air, or spirits, depending on who was talking. Was it science? No. But it worked well enough, and sometimes belief was part of the cure. Even the act of growing was a kind of quiet faith. You planted without guarantee. You waited with hope. You harvested with thanks. And so much of this passed from hand to hand, not as instructions, but as habits. You learned when to plant winter savory. Not because someone told you, but because you watched your mother press the seeds into the warm soil, whispering the date to herself, brow furrowed with thought. You knew calendula helped with skin, not because it was written anywhere, but because a neighbor once showed you the yellow salve she made for her child's rash, and you never forgot how it smelled like summer fields and beeswax. There's no parchment for that kind of knowledge. No ink, only memory. And sometimes, forgetting. Not everything survives. There were plants once used daily that no one remembers now. Alexander's, skirret, third bennet, sorrel root, once vital, now nearly gone from the tongue. Some replaced, some abandoned, some lost to the hush of time. But every now and then, someone digs one up, tastes a forgotten flavor, finds a recipe in an old margin, a note in the corner of a crumbling ledger. Good for stew, bitter, use only the small ones. That's how memory returns. Not all at once, but in bits, in garden corners and quiet cups of broth. Osric, now half asleep in the chair near the fire, turns his head just slightly. The room is quiet but full, not of noise but of presence. The presence of soil and steam and smoke, of old things done well, of small things that mattered. You too may be drifting by now, letting your mind settle. Maybe the names of plants are starting to blur, soft sounds like mallow, sorrel, beetroot, skirret, each one carrying with it a feeling of warmth, of being looked after. And maybe that's what this really is, in the end, a long remembering. Of meals that started with dirt under the nails and ended with bowls held close to the chest. Of hands that didn't need books, just time. Of vegetables that no longer speak loudly, but still wait quietly in the margins. waiting for someone to plant them again. Night has fully arrived. Not just darkness, but depth. That thick, woolen sort of quiet that wraps itself around the village after the last fire crackles out. Even the wind has gone still, as if it's listening. Inside the cottage, the coals are glowing faintly in the hearth, giving off just enough warmth to keep the chill from creeping in through the stone. Everyone sleeps now, but not everything rests. Outside, beneath the moonlight, the garden seems almost alive in a different way. Leaves flutter faintly, not with breeze, but with breath. There's a hum to it, a kind of memory, as though the plants themselves remember the hands that touched them. This is the hour of old stories. Elswith, when she was a girl, would sit near the fire while her grandmother spoke of mandrake root, how it shrieked when pulled from the earth, how you had to harvest it with a dog on a string, or not at all. She never saw one. Few people did. But the story was enough to make her wary of any root that looked too human. Even simple vegetables carried their own legends. Parsnips, some believed, grew sweeter when planted with whispered blessings. Others said beetroot should never be harvested on a full moon, or it would rot before it reached the pot. Silly, perhaps, but when you live by the land, when so much is out of your control, a little story helps you feel connected. Even the superstitions were a kind of comfort. Wormwood, sharp and bitter, was once called the herb of forgetting. Sailors drank it before leaving home, so their dreams wouldn't be haunted by what they left behind. Healers would crush it into wine for those with grief too heavy to carry. Whether it worked didn't always matter. What mattered was the ritual, the act of preparing something with care, of saying, "I see your pain." Yarrow was stitched into soldiers' tunics for luck. Fennel tied above a door to ward off plague. Nettle, when placed beneath a pillow, was said to protect against theft, though only if plucked without speaking. And then there was Celandine, yellow and small, believed to be favored by swallows. Elswith was told that if you held its petals to your eyes, you'd see truth. She tried it once. All she saw was a sky too big for her to name. These were not the stories of nobles or kings. These were the whispers that passed between tired hands in kitchens, in fields, beside beds of the sick, or graves dug too early. Vegetables weren't just food. They were the messengers between people and the earth. They told you when to act, what to prepare for, and sometimes what to hope. Heloisa once heard a tale from the weaver's wife about a boy who ate nothing but wild cress for 3 weeks and began to speak in riddles. She didn't believe it, but for a while she avoided the cress near the fence, just in case. Even Osric, practical and quiet, has his beliefs. He always plants scarab under a waxing moon, always carries a dried mallow flower in his satchel when he travels to market. He says it's for aches, but he never uses it, just holds on to it, like a promise. These small traditions, these scraps of meaning wrapped around plants, were how people made sense of the world. The church had its books, the nobles had their banners, but the villagers had stories, passed down like seed, some real, some not, but all of them alive, in their way. Outside now, the night deepens even further. A thin mist settles across the fields, curling low over the garden beds. The plants drink it in, silently. The soil darkens with it. The smell of earth rises, deep, rooted. Inside, the only sound is the slow, steady breathing of people who have worked and eaten and cared and rested. The rhythm of a family, the rhythm of a season. And maybe, if you're lying still now, eyes closed, breath quiet, you can feel yourself close to them, not just watching their world, but moving through it, as if you too had a patch of earth and a bowl of broth and a handful of seeds in your pocket. As if you too knew the names of plants that most have forgotten. So let them stay with you tonight, not as trivia, not as novelty, but as something older, something shared. These vegetables were once the difference between hunger and hope, between illness and healing, between silence and story, and their roots still run deep. The village, still tucked under the quiet of night, rests without urgency. But just beyond its edge, where the wild begins to blend with what is tended, the world is still moving, quietly, gently, beneath the stars. In the morning, before the first cocks crow, and long before bread hits the coals, Elswith will rise to gather, not in the garden, but beyond it. Out along the edges, where things grow without permission. These places aren't fenced, or even named. They're simply known. The slope by the elder trees, the dip near the stream, the sunken field past the sheep pens, where the soil stays cool and the shade stretches long. That's where the wood sorrel grows best, low to the ground, with its soft green heart-shaped leaves that fold closed at night. It's sharp on the tongue, almost lemony, and when crushed between your fingers, it smells like the start of spring. Elswith only takes a little, a small bunch for flavor. Too much would steal the warmth from a meal. She tucks it into her basket, alongside a few fronds of wild fennel, its feathery leaves catching the light even in the early gloom. Fennel grows where it wants, often in dry places, the kind of herb that doesn't ask for comfort, just room. Its seeds are saved for winter, for bread, for remedies, whispered over steaming cups. Further along, down by the stream, grows water mint. The smell is unmistakable, cooling, clean. It spreads between the rocks like it knows it belongs. She pinches a few stems, careful not to slip on the moss-slick stones. These will be used in washing water, or perhaps as a tonic if someone wakes with heat in the chest. Elswith isn't the only one who gathers. Most families do, some more than others, some better than others. There's a boy in the village who once brought home a basket of foxglove. Thinking it was wild spinach, his mother fainted when she saw it. He's teased for it still, but gently. Everyone makes mistakes when they first start looking. Foraging was not a novelty then. It wasn't a weekend pastime or a romantic return to nature. It was a thread in the larger tapestry of survival, and not just about filling the pot. Gathering was also about watching, noticing the changes. What bloomed earlier than it should, what vanished after too much rain, which roots had gone bitter, which greens came back stronger than the year before. The plants spoke, if you knew how to listen. Ground ivy, creeping near the base of the old chapel wall, was once used to flavor ale, before hops, before recipes became rules. It gave the drink a sharp herbal edge, and some claimed it cured melancholy. Others just liked the taste. Self-heal, a tiny purple flower grows near the well. You might miss it unless you're looking for it. The women in the village steep it into oil to rub on bruises. The name says it all. Whether it's true hardly matters. The act of believing in it does the first half of the work. Heloisa knows where the best plantain grows, the kind with broad leaves and thick veins. Not for dinner, but for wounds. She once pressed it into her brother's palm after he caught his hand on a splintered beam. It stopped the bleeding. He didn't thank her, exactly, but he stopped teasing her for a week. That was thanks enough. Out in the farthest field, behind the haystacks, is a little thicket where nettles grow in proud, painful clusters. No one touches them without gloves, but everyone uses them, boiled into broth, brewed into tea, even made into string if you've the patience. They sting, yes, but they give more than they take. Like many things in life, even thistles, those spiny, stubborn plants, have use. Young stems peeled and boiled, become tender. The roots dried and powdered. Bitter medicine. A reminder, even the sharpest things can hold value. And this is something deeply woven into the way medieval people saw the world. Nothing was truly useless. Everything had a role. Even weeds. Even bitter roots. Even the things that grew uninvited. They filled the spaces between cultivated rows, between seasons, between harvests, and hunger. And the act of gathering was never just practical. It was a kind of presence. A woman kneeling at the edge of a field, her hands sifting through leaves. A child lifting a plant to the light, asking, "Is this one good?" A man bending to smell a sprig of mint in a place where mint shouldn't grow. These were small rituals of belonging. To know a place, you had to know what grew there. And to feed a family, you had to pay attention not just to what you planted, but to what arrived without asking. So tonight, as you listen, and your breath slows, and your body softens into stillness, maybe you feel some part of that settling over you. The idea that nourishment comes not only from what we grow with intention, but also from what we are willing to notice, to receive. Let that thought root itself gently in you, like chickweed between the stones. The cottage is silent now, save for the soft rhythm of breathing and the occasional creak of cooling wood. Outside, the mist hangs low, pressed gently over the fields like a woolen blanket laid out to dry. The garden is shrouded in a hush that feels ancient. Time doesn't pass here. It rests, but the stories don't sleep. They stir in the quiet, in the corners of the room, in the gaps between the ticking of the heart. Elswith once said, only once, and softly, that when her mother died, the first thing she did was tend to the sorrel. She weeded around it with trembling hands, her sleeves still damp with tears. It wasn't the kind of grief you could speak, but the motion of the task, the knowing what the plant needed, gave her something to hold on to. That's how it is sometimes. Vegetables, herbs, the earth beneath your nails, they don't offer answers, but they anchor you. And sometimes that's enough, especially in a time when loss was a constant guest. In this village, like so many others, gardens held the shadows of those who once tended them. A child now gone, whose favorite herb was fennel. A grandfather who taught his kin to split salsify roots down the middle to check for rot. A sister who sang while shelling broad beans into a wooden bowl, each one falling like a soft drumbeat into memory. These were not things written down, but they lingered. In the smell of boiled beetroot, in the feel of nettle leaves under gloved hands, in the way someone bent to tie back a climbing pea vine without knowing they were mirroring a gesture done decades earlier. There is a softness to this kind of legacy. You don't inherit it, you inhabit it. And Heloisa, just beginning to sense the weight of it, sometimes wonders how many of these plants remember. She walks the garden in the early hours, fingers brushing the tops of leaves, lips murmuring names she's only just learned. Not because anyone's watching, but because it feels respectful, like saying hello. She keeps a bit of woodruff under her pillow now. It smells sweet when dried, like hay and honey and the very edge of spring. It's said to bring calm dreams, and she's been dreaming more lately. Of her grandmother's hands, of gathering cow parsley in a woven basket, of voices she never met, calling out names of plants she's never seen. There's comfort in that, in knowing we're not the first to kneel in the dirt and ask, what is this good for? And not the last to taste something bitter and wonder, could this save us? Even Osric, steady and spare with his words, carries his own ghosts. There's a patch at the back of the house where wild celery grows tall and tangled. He never harvests it, just leaves it to thrive. It was his father's favorite. He says nothing about it, but tends it with a quiet hand, removing weeds, tying back stalks after storms, leaving an extra pinch of compost there each spring. It's a kind of conversation, because these plants, these old, mostly forgotten vegetables, they aren't just physical, they hold a space for memory, for meaning, for the invisible weight of things unsaid. When someone passes, their garden tells the story first. The soil goes untended, the weeds move in, but then, slowly, someone else steps in, begins again, pulls back the thistles, saves the seed. In that way, grief becomes a cycle, just like planting, not something you get over, but something you grow through. Even the seasons know this. Spring isn't a beginning, it's a return. The sorrel comes back, the mallow stretches up, the lovage peeks through, taller this year than the last, and the person who is gone is remembered in the scent of soup, in the motion of harvest, in the quiet moment of standing barefoot in the garden at dusk. So as you lie here now, eyes soft, breath slow, perhaps you can feel the weight of that story settling over you like evening fog. Not heavy, just present, like memory, like soil. Let it stay with you. The fire is down to the faintest glow now, just a whisper of heat beneath gray ash, but it's enough to keep the cold from creeping too deep into the stone floor, enough to soften the silence so it doesn't feel so wide. Elswith is still asleep, her face turned toward the wall, lips parted slightly, brow smoothed by rest. Beside her, Heloisa stirs faintly in her dreams, something she won't remember in the morning, though it will shape her mood all the same. Osric has risen again, early, as he often does. He moves like a man used to being the first awake. He doesn't light the lantern, doesn't strike the flint, just stands in the half-dark, sipping cold water from a clay cup and watching the sky shift shades behind the trees. There's peace in this part of the day, before the world makes any demands. And as he waits for the light, he thinks, not in words, but in pictures, sensations, of the garden, of roots pulled clean from the earth, of the ache in his hands after turning soil, of the smell of crushed fennel on the wind. This is when the memories come. He remembers the white beetroot his grandmother used to grow, not as sweet as the red, but creamier somehow. She'd stew it with vinegar and wild thyme. No one makes it that way anymore. Not even Elswith. He doesn't miss the taste, exactly, but he misses what it meant. A certain kind of evening, a certain kind of warmth. Some vegetables carry that, not flavor, but feel. Turnips meant hard times, but also reliability. You could boil them into anything, roast them with salt, mash them if your teeth were failing. Leeks reminded people of feast days in some regions, stewed down until soft, with barley and beer, served to a room full of relatives you hadn't seen since the last harvest. Pea shoots, young and green, carried hope. You planted them early and watched them climb, watched the tendrils twist around twine or old sticks. They were fragile, but they rose, always reaching, a small lesson. And chervil, light, feathery, almost easily lost to breeze, was often the first green that let people know they'd survived winter, that the worst was behind. Its presence was subtle, but it meant everything. Even skirret, that pale, thread-like root, spoke of resilience. It grew slow and messy and often needed thinning, but once established, it came back again and again. It didn't demand much, just time, and in return, it gave sweetness, a soft, unexpected sweetness, like kindness from someone you hadn't expected it from. These plants weren't symbols because people wanted them to be. They became symbols because people needed them to be. In a life that was often short, often uncertain, they were reliable. They told you when the season turned. They told you when to sow, when to rest, when to save. They gave your hands something to do in the silence that followed. Loss or doubt or hunger. Heloisa, half asleep, curls deeper into her blanket. A faint smile tugs at the edge of her lips. She's dreaming of her garden again, though she doesn't know it yet. A row of pea shoots just sprouting, a patch of chervil in full bloom, her hands in warm dirt, her face in the sun. Later, she'll wake and wonder why the morning feels so soft. And somewhere deep in the field, the plants grow on, no one watching, no one asking, but still, they grow. And maybe that's the lesson that carried people through the hardest years, that even in the most silent winters, the roots were doing their work, quietly, without glory, without wit, just becoming. You too might be drifting now. Body heavier, mind quieter. That's good. Let this stillness take root. Let the names of these old foods stay with you, not just as facts, but as feelings. A little parsley, pressed into bread dough. A pinch of sorrel to cut the fat of broth. A few leaves of wood sorrel in the bottom of a wooden bowl. Not enough to fill you, but enough to remind you. The earth remembers. And now, so do you. Dawn is close now. There's a faint blue tint along the horizon, soft as milk and tea. The stars are fading, not all at once, but one by one, like candles being gently blown out in a great, far-off hall. Alzeric is outside again, crouched at the edge of the garden, pulling up weeds by hand. He doesn't need to. He could do it later, but this part of the morning is his alone. The work is slow, quiet, familiar. He works a bit of chickweed, loose from the soil, careful not to disturb the young beet greens growing beside it. Chickweed is edible, but he's pulled enough for now. He lays it in a little pile, to feed to the chickens later. Nothing goes to waste. Not here. Behind him, the house is still sleeping. Elswith might stir soon, her first steps always slow and deliberate, like she's stepping into the day one careful breath at a time. Heloisa, likely, will wake with the sun. She always has. The ground is still damp from the mist. It clings to the soles of his boots and darkens the cuffs of his trousers. There's a crispness in the air, a hint of the season turning again. Not quite yet, but soon. He checks the cabbages, thick-leaved and strong, their outer heads glistening with moisture. These are a staple, dependable. They'll be harvested in stages. The leaves pulled one at a time. The cores kept in root cellars packed in straw to last into winter. A well-tended cabbage could stretch far into the lean months. Beside them grow the field peas, winding around stakes, hammered into the dirt. These will dry in their pods for storing. Elswith soaks them overnight in water and simmers them into thick, satisfying stews. There's always one pot of peas on the hearth, as predictable as sunrise, as grounding. And at the far corner of the plot is the row of skirret, growing quietly beneath the surface. Osric won't harvest them for some time, but just knowing they're there brings him comfort, like savings tucked away. A small promise that not every day needs to be figured out in a rush. Back inside, the fire is being rebuilt. Heloisa kneels before the hearth, coaxing flame from last night's coals. She adds kindling, bits of dried fennel stalk, a bundle of broom straw. The fire takes with a soft crack, and the room begins to warm. She stirs a pot of barley porridge with chopped mallow and a spoon of last year's honey. It's not sweet, not really, but hearty, the kind of food that fills the belly and lets you work until dusk without complaint. And as the room slowly brightens, something else settles in, a sense of rhythm. This was the true gift of the medieval garden. Not just the food, but the repetition, the rituals, the predictability of planting, the welcome tedium of weeding, the satisfaction of harvest. There was comfort in it. Every spring brought nettles, sorrel, chervil. Every summer, fennel, beets, celery leaf. Every autumn, skirret, salsify. Wild radish pods soaking in vinegar. Every season brought with it a story, a lesson, a quiet measure of who you were. You didn't have to ask what your life was about. It was there in the dirt, in the seeds saved, in the meals prepared for family, neighbors, widows down the road who'd lost the strength to tend their own beds. Heloisa adds a bit of ground ivy to the porridge now, just a pinch for the bitterness to keep it from going too soft on the tongue. Her mother showed her that. Her mother's mother showed her, and likely someone long before them did the same. No one owns these recipes. They live in the hands, in the bowls, in the gardens, passed down not with ceremony, but with repetition. And there's a beauty in that, not grand, but deep. Osric steps back inside, brushing the dirt from his hands. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. The fire is going. The meal is ready. The day has begun. They'll eat, then work, then eat again. And by nightfall, they'll return to the same stillness that greeted them this morning. And the vegetables, quiet as always, will still be growing. So let yourself rest here a little longer. In the soft light of this simple life, there's no rush. The garden moves at its own pace, and so can you. There's a certain quiet that only comes when everyone is doing exactly what they're meant to, not rushing, not stalling, just moving as the sun does, with steady purpose. The kind of quiet you can feel in your ribs. It's not the absence of noise. It's the presence of belonging. Osric finishes his meal with slow, grateful bites. He doesn't waste a crumb. The spoon is set carefully. The spoon is set carefully beside the bowl. He lets the warmth from the porridge linger in his chest before pulling on his boots. Elswith wipes the table with a damp cloth, the same way she has for decades. The wood is stained and uneven, but it holds their meals, their elbows, their laughter, and their silence. If you asked her what she owns that matters most, she might point to this table, or the soil. Because the truth is, their lives are written in dirt more than in ink. This garden, these vegetables, this way of life. It isn't just how they feed themselves, it's who they are. Osric is the man who grows the best skirret in the village. Everyone says so. Not because he boasts, but because his roots are always straight, always sweet. People bring their children to ask him how he does it. He never says much, just shrugs and says patience. But the truth is, it's more than that. It's years. It's knowing the way the soil smells when it's too dry. It's knowing not to water after the second frost. It's knowing how to rotate where the salsify goes so it doesn't grow tired. It's a kind of knowing that lives in the body. Elswith, too, is known for her way with nettles. Other women complain about the sting. She says they only sting when you're not paying attention. She gathers them barehanded in early spring, folds them gently into her basket like linens, and turns them into soups and teas that warm the belly and cool the fever. When someone in the village is ill, they knock at her door. And Heloisa is becoming her own kind of person, her identity still soft like a seedling, but she already knows which herbs grow under oak and which prefer the company of stone. She has an eye for it, a touch. It's not something you're taught, not entirely. Some of it grows in you, like the plants themselves. That's how these vegetables shaped people, not just by feeding them, but by naming them. The man who grew fat hen through drought, the woman who steeped woodruff for the dying, the child who first noticed the lovage was blooming early. It gave people a place, a reason to rise, a way to be remembered. You didn't need to own land. You just needed to know it, to walk it with care, to pay attention. You could be poor and still be the one people came to for seeds, for roots, for advice on how to lift a heavy cabbage without breaking the stem. There was pride in that, quiet, honest pride. Because in a world full of uncertainty, plague, war, harsh winters, a well-tended row of turnips was a kind of resistance, a claim, a promise. We're still here, and we still remember how, and even now as you listen in the dark, perhaps miles and centuries away, that sense of connection is still alive. Maybe you've never held a skirret root, or smelled drying tansy, or run your fingers across a leaf of ground elder and known exactly how bitter it would taste. But your body understands the rhythm, the weight of a spoon in your hand, the warmth of soup in winter, the scent of herbs rising with steam. These aren't foreign things. They're older than memory. They live in you. You don't have to plant a medieval garden to be part of this story. Just remembering these names is a kind of growing. Just listening is a kind of tending. So let this linger with you tonight, that you belong to something, that there are roots beneath your sleep, that there is peace in knowing small things deeply. The sun has risen now. It's not yet high, just hovering low in the sky, casting a soft golden light across the thatch roofs and furrowed fields. The village glows in that early hush. Dew still clings to the leaves. A few wisps of smoke curl from chimney tops. No urgency yet, just beginning. Osric is already in the garden, of course. He's tying back the pea vines, careful not to snap the young tendrils that search for something to hold. His breath clouds slightly in the cool air, but his hands move without hesitation. He's done this more times than he could count, but it never stops mattering. Across the way, Elswith stands at the door, arms folded beneath her shawl, watching the garden with a look you only see in people who've given their life to something. Not loudly, not publicly, just entirely. Inside, Heloisa writes. It's not a letter, not a diary, just notes. She doesn't know what to call them. A scrap of cloth, a bit of charcoal, a careful drawing of a leaf she saw yesterday along the road. Long, thin, slightly curled. It might be wild parsnip, or something else entirely. She adds a question mark next to it, folds it gently, tucks it into a pouch with others like it. This too is part of the work. The day is stretching out ahead of them, the way it always does, filled with small tasks, small rituals. They'll gather the last of the mallow before it seeds. Osric will check the cabbage patch for rot. Elswith will boil a tonic for the neighbor's daughter who's been coughing in the night. Nothing dramatic, just life, rooted in repetition, in notice. And as the warmth rises and the fields begin to hum with quiet movement, it's worth pausing just for a moment to look back. We've walked together through old vegetables. Most have forgotten. We've touched skirret, fat hen, wild fennel, lovage, mallow, good King Henry. We've seen how they fed not just bodies, but lives, how they healed, flavored, connected, how they marked the seasons, how they gave meaning to days, how they whispered stories from hand to hand, from soil to seed, from silence to song. And what's perhaps most moving of all, none of these plants were rare. They were common, ordinary. They grew in corners and hedgerows in between more important things. They didn't demand attention, but they offered everything. And in doing so, they shaped the people who tended them. You might be lying still now, your eyes closed, your thoughts drifting not just through history, but through your own quiet memories. Maybe a kitchen, a garden, a hand stirring soup, a plant you once pulled from a crack in the pavement and didn't know the name of. That's the thread. That's the connection that time cannot break. And it's here, right now, not in the past, but in you, in your breath, in your stillness, in the way your heart slows when hearing these names, in the way your mind lingers on the shape of a cabbage leaf in the morning sun. This moment is a garden too. And here, halfway through our journey, you've already begun planting something of your own. Something rooted, something gentle, something enduring. By mid-morning, the village has fully woken. The air hums with soft movement, doors opening, buckets being filled, low conversations drifting between yards. There's no hurry here, just a slow, steady unfolding of the day. The kind of pace where everything gets done, eventually, and no one forgets to look at the sky. In the garden, Heloisa is kneeling beside the beet patch, pulling back the leaves to check the roots beneath. They're coming along nicely, smooth, dense, firm to the touch. Not quite ready for harvest, but close. She presses a thumb gently into the soil, beside one nods to herself, and moves on. Elswith is behind the cottage, standing over a small wooden table, preparing a bundle. She's tying together sprigs of wormwood, yarrow, and a few flowering heads of tansy. Not for cooking, this is an old tradition. One she learned from her mother, and her mother before that. She calls it a house charm. It's meant to hang near the door, to keep illness and ill-tempered spirits away. Whether it works or not, well, who can say? But the herbs smell strong, clean, and there's something soothing about the act itself. The tying, the bundling, the hanging with a small loop of twine. In these times, medicine was not just in the body, it was in the gestures. A broth, left quietly on a neighbor's step. A handful of sweet Sicily, shared for a child's cough. A small clay pot of pickled purslane, offered with no need for repayment. People lived close to hardship, and because of that, they lived close to each other. Vegetables weren't always grown just for one's own table. Sometimes they were grown for giving. Osric remembers a year, long ago now, when the rains came late and stayed too long. Most gardens were drowned, but his plot somehow held. He had turnips enough to spare, not many, but enough. He didn't say anything about it, didn't call it charity. He just left bundles on doorsteps, tied with straw. No one mentioned it. But the next spring, someone slipped a pouch of fennel seed into his hand at market. Another offered him the strongest string beans she'd saved. It wasn't repayment, it was memory. This is how communities were stitched together, root by root, leaf by leaf. Even now, as Heloisa walks through the village paths, she sees the evidence. A patch of fat hen growing outside the cooper's yard, planted, not wild. He must have remembered her saying how much her mother liked it in soup. A bunch of wild garlic drying on a neighbor's windowsill, gifted, no doubt, from the boy whose sprained ankle Elswith had wrapped just last week. The land remembers what people do with it, and sometimes it gives back. Heloisa adds a few more notes to her cloth-bound bundle. Observations about how quickly the mallow flowered this year, how the wood sorrel curled earlier than usual in the heat. She's not sure why she's keeping track. Not yet. But she feels in her bones that one day it will matter. Maybe not to her, but to someone, because these vegetables aren't just vegetables. They're evidence that someone lived here, worked here, noticed things, grew what could be grown, even when the weather turned strange, or the roof leaked, or the aches in the joints came early and stayed late. They are the quiet records of life lived, carefully. And you, listening here, still and steady, are part of that care now. These stories, these names, these herbs, they've reached you, and that means they're not forgotten. Not really, because every time we speak of them, remember them, imagine them in our hands, they grow again. The afternoon is beginning to stretch its limbs. There's a certain stillness in this part of the day, not the sleepiness of evening, nor the rush of morning, but something softer, like the air itself is pausing, letting the light fall more gently, letting the dust hang longer before it settles. Elswith is sorting through a small wooden chest beneath the work table. Inside are cloth bundles of dried herbs, folded paper packets of seeds, bits of twine, a carved spoon worn thin from years of stirring. She's looking for angelica root, a remnant from the spring harvest, not for eating today, but for a tincture she's preparing. 1 part root, 1 part vinegar, left to steep by the fire. It's said to guard against cough and chill. But more than that, it smells of the first warm days, and she finds comfort in that. Across the yard, Osric is trimming back the broad beans. Their season is nearly done. The pods are thick and heavy, bending the stalks with their weight. He gathers them one by one, dropping them into a basket lined with wool. They'll be dried for winter use, stored in earthenware jars, sealed with wax and hope. This part of the year is full of transition, nothing dramatic, just the quiet giving way of one phase to the next. The lettuces are bolting, their leaves turning bitter. The sorrel has flowered. The chard stands tall but tired, and the peas, once bright and sweet, have begun to dry on the vine. This is not failure. This is what plants do, and people too. They grow, they peak, they fade, they seed, and then, when the time is right, they begin again. That's one of the oldest lessons of the garden. Nothing is wasted, not even time. The waiting matters as much as the harvest, the weeding as much as the reaping. The season when nothing sprouts, just as meaningful as the season when everything does. You learn that quickly when you live by the land. You learn to wait for the right kind of cold to sweeten the parsnips. You learn to watch the sky before planting turnips. You learn not to rush the skirt, no matter how eager your hunger feels. And over time, you realize you are not in control. Not really. You are in relationship with weather, with soil, with luck, with time. Heloisa is learning this now. She once tried to force a bed of wild carrot in early spring. Despite her mother's warning, the shoots came up quickly, all promise and energy, and then collapsed under the frost. She was angry at first, angry with the soil, the sky, even herself. But Elswith had just nodded and said, "Next time, wait." And so she did. This year she planted later. The greens are smaller, but they're still here. And now, as she runs her fingers through the soft fronds, she understands patience doesn't just mean delaying, it means trusting. Trusting that the soil knows its pace, that the season will come, that not everything worth having arrives on demand. The same can be said for so many things: healing, forgiveness, understanding, even sleep. You might feel that now, how the world has slowed inside you, how your breath has settled, how your thoughts have quieted. That too is part of the garden. Not everything happens above the ground. Sometimes, the most important things are the ones you can't see. The root systems, the soil mending itself, the seeds swelling, unseen, beneath the surface. And perhaps tonight, that's where you are too. In the unseen part, the part that doesn't need to perform or produce, just rest quietly in its own season. Let that be enough. The wind has picked up slightly, not sharp, just present. It moves through the garden like a hand through hair, lifting the edges of leaves, stirring the drying herbs that hang from the rafters. It reminds the trees to sway. It cools the pots by the hearth. It makes you notice how still everything was just moments before. Elswith steps outside with a basket beneath her arm, not because she needs anything urgent, but because she knows better than to waste a breeze like this. A good wind helps dry herbs faster, carries away the damp that settles in during long, still days. She's been drying calamint and ground ivy, laying them out flat on woven trays. She stops at the mallow patch, what's left of it, and plucks the last few flowers. They've started to curl inwards, petals thinning, stems softening at the base. A little late in the season, but usable still. Usable, that word shows up everywhere in this life. It's how people thought, how they moved, how they made decisions. Is it usable? Can it be stretched, boiled, soaked, saved, shared? That's what vegetables were, more than anything. Answers to limitation. Most years there wasn't abundance. There was enough. And sometimes, not even that. And so forgotten vegetables, the skirret, the oric, the chickweed, the Alexanders, they weren't quaint or curious or part of a trend. They were solutions to hunger, to boredom, to sameness, to the question, what can I still make from what's left? In years when grain was scarce, fat hen was ground into rough flour. When salt was low, people dried sorrel and used it to season broths. When people were too tired to chew meat, they cooked salsify down to mash. These plants didn't ask for praise. They just showed up, quietly, in corners. They filled the gaps. And when the weather failed, or the livestock fell ill, or trade slowed to a halt, these vegetables were what stood between a family and silence at the table. Heloisa knows some of these stories. Others she imagines. But all of them live in her bones now. She sees a bit of corn salad sprouting by the fence post, unplanned, uncultivated, and she doesn't pull it. She lets it grow, not because they need it today, but because they might tomorrow. She's learned something her grandmother used to say. The earth always has a second idea, meaning even when the first plan fails, there's something else beneath it, quietly growing, waiting to be seen. That's why the forgotten vegetables mattered. They were the second idea, the backup, the unexpected gift, the thing you almost missed, but didn't. And in this way, they taught people something more profound than cooking. They taught adaptation. They reminded people to pay attention to what was overlooked, to gather before they asked, to dig a little deeper, to stretch what was available, to trust the quiet parts of life. So much of the medieval day was built around making do, a cracked pot, a worn blade, a thinned stew. You didn't discard. You didn't complain. You got creative. And in that creativity, something almost like grace. Elswith returns inside now, a small bundle of herbs in hand, her face touched with the peace that comes from moving with the rhythm of the land. Heloisa places a few of the dried wild radish pods into a jar lined with waxed linen. She labels it not with a word, but with a small charcoal sketch, 2 looping leaves and a dot. Her own language. And Osric steps inside from the garden, brushes off his sleeves and sits at the table. No words, just a slow exhale, just the sound of belonging. And maybe you feel that now, a kind of gentleness. A quiet knowing that the simplest things are often the most lasting. That what nourishes us best isn't always what's prized, but what's present. So rest here, if you need to. Let your breath be enough. Let the silence grow full again. The day is warmer now. The light has settled into that easy glow, bright, but not harsh. You can feel the weight of it on your shoulders, in your back. The kind of warmth that makes you slow your pace, loosen your grip, let things take the time they want to take. Osric is sharpening the edge of a hoe, not because it's dull yet, but because he believes in readiness. He likes tools to be ready before they're needed. It's a habit he picked up from his grandfather, who used to say, blades should rest sharp, like a man after a good day's work. Elswith is kneeling near the patch of good King Henry, her fingers brushing the soil, checking for any early signs of yellowing in the leaves. It's holding up well this season. The greens are rich and full. She pinches a few tender ones to cook with later. Nothing more. The rest she leaves. This plant grows better when it's not picked too hard, too fast, like people. Heloisa is sitting on the edge of the stoop, barefoot, sorting through a small pile of seeds. Some are hers, some gifted, some traded. Each one carries more than food. It carries a story, a choice, a hope. She lays them out on cloth, skirret crowns, parsnip seed, the black pebble-like pods of Alexander's. She doesn't know yet when she'll plant each one. Some she might save for another year, some she may give away. She just wants to see them. To be reminded, because saving seeds is an act of quiet faith. You don't just save them for yourself, you save them for who comes next, for the seasons you haven't yet seen, for the failures you haven't yet faced. You hold them in your palm and say, without speaking, we're not done. And in the medieval world, where life was often short and uncertain, this mattered more than anyone ever said aloud. Seeds were wealth. Seeds were knowledge. Seeds were love in a linen pouch. People passed them down with careful instructions, or sometimes with nothing but a knowing glance. Plant this deep. Water it just after the moon turns. Don't forget, it doesn't like company. Give it space, or simply trust this one. It grows when nothing else does. Osric remembers how his mother once gave him a single seed, black and knotted, rough to the touch, and told him it would grow into the strongest parsnip he'd ever eat. He planted it beside the rain barrel, watched it every day. It sprouted, then died after 3 weeks. He was heartbroken. She said nothing, just handed him 2 more the next season. That was the lesson. Seeds don't promise success. They promise possibility, and that was always enough. Even now, in a world far removed from that one, the lesson holds. Maybe especially now. The patience to wait, the care to preserve, the willingness to try again. Louisa folds her seed cloth carefully, tucking it into the small wooden box where she keeps her tools, her sketches, her best thoughts. She lights a small stick of dried wormwood and lets the smoke drift lazily out the window. Not for any spell or ritual, just because she likes the scent, bitter, herbal, honest. And outside, the garden continues as it always has. The roots deepen, the leaves stretch, the air shifts, and everything, quietly, moves forward. You're still here with it, still resting inside the story. No hurry, no need to arrive. Just be among the growing things. The garden is quiet again, not silent, never silent, but at ease. The wind has shifted, coming now from the east, bringing with it the faint scent of dry earth and old wood. The kind of wind that stirs the upper leaves and leaves the soil undisturbed. Osric stands near the bean rows, watching the clouds move slowly across the sky. He's done with most of the day's work. There's still more to do, of course, there always is, but for now he's content to pause. His hands rest on the top of the spade, earth still caked in the creases of his fingers. He lets the sun find his shoulders. Louisa moves between the beds, brushing her fingers lightly over the young plants. She's checking for pests, but mostly she's just saying hello. That's what it feels like to her, like greeting. The beetroot are firm, the skirret sturdy. A few of the carrot tops are starting to twist, and she makes a mental note to pull them early before the flavor gets muddy. At the edge of the plot, a few weeds are pushing up between stones, and she leaves them. Not all weeds are enemies. Some are teachers. Some are medicine. Some are just part of the picture. Elswith is preparing broth inside the cottage. Simple, as always. A base of leek tops and dried nettles, softened in water, a bit of crushed barley stirred in, and a small handful of purslane. She picked earlier. There's no meat today, but there doesn't need to be. The flavor comes from time, from the layers of careful tending that went into every stem, every leaf. She adds a pinch of salt from the small jar she keeps hidden from view. Not because she's secretive, but because she knows how quickly it disappears if you're not careful. And through it all, the rhythm holds. The cycle, the subtle turning of season into season. Nothing in the garden hurries. Nothing demands. Everything knows when it is time. The chervil bolts before the barley is full. The sorrel rests when the heat rises. The salsify goes into hiding the moment the days grow long. People learn to listen, to move with these shifts. It's not always perfect. Sometimes the turnips rot in the ground. Sometimes the peas bloom too late. But still, they plant again. Still, they trust. Because in the end, this isn't just a garden. It's a life made visible. Each row a story. Each plant a memory. The earth is both canvas and record keeper. You can walk it and feel everything that's come before. The lean years, the lush ones, the hands that came before yours, the quiet triumphs of someone who made a meal from nothing but beet greens and patience. You feel it when you kneel to plant. You feel it when you gather in silence. And maybe now, as you rest, your body softening, your breathing slowing, you're beginning to feel it, that this isn't just about vegetables. Not really. It's about care, about the beauty in repetition, about giving time to something that won't thank you but will nourish you, about the kind of work that leaves no applause but feeds someone just the same. You don't have to be in a medieval field to understand this. You just have to be still long enough to listen to what's been growing all along. The hours pass gently now, not marked by clocks, but by light and warmth and the shift in air that says evening is coming. The garden doesn't rush, neither do they. Elsweth stands at the basin, rinsing the last of the wild greens she pulled before the sun climbed too high. The water is cool, slightly murky, and filled with the scent of things freshly torn from soil, metallic, sharp, alive. She doesn't need to wash them this thoroughly, but she does it anyway. There's something reverent in it, like brushing dust from an old book. Osric is finishing the last of the repairs on the garden fence, tying twine where the old rope gave out, setting a flat stone under one of the leaning posts. He doesn't speak while he works. His hands do. Each knot, each placement is a sentence. This part of the fence matters. It's not just a boundary. It's an agreement with the land. You protect what you tend, not because it's yours, but because it's needed. Heloisa has taken to watching the light in the afternoon. She notes how it changes the way the leaves look, how some vegetables glow under it, especially the chard and the fennel. She doesn't say much about it, but she sketches quietly, trying to remember the way colors bend. She tucks a few beet leaves into a basket for pigment, murmuring the idea of ink. Not for a letter, just to try. Sometimes creativity is just another way to listen to what the land is offering. They'll eat soon. A simple meal. Warm barley with herbs. A few turnip greens fried in fat, and flatbread made with leftover wild flour and dried caraway seed. It's not grand, but it's deeply satisfying. It tastes of effort, of care, of seasons, of things that grew when they weren't expected to. They eat in silence, mostly. Not because there's nothing to say, but because they've already said it with their hands, their tending, their patience. Later, Osric will walk the garden one last time, before dark. It's a habit, not a task. He checks nothing in particular, touches the soil, pulls one weed he missed earlier. It's his way of saying goodnight, of thanking the ground, the same way Elswith smooths the linen over the cooling bread, or how Heloisa sets her drawings in a box lined with dried lavender and a feather she found by the stream. These things matter, not because they're noticed, but because they're repeated. And you, still resting with this story, are part of that rhythm now. You've followed the leaves, the roots, the scent of broth, and the hush of early dawn. You felt the weight of routine that isn't heavy, but grounding. You've remembered things you didn't know you knew, and maybe, just maybe, you've realized this story is already yours. It's been growing there, somewhere in you, waiting quietly, like a seed in deep soil, just beginning to. The day begins to close its eyes. The sun has softened, its light leaning sideways across the fields, turning straw to gold and cabbage leaves to velvet. Long shadows stretch along the garden path. You can hear the last sounds of work, the closing of a shed door, the creak of a water bucket lifted, the hush that falls when no one needs to speak anymore. The world is winding down, not with a stop, but with a soft exhale. Elswith brings in the final bundle of herbs. Not much, just a bit of marjoram and woodbetony, enough for the week. She hangs them near the hearth where the warmth will dry them gently. The scent fills the room slowly, clean and slightly bitter, like a story that's been told many times but still carries truth. She kneels beside the fire, stirring the coals with a worn stick, not to cook, just to keep it breathing. There's peace in small rituals done for their own sake. Osric has finished his rounds, the fence is mended, the gate latched, the hens counted, and quiet. He wipes his hands on his tunic, eyes the sky. It'll be clear tonight. You can always tell by the way the air settles, how the birds sound different, like they know they've been heard. He doesn't say any of this out loud. He just looks, and that's enough. Heloisa sits on the ground, back against the wall of the cottage, her knees drawn up, a handful of fennel seeds in her palm. She lets them fall through her fingers slowly, like rain. She's thinking about nothing in particular. Maybe about how plants grow without asking. Maybe about how time passes the same way. Or maybe she's just letting her mind soften into stillness, the way a pond goes still when the wind decides to stop speaking. Inside, the cottage has gone dim. No need for candlelight yet. The last of the sun flickers through the shutters and pools on the floor. Elswith pours a little vinegar into a jar of wild garlic buds. She'll seal it tomorrow. For now, she lets the scent rise. It bites, sharp and clean, like memory, like something you forgot you loved until you smelled it again. And outside, in the garden, the vegetables rest. The skirret, the turnips, the herbs tied to rafters, the weeds left standing because they held their ground better than anything else. All of it exhaling, all of it easing into night. There's nothing more to do now. Just trust that what was planted will stay rooted, that what was gathered will hold, that what was tended today will feed someone tomorrow. And you, still here, are part of that promise. Maybe you're lying still, eyes closed, or sitting, watching nothing in particular. Let the rhythm carry you now. No thoughts to chase, no answers to find. Just this breath, just this moment, just this small, quiet harvest of peace. Night has taken its place now, gently and without protest. The sky above the village is deep and wide, peppered with stars like seeds scattered across dark soil. The garden is cloaked in shadow, but nothing feels lost. Everything rests in its rightful place. Roots deep, leaves folded, air cool and still. You can almost hear the quiet settling over the earth, like a soft wool blanket, tucking in each row, each corner, each sleeping stem. Inside, the fire has been lowered, just enough flame to keep the room from cooling too fast. Elswith finishes wiping down the table, running her cloth in slow, practiced circles. She doesn't rush. This moment is as much a part of the day as planting or harvesting, cleaning, folding, closing the space. It signals to the home that the day is done, that it can rest too. Osric sits with his back to the wall, legs stretched out, his head slightly tilted toward the ceiling. He's not asleep, not quite, just unwound. His breath is slow, even. His hands are still rough from the day's work, but resting now, open. There's no more to carry tonight. Eloisa has lit a small beeswax candle. The flame flickers gently as she flips through her folded sketches, crude drawings of herbs, leaves, seeds, a few notes scrawled beneath them. She doesn't read them, just touches them. The way one touches old fabric or smooth stones from a riverbed, there's a kind of prayer in it. A prayer that doesn't need words. Outside, the garden holds its own silence. The scent of soil is stronger now, cooler, root heavy. You can almost feel it pressing upward from the ground, like a story being told beneath your feet. There's no light out there now, but moonlight, and yet everything seems visible. The beets still know their place. The fennel still sways ever so slightly in the breeze. The parsley, small and tucked into the corner bed, waits for morning as it always does. In these hours, memory becomes part of the garden too. You remember the way a certain leaf felt between your fingers, the warmth of bread flavored with lovage, the soft sting of nettles along your wrist. You remember someone's voice saying, "Not yet, wait another day." You remember the patience, the tending, the way even hardship had its rhythm. And maybe now, as you breathe a little slower, you begin to feel that rhythm inside you. Not as thought, not as language, just as presence. The deep, steady sense of having been part of something old and honest, something humble, something alive. So rest here. No need to reach for anything. The seeds are already planted. The work has already been done. Let the earth hold you, just like it holds everything else. The moon hangs high now, casting its cool light across the village rooftops and spilling silver into the paths between garden beds. It's quiet in a different way than the day. This is a sacred quiet, a hush not meant to be broken, the kind of stillness that asks you to listen, even if there's nothing left to hear. Out in the field, the wind moves softly through the tall stalks of drying beans. The leaves shiver in the moonlight, not from cold, but from knowing they've done their part. Elswith lies curled beneath a thick wool blanket, one hand resting on her chest, the other tucked beneath the edge of the pillow. Her face, worn by sun and years, is peaceful now. The lines around her mouth are softened, the lines between her brows smoothed by sleep. She's not dreaming anything she'll remember, just resting, deeply, fully. The kind of rest earned only through work that fed others. Osric has drifted off in his chair, his head leaning against the wooden wall, arms crossed loosely over his chest. The room is warm enough. The coals still glow faintly in the hearth. He breathes evenly, his body remembering how to surrender the day. Somewhere in that slow breath is every moment he spent planting, watching, carrying, repairing every turn of the soil. Every quiet triumph that didn't need to be spoken aloud. Heloisa lies awake a little longer, not restless, just thoughtful. Her eyes are fixed on the rafters, watching the moonlight catch the edges of their herb bundles hanging overhead. She counts them silently: mallow, wormwood, sorrel, fennel, parsley root. She knows them by smell before sight. Each bundle a piece of someone else's wisdom, passed down in gestures and recipes, in touch and tone. She thinks about the future, not in grand terms, but in seasons. She thinks about what she'll plant first next spring, whether the ground elder will come back thicker, whether she should try tansy in a new spot. She thinks about the drawings she hasn't finished, the way a leaf curls when it's ready to be picked, the soft resistance of scarlet when pulled too early. She carries these thoughts like seeds, quiet but ready. And outside, the world continues to hold its breath. The garden doesn't sleep the way people do. Its rest is a readiness, its silence a form of attention. The roots continue their work beneath the soil. The moisture gathers. The seeds left unharvested begin their slow swelling. What was today's meal is already becoming next year's hope. This is what vegetables meant to people back then. More than sustenance, more than survival. They were continuity. They were inheritance. They were love spoken in the language of soil. A father planting turnips so his children could eat in January. A mother saving the last good skirret root to dry for seed instead of stew. These were not small choices. They were acts of faith. And you, lying here now, still and breathing softly, are part of that same faith. Listening is a kind of planting too. Memory is a form of tending. And every time you carry a story like this with you, even silently, you become part of the old rhythm. Let it carry you now. Let your body feel the weight of nothing needing to be done. Let your breath be the only task left. The fire has gone quiet now. No more glow, only warmth held in stone and ash. The room is dark, but not unkind. A soft, enveloping dark, the sort that makes the edges of everything disappear so your thoughts can move more freely. You can still hear the wind through the trees, gentle and slow, like it's passing over something it remembers. The house creaks from time to time, not from age, but from the settling of a place that knows it's done its job for the day. Elswith stirs slightly in her sleep, murmuring something too soft to understand, and then goes still again. A name, perhaps, or a recipe, or maybe nothing at all. The line between memory and dream is thin in these hours. Osric hasn't moved, but his breath is steady. The weight of rest has settled into his bones. And Heloisa is finally asleep too, curled beneath her blanket, with one hand tucked beneath her cheek and a dried fennel stalk still clutched lightly in the other. The moonlight moves across the floor in slow silver strides. It touches the edge of the table, the handle of the spade resting near the door, the rim of the wooden bowl that held supper hours ago. Nothing shines brightly. Everything glows just enough. Even the bundles of herbs above the hearth seem to bow slightly in the stillness, as if acknowledging the quiet that lives in this hour. Outside, the vegetables rest beneath layers of earth and dew. Some will not wake again until spring. Others will keep going, slowly, through the frost. They are not worried. They do not rush. Their work is long and quiet, invisible for months at a time. And yet, they keep the promise they were born with, to grow again and again when the time is right. And in this way, they are like stories. Some bloom in full light, shared over meals and songs. Others remain tucked deep in the soil of memory, waiting, not forgotten, just patient. The names may fade, but the feeling remains. Of hands in dirt, of steam rising from a bowl, of the trust placed in a seed. You've come far on this journey. 40 stories could never hold it all, but they don't need to. Just this one evening, this one voice, this one long moment of rest is enough to remember something old and rooted, something that lives not in the past, but in your breath, right now. So let it stay with you, the sorrel, the skirret, the wild fennel, the fat hen. Let them rest with you. Let them settle. Let your whole body feel what it is to be unhurried, to be tended, to be quietly, wholly enough. The garden is invisible now beneath the dark, but even unseen, it is still there, whole, quiet, waiting. The beds lie still beneath the thin silver of moonlight. The air has cooled, damp, heavy, not unpleasant, but hushed in a way that makes every sound feel further away. If you stood outside now, you wouldn't speak. You wouldn't need to. You'd just listen to the leaves brushing one another in their sleep, to the soft thud of an apple falling overripe from a forgotten branch, to the wind whispering its long route through tree and thatch and soil. Inside, everything is still. Elswith, Osric, Hilawissa, all asleep now, each with their own shape beneath wool and linen. The fire has faded entirely, just ash and faint warmth. The house holds its silence with grace, a kind of reverence. Even the tools resting by the door seem at peace. Spade, sickle, pruning hook, all used, all quiet, all waiting for tomorrow. The only movement is in the soft drift of dried herbs above the hearth, swaying ever so slightly with the change in air. They are a reminder that even in sleep, the world continues its gentle work. Oils, still curing, roots still drying, memory still breathing through the rafters, because that's what this life was. Not grand gestures, not glory, but daily care, the kind you almost forget to notice until it's gone. And that's why these vegetables mattered so deeply. They weren't just nourishment, they were memory holders, patience trainers, symbols of continuity in a world that changed with each season, each illness, each frost. When someone walked the garden at night, just to check, just to be sure, they weren't just looking for pests or signs of rot. They were reminding themselves that the world was still growing, that life still whispered beneath the surface, that nothing was truly lost if it was remembered. And now, you've remembered Skirit, sorrel, Alexander's, mallow, ground elder, fat hen. You've walked the fields with them, sat by the hearth, listened to the wind move across old leaves. You've tended not only a garden, but a piece of yourself that still longs for simplicity, for purpose, for quiet connection to something living, steady, and real. So let the story rest now. Let the earth turn beneath you. Let the night hold you. Let everything be exactly as it is, unfinished, imperfect, beautiful in its stillness. The village sleeps, but the story doesn't end. It lingers, as old stories do, not with a closing, but with a soft continuation that settles somewhere inside the body. The kind of tale that asks nothing more of you than your presence, no response, no conclusion, just your quiet company as it unfolds in its own time. The garden, even in the dark, holds space for it. You could walk it now in silence and still feel where the beds begin, where the fence leans inward, where the scent of fennel once thickened the air. Elswith once said, on a rare evening, when the fire was high and the stew had come out better than expected, that vegetables don't just feed the body, they teach the soul how to stay, how to commit to something, how to return to it, how to live inside rhythm instead of against it. She'd smiled softly afterward, a little embarrassed by her own words, but no one questioned them. They were true in the way only lived things can be true. Heloisa, if she ever tells stories of her childhood, one day might not speak of anything grand. She might mention a day she spent peeling wild carrots, or how her mother showed her how to taste chervil and know if the plant had turned bitter, or how she sat in a field with a basket of weeds once and realized halfway through that none of them were weeds at all. Because that's how knowing works. Slowly, quietly, again and again. You don't learn a garden in a season. You learn it by staying, watching, listening, failing, trying again, letting it speak before you do. And that too is what you've done here. You've listened to the soft lives of forgotten vegetables, to the way they shaped not just meals, but mornings, not just health, but home. You followed their names through silence and steam, through open fields and closed rooms, through soil and story. You've remembered things you were never told, and that kind of memory lives longer than anything written down. So let the stillness stay with you now. Let the mallow bloom quietly. in your thoughts. Let the skirt stretch its thin roots through your chest. Let the sorrel's sharpness linger faintly on your tongue. And rest. Rest knowing that these plants, and the people who grew them, and the rhythm they followed, are not gone. They are simply waiting. In the soil, in the stories, in you. The world is entirely still now. Not a single cart creaks in the lane. Not a hoof, not a voice, not a single door. Even the chickens have long since gone quiet, huddled in their corners, breathing slow beneath straw and feather. The village has become a memory of itself, softened by darkness, smoothed by time. Only the moon remains watchful, casting pale light onto stone and soil, silvering the leaves of cabbage and chard, brushing over the low rows of herbs like a blessing unasked for, but still received. Inside the cottage, the fire is gone. Not even embers remain. Just the scent of ash and old smoke, and the quiet weight of a hearth that held heat for those who needed it. The beds are quiet. No one stirs. Nothing is expected. All of the energy that filled the day has retreated into stillness, not lost, but stored. The way roots store sweetness in winter, the way seeds hold life without asking for attention. This is how these vegetables survive. Quietly, they do not need applause. They do not ask to be seen. They just wait for their time to return. That's why the forgotten ones matter. Not because they were exotic, not because they were rare, but because they were steadfast. Fat hen, ground elder, sorrel, scarret, Alexanders. They didn't grow because someone told them to. They grew because the land knew how. And people, in their best moments, learned how to listen. Heloisa will rise early in the morning. Before the mist lifts, she'll step outside barefoot, feel the cold stones under her feet, and smell the air to know if the weather's turning. She won't speak. She won't need to. Her hands will move from habit. She'll check the soil, glance at the sky, walk the garden without needing to measure or explain. And that, more than anything, is the inheritance. That no. Osric will wake when the light hits the wall just right, the way it has every spring since he was a boy. He'll stretch, groan, and walk straight to the door. He won't say it, but he'll be listening for bees. For the small hum that means the clover's ready. That sound will tell him more than any parchment ever could. And Elswith, before all of them, will have already prepared water for tea, laid out a cloth, and checked the shelf where she keeps the seeds. Not because she has to, but because some part of her believes it is a sacred thing, a way of saying thank you to the earth before asking anything from it again. And the vegetables, they will grow. They will stretch, unfurl, deepen, not for history, not for show, but because growing is what they are meant to do, just like us. The night has reached its quietest point, that moment where time seems to stop moving, where everything is held in stillness so complete it becomes a kind of music. The garden doesn't move, the air doesn't stir, and yet, beneath the soil, things continue. Roots stretch slowly. Cells divide. Moisture travels upward. Growth doesn't sleep. It only slows. Inside, the silence has taken on weight, a kind of fullness, as though all the work of the day has gathered here, wrapped itself around the walls and floor, and decided to rest alongside everyone else. Elswith's breathing is steady now. Osric's arms are folded loosely over his chest, the tension in his shoulders long gone. Heloisa turns just once beneath the blanket, and then is still again, lost in a dream shaped by herbs and wind and soft light. If someone were to walk past the cottage now, they might not see much. Just another home in a quiet village. But if they looked closer, if they stepped lightly, leaned in, listened, they might sense something more. The presence of care. of years spent learning the quiet language of plants, of mornings spent harvesting with cold fingers, of evenings spent rinsing greens in dim light, of choosing to grow things that others forgot because they still held meaning. And that meaning didn't come from books or markets. It came from moments. The smell of chervil steeping beside a sick bed, the bite of sorrel in early spring when your body craved something sharp and living, the quiet gratitude in someone's eyes when you handed them a bowl of stew flavored with last year's fennel. This is how memory lives, not always in names, but in gestures. And now, these gestures live in you. You've followed these stories through smoke and soil, through flavor and silence. You've walked the rows, touched the leaves, remembered the forgotten. And perhaps, without trying, you've brought something back with you. Not just the knowledge of old vegetables, but the feeling of tending, the rhythm of attention, the understanding that small, slow things still matter, that they always did. There's a stillness that only comes when something is truly complete, not rushed, not forced, just naturally come to its resting place. The fire has gone cold, the garden is cloaked in dew, and every living thing, both seen and unseen, has surrendered to the night. The last owl call has faded. The air no longer moves. The world feels like it is holding its breath, not in suspense, but in peace. Inside the cottage, not a single sound breaks the quiet. No shifting, no murmuring, just sleep. Deep, whole sleep. The kind you only reach when your work was honest and your day was real. The kind that doesn't need dreams to feel full. And you, still here, still listening, still resting inside this story. You are part of this stillness too. Because what you've been listening to hasn't only been history. It's been rhythm. It's been breath. It's been a way of living that gave time to things. A way that honored what grew slowly. What wasn't celebrated but mattered. The vegetables we've wandered through together. Scarrot, sorrel, chickweed, fennel, Alexanders. They didn't survive because they were powerful. They survived because someone kept caring. Someone kept planting. Someone kept tasting and trusting and watching and waiting. The people who tended them didn't write books. They didn't make headlines, but they remembered and they passed it on. Not always with words. Sometimes just with a handful of seeds in the corner of an apron, or a line spoken while stirring a pot, or a quiet correction when someone went to harvest too early. And so, in that spirit, you've become part of the passing on. You've sat by the fire. You've walked the garden path. You've listened long enough for the old names to feel familiar again. You've let your breath fall into step with theirs. And whether you ever plant scarrot or sorrel or chickweed, you've still planted something. Something quiet, something gentle, something old. The night is deep now, and everything that needed to be said has already been spoken in soft gestures, in the slow boiling of broth, in the careful tying of herb bundles. No grand endings, no last words, just this quiet moment, suspended like a breath between the stars. The garden outside is invisible beneath the dark, but that doesn't mean it's gone. It's simply resting, like everything else. The turnips are nestled beneath soil. The fennel seeds wait for wind. The weeds, some useful, some not, lie still, untamed and alive. Elswith will rise soon. She always does, just before the light. There's something in her bones that knows when the night has given all it can. She'll pour warm water into her cracked clay cup, crush a pinch of dried mallow, and sit for a while without speaking. Osric will wake slowly, slower than he once did, but with the same quiet discipline. He'll tend to the gate, check the soil with the heel of his hand, and nod to no one in particular. And Heloisa, younger, not yet shaped entirely by routine, will still feel the weight of yesterday in her fingers as she steps barefoot into the garden. This cycle is not romantic. It's not dramatic. But it is sacred because it asks for attention. It asks for patience. It asks for the kind of presence that doesn't demand reward. These vegetables, forgotten by most, were the companions of people who understood how to live with the land instead of above it. They made no speeches. They simply planted, watered, watched. They didn't conquer time. They flowed with it. And now you flowed with them. You've listened long enough to feel the weight of nettle leaves, the cool press of damp soil, the way broth smells when you stir in the last handful of chopped greens and step back just to let it bloom. You've given your time to this story, and that matters. Not because you needed the facts, but because somewhere in you the rhythm felt familiar. And maybe, without realizing it, you needed to be reminded that slow is not wasteful, that quiet is not empty, that old things, forgotten things, still hold life. There is peace in this, the kind that comes not from solving, but from staying. So stay with it a moment longer. Let it settle in your chest like warmth from a hearth long tended. Let it root itself somewhere beneath your thoughts. Let it be enough to simply know the names, to feel the garden resting, to feel your own breath finally match its pace. The cottage holds the night like a bowl holds water, quiet still, without spilling a drop. The walls, the rafters, the worn floorboards creak softly as they breathe in the dark. Everything inside is exactly where it should be. Not perfect, not untouched, but whole in its own way. And outside, beyond the shuttered windows, the garden waits without asking for attention. The skirt unseen beneath the earth thickens quietly. The chickweed spreads, unnoticed but steady. The wind carries the scent of thyme and old smoke, and somewhere a fox steps softly through the grass, as if it knows this place is not to be disturbed. There's something tender about the quiet here. It's not silence that presses in. It's silence that wraps around, like a hand on the back, like someone sitting beside you, saying nothing, but staying anyway. That's what this entire way of life was built on, staying through long winters, through bad seasons, through days when nothing grew and the pantry was nearly bare. People stayed, they made do, they adapted, and they passed that knowledge on, not with pride, but with purpose. Not everything survived, of course. Some plants disappeared completely. Some names were lost. Some methods fell out of use, swept away by faster ways, easier food, louder noise. But some things held. A few seeds passed hand to hand. A few stories whispered while hanging herbs to dry. A few memories tied with string and tucked into drawers, forgotten until someone like you stumbles across them and chooses to listen. That's what matters now. Not whether you plant sorrel or simmer parsnips, but whether you remember why it mattered, whether you understand what it meant to pull food from the ground with your own hands, to feed someone using nothing but a little broth and a little hope to choose. Even in hardship, to care, because care, in the end, is what this was all about. The care to notice, to wait, to trust, to offer what you had, even if it wasn't much. So maybe you'll carry that forward. Maybe you'll remember the names, or maybe just the feeling, the softness, the pace, the understanding that small things, especially small, quiet, living things, can outlast nearly anything if someone chooses to keep tending them. And maybe that someone, tonight, is you. The night is almost ready to turn. There's a softness to the dark now, a loosening, as if even the stars are beginning to exhale. The garden is still quiet, but it's no longer asleep. It's listening, the kind of listening that comes before waking. Roots hold firm. Leaves lie still, but there's a hum beneath it all, like a breath being drawn slowly before the first light spills across the fields. This is the hour when everything prepares, without rushing, when the world remembers how to begin again. Inside, the cottage holds its breath with the same quiet reverence. Elswith, Osric, and Heloisa remain wrapped in sleep. There is nothing to do yet. The tools rest, the herbs hang heavy with scent. The bowls are clean, the seeds remain untouched, tucked safely in linen and jars and corners where time has no urgency. And in that quiet, a truth lingers. Nothing meaningful was missed, nothing was wasted. Every small act of care, every stir of the pot, every weed left standing, carried weight. You've come far on this journey, not in distance, but in depth. You've walked among the forgotten. You've bent low to smell what others pass by. You've stood in the soft soil of a world that didn't demand your attention, but welcomed it all the same. You've let your breathing slow. You've let your mind drift from noise to quiet. You've chosen to listen long enough for something old to bloom again. And in doing so, you've taken part in something older than history. You've moved not through information, but through presence, through rhythm, through breath. Like the people who once grew these vegetables, not because they were fashionable, but because they were needed, not for abundance, but for enough. Let that word stay with you now. Enough, not perfect, not ideal, just enough. The broth was enough, the seed was enough, the sleep, the stillness, the silence you've held, enough. You've tended something, even if only in your mind. You've remembered that time doesn't need to be filled to be valuable. That tending, real tending, requires nothing but attention and care, and that some things are still worth knowing, even if they don't speak loudly. The sky is beginning to pale, just barely, a quiet suggestion along the horizon, a softening of the black into something blue-gray and full of promise. The stars are dimming now, one by one, fading, not with fanfare, but with grace. The garden remains hushed, blanketed in dew, but it senses the change. The beet leaves tremble slightly. The tops of the wild fennel lean toward the east. The soil cool beneath the foot, but alive, always alive. Inside, the last breaths of night are being drawn. Elswith shifts beneath her blanket. Osric rubs one eye and rests again. Hilriza stirs but does not rise. There is no rush. The day will come when it's ready. And until then, there is still time for silence. Still time to hold the shape of everything that has come before. And for you too, the journey has neared its end. Not sharply, not suddenly, but gently, like a garden path that winds slowly back to the place you began, only now with something more carried in your hands. You've walked through days and seasons and stories. You've felt the weight of soil and the lightness of steam rising from a bowl. You've tasted forgotten leaves in your imagination and felt your breath find the rhythm of people who lived long before you, but not so differently. They didn't leave behind monuments. They left seeds. They didn't shout. They stayed. And through staying, through growing, through offering what little they had, they told stories that only quiet ears could hear. And tonight, those ears were yours. You've given your attention to the slow, to the rooted, to the overlooked and the ordinary. You've remembered that nourishment doesn't always look like indulgence. Sometimes it looks like chickweed or broth, or a shared silence between two people, too tired to speak but full of love all the same. Let yourself carry that now, not as a lesson, not as history, but as something living, a rhythm, a pace, a way of noticing that you can return to any time you need it. Even when the noise rises again, even when the days speed up. You'll know this place still exists, and more importantly, you'll know how to find it. The first light of dawn is here now, not bright, not yet warm, but unmistakable. It spills gently across the tops of the hedgerows, brushes the thatch, glimmers faintly on the rim of the water barrel. Outside the door, the garden wakes without sound. No fanfare, just present. The dew clings to the leaves. The shadows stretch and fade. And beneath it all, the roots continue their quiet, ceaseless work, as they always have. Inside, the room begins to shift. The air takes on a new texture, the kind that signals a new beginning. Elswith sits up slowly, brushing her fingers through her hair. She says nothing, doesn't need to. She knows this light, this moment, this exact breath. It's the same each season. And still, it never loses its meaning. Osric stretches. Heloisa stirs, and the cottage, once wrapped in silence, now exhales with the world. This is where the story ends. Not because it's finished, but because it's been passed on. Like seeds tucked into a pocket, like dried herbs placed on a windowsill. You've walked the path. You've tasted the names. You've felt the weight of vegetables that most will never know again. But now you do, and because you do, they live. Not in museums or manuscripts, but in your thoughts, your rest, your rhythm. This story was never meant to dazzle. It was meant to stay, to settle into your bones, the way good broth settles into an empty belly. To remind you that not all nourishment comes with noise. Some of it arrives through repetition, through warmth, through a voice in the dark that simply sits beside you and says, you can let go now. You've made it through the night. And if you've rested, even a little, then the story has done what it came to do. And if something small feels different now, quieter, slower, gentler, then maybe something has grown in you too. So carry it with you and return when you like. The garden is always here, and it's waiting for you.